Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476. In a demon again. Shevchenko fell to the ground without confrontation and was carried out of the field on a stretcher. Ronaldo was already warming up on the sidelines, and Crazy Lee was forced to make substitutions. This will undoubtedly disrupting Newcastle's pre-match arrangements is definitely good news for Chelsea. After Shevchenko was taken off the field on a stretcher, the game continued, with Newcastle playing 10 against 11 in a short period of time. Courtside point. After a simple examination and diagnosis, team doctor David Nugent shook his head and said, "The situation is not good. If we continue to play, it may aggravate the injury and cause more serious consequences. My suggestion is to replace him." Before Lee Tongfan could speak, Shevchenko, who was lying on the ground, was already anxious. "No, I want to continue playing. I need to finish the game standing up. David, help me get the blocking injection, team." Dr. David Nugent did not answer Shevchenko directly, but looked up at Lee Tongfan on the side point. Under such circumstances, if a closed injection is given, there should be no problem in continuing to finish the game. However, the problem is that the closed injection is only a treatment method similar to anesthesia. It only makes the athletes feel no pain. In fact, the injury is not serious. There is no improvement, and it may become more serious under strenuous exercise. Perhaps after the game, Shevchenko's injury, which originally only took a week to recover, has worsened to the point where he cannot recover for a month. Taking an occlusive injection is a very dangerous choice. Shevchenko's importance to the team requires team Dr. Nugent to get the approval of the head coach before he can choose to use it. The player's own opinion is secondary. As an experienced player, Shevchenko certainly knew the key to this. He originally wanted to blurt out and ask Lee Tongfan to let him continue playing, but think about it, the team's main forward Michael Owen has been injured for 2 months. If he only cares about his own pleasure at the expense of the team's interests, then Newcastle will only have 2 available forwards after the game, and the head coach may be very troubled by then. If I want to prove myself at Stamford Bridge and respond to Terry's provocation, there will be many opportunities in the future. This time, forget it. Shevchenko thought about it in his mind and was about to give up his request to insist on competing. However, at this moment, he heard head coach Lee Tongfan say, "Maybe there is another way for you to finish the game." This sentence was like a sound falling from the sky. Shevchenko wanted to ask what the solution was, but he saw another team doctor, Chinese Dr. Ito Yun, taking out 2 long and thin gold needles from nowhere. He walked over with a malicious smile on his face. Acupuncture. This word popped up in Shevchenko's mind instantly. It is rumored that there is a mysterious oriental doctor named Ito Yun beside Crazy Lee. His golden needles have magical power and can have an incredible effect in treating players' injuries. He is one of Crazy Lee's most powerful right-hand men. Since joining Newcastle, Shevchenko has seen Ito Yun many times, but this is the first time he has seen Ito Yun perform the acupuncture technique, and the target of it is actually himself. People always have more or less fear of unknown things. Facing the legendary mysterious power of acupuncture, Shevchenko is also a little bit repelled. However, thinking about the impact of this game on his own importance, as well as the sense of trust he had unknowingly developed in head coach Crazy Lee during this period, made him firmly accept Ito Yun's treatment. Watching the 2 long golden needles pierce into his ankles, Shevchenko was surprised to find that there was no painful feeling, like being pricked by needles as he imagined, but instead a numb and refreshing feeling. Then, very quickly, the golden needle was pulled out. Shevchenko turned his ankle a few times in accordance with Ito Yun's request. He was even more surprised to find that the pain in his ankle, that was originally so painful when he moved even a little bit, was so painful that he pricked it with a needle several times in a few seconds. That one disappeared without a trace. Standing up and stamping his feet, Shevchenko found that the effect of this treatment was much better than that of closed injection. He said thank you to Ito Yun and immediately stood on the sidelines and raised his arms to signal to the referee that he was done with the treatment. Let's continue playing. Shevchenko returned to the game, which is a bit unexpected. Looking at the pain he looked at when he finished, the injury must be serious. It seems that he had a blocking injection. However, we must know that someone like him has already 4 players over 30 years old. Occlusion injections are very harmful to the body. It must be crazy Lee who forced Shevchenko to take occlusion injections in order to win this game. He is really too selfish. In The Seriousness of Lee Black MacDonald. Madman Lee is an evil dictator. There was a burst of booze at Stamford Bridge. Although the scene of Shevchenko playing injured was touching, such nuclear warhead no longer belongs to Chelsea, and Shevchenko in the Chelsea era has never moved them so much. Wow, it's here again. How's the injury? When Shevchenko returned to his forward position, John Terry came over ghostly, guarded him, and said provocatively, "It shouldn't be serious. I think you will go down after a while." With that said, without the ball, Terry suddenly pushed Shevchenko hard from behind, while the referee was not paying attention. Nuclear warhead was caught off guard and fell forward when he saw that Shevchenko's right foot did not show any discomfort after suddenly landing on the ground and exerting force. Terry frowned. "Did you really get a blocking injection?" The game was played at Stamford Bridge amid overwhelming cheers and boos. After Shevchenko returned to the field, Newcastle's numerical disadvantage finally disappeared, and the balance of the game gradually returned to the anxious state at the beginning of the game. The nuclear warhead, who returned to the field, was very active and connected to another. The famous forward Crespo created several good scoring opportunities. At this time, the first half of the game has reached the 20th minute point. The Blues interim coach Hiddink, who has been standing on the sidelines after carefully observing for more than 20 minutes, may have finally felt that he has basically figured out Newcastle's tactical intentions in this game. Finally, at this time, he made some comments on Chelsea's tactics. Something changed. Attack, with Hiddink shouting instructions. Chelsea suddenly changed the rhythm of the game at this moment. Passing and receiving became faster, and the football was more often passed forward from long distances, with fierce murderous intent coming at you. The Blues' attacking system in the Hiddink era was very unique. Every time the team launched an offensive, a fullback would insert into the front court. The Blues' 2 fullbacks, Ashley Cole and Bozinwadu, is an offensive fullback and cooperates with the Blues wingers Joe Cole and Malauda, so that every attack they make can take advantage of the advantage of playing more and less in certain areas. This kind of sudden acceleration and strong attack relies on the Blues having 2 world-class central defenders, Terry and Carvalho, with complementary abilities. They can often achieve miraculous results at critical moments of the game, giving them a trump card in tough battles. This time, Newcastle was caught off guard. The Blues' instant power quickly broke through Newcastle's defense on the right. Podolski and Manziani's front and rear defenses were torn apart by Malauda and Ashley Cole's 2 consecutive wall-to-wall collaborations. Without waiting for Fernando Gago in the middle to cover up, Ashley Cole passed the ball directly to the middle with a crisp kick. Where is another terrifying existence that makes all defenders in the Premier League fearful? Ivory Coast, Warcraft, Drogba, like a giant black pillar erected between heaven and earth. Drogba's powerful strength allowed him to instantly resist the pushing and shaking of Superman Steven Tyler, and he was instantly defeated. An attack formed. Boom. The football rotated rapidly, creating a small arc in the air, heading straight towards the upper right corner of the goal. The noise at Stamford Bridge rose to an incredible height in an instant. Score. Chelsea needs to score, but Ashley Cole passed the ball. Drogba headed the ball. Beautiful. Wow. This ball was actually saved by Hugo Lloris. It's incredible. It's incredible. Such a shot didn't go in. The Frenchman Lloris is like a giant spider. He has formed an invisible web on the door. Drogba's shot is like an unlucky moth, which he easily caught. BBC TV commentator Mike Donald saw the wonderful scene on the court. His professional inertia made him couldn't help shouting out at this moment. The metaphor of Spider-Man blurted out, but soon, as a firmly heady, he immediately felt that his performance had embarrassed Lee heady. McDonald is a good boy who corrects his mistakes when he realizes they are wrong. He decided to correct them. Chelsea played a wonderful offensive, which is eye-catching. This shot shows that the Blues have taken the initiative in the game. Newcastle's strength has been greatly weakened after losing its three main players. Crazy Lee's face is ugly on the sidelines. At this moment, the Newcastle fans who were sitting in front of the TV watching the game missed the heroic traitor, Sesta, who was lying on the operating table under the knife point courtside point. Lee Tongfan's face really looked bad. The bad reason is not because Drogba's shot just now almost broke Newcastle's goal, but because before the shot, only Stephen Taylor, the two central defenders of the Magpies, rushed forward to attack Warcraft. Interference, and another newcomer Dincendris, who has performed well recently, subconsciously chose to retreat at the first opportunity. Lee Tongfan knew why, but it was hard to accept it. Inner demons again. Chapter 1, Chapter 2 later. Chapter 477, a copy from Madman Lee. If Shevchenko's victim is the entire Chelsea, then Senderis's victim is only one person, and that is Warcraft, Drogba, because just when the Swiss central defender was becoming famous at a young age and was proud of himself, it was Drogba who used 3 consecutive most brutal head-on thrusts in the same game to destroy Senderis, who was at his peak and thought he was invincible. Self-confidence. Senderis's fall begins from now on. Originally, Lee Tongfan thought that, after experiencing Newcastle's continuous confrontation with super forwards from major giants such as Juventus and Manchester United, Senderis had overcome his inner demons, after being modified by FM but now it seems that come on, things are far from over. To treat a heart disease, you need a heart medicine doctor, and to untie the bell, you need a person to tie it. It seems that the most important thing for Senderis to truly rise again is to make a fuss about Drogba. After changing their tactics, Chelsea launched a series of offensives in a short period of time after the first successful raid. Under the command of midfielder Lampard, the Blues moved between the two wings, constantly switching the focus of the attack, making Newcastle's defensive players go back and forth to the left and right sides. Exhausted, this traditional cross-passing tactic from the wing is very powerful because of the presence of Warcraft Drogba. In addition, Lampard, Essien and others are all masters of long-range shots in the back row. Therefore, when attacking, Drogba has more options besides directly attacking the goal, which enriches the Blues' offensive routine a lot. If you want to end Chelsea's tactic, there is one of the simplest ways, and that is to freeze Drogba. However, with Senderis devastated, using this method to restrain the Dutchman Hiddink's tactical intentions is precisely the most unreliable way for Newcastle now, and they want to rely on Taylor alone to complete it. This task is a little bit difficult. At this time, Lee Tongfan made an important decision. The fearful Senderis was asked to defend Drogba, and Taylor was asked to assist in defense at any time. At the same time, Newcastle invested more troops in the offense, and the direction of the attack was also from the wing. I just want the entire league to know that even without Juan Mata, Newcastle's wingers are no worse than any other team. Don't you want to compete with me on the wing? Let's go, just play hard. Having made up his mind, Lee Tongfan made tactical changes to the hammers on the field without hesitation. And soon, everyone at Stamford Bridge, including Hiddink, saw a crazy scene. Newcastle completely copied Hiddink's tactics on the field. Chelsea's powerful centre, Warcraft Drogba, stands in the middle of the front court, while Newcastle's front court stands with opportunity centre Hernan Crespo. Chelsea relied on the skills and speed of Joe Cole, Malauda, Ashley Cole and Busingler on the wing to continuously attack both sides of Newcastle. However, when Newcastle's Marcelo, Ushevin, when Podolski and Manziani devote all their energy to offense, the threat they pose to Chelsea is not small. The Blue Army and the Magpie Army, at this time, were like two dueling knights. They took off their heavy armor and began to devote all their physical strength and energy to the attack. Whoever stabbed the sword first, whoever hits the opponent's heart, will win the final victory. Has Crazy Lee also begun to like to learn from others? I remember that in the 2008 European Cup finals, Spain's Aragones was ridiculed for imitating Crazy Lee's tactics. Unexpectedly, the person being imitated today is also start imitating others. Haha, this is so fun. After watching it for a few minutes, McDonald began to laugh. Courtside. The famous Dutch coach Hiddink obviously sees further than someone like McDonald. Haha, Lee, Chelsea is not Russia, and Newcastle is not England. Now the power in my hand is no weaker than yours, and you actually want to compete with me to see whose sword is sharper? Then let's see. Look, Hiddink was full of confidence. In his view, the sword that ultimately solves the problem is the center forward of the two teams. The Dutch are full of confidence in Warcraft, Drogba, and the Argentine striker Crespo. Although Hiddink also admitted that Crespo is a very good center, but compared with Drogba, the gap is still too far, especially in the Premier League, which focuses on physical confrontation. The gap between the two people is infinitely magnified due to the style of playing. The sword of power Drogba will definitely be able to defeat the sword of dexterity Crespo. Hiddink is convinced of this. The subsequent development of the situation on the field also confirmed Hiddink's view. In the confrontation with Senderos, Drogba had a clear advantage and could fight for shooting opportunities in front of most passes. On the contrary, in the confrontation with Terry and Carvalho, when faced with the passes from his teammates, Crespo could barely reach the first point. 1 to shoot. Too difficult. Newcastle, who copied Hiddink's tactics, did not gain much advantage. Crazy Lee is playing with fire and burning himself. His tactical changes have caused Newcastle to lose its own characteristics. The game is moving towards Chelsea's path and rhythm. Lee. Hey, Mike Donald made a mockery. Sidelines. Lee Tongfan was not worried about the situation on the field. Indeed, the sharpness of the sword will determine the final victory or defeat. Whoever holds the most powerful sword will be the knight who laughs last. But, hey, who stipulates that this sword must be the center forward who is in the open? Hey, only the sword hidden in the dark is the most deadly. Crespo, who is at the forefront in the name of center forward, is not the sword that Lee Tongfan prepared for Hiddink and Chelsea. 360th minute of the game. Chelsea, who has always occupied the advantage of the game, once again launched a wing attack, still with the cooperation of Ashley Cole and Malauda, still the classic 2-on-1. And the rapid advancement made Newcastle, who switched from defense to offense, instantly passive. Malauda held the ball and advanced quickly, although before the transfer to Chelsea, the chairman of Lyon had publicly stated that the French winger was a player who was on the decline, and after joining Chelsea, Malauda did not show the level of being named the best player in the French Ligue 1 that year, and was once questioned by the media and fans like Shevchenko that year, but after Hiddink took over, he suddenly burst out with great energy. In the recent rounds of the league, Malauda showed the data of a top-notch winger. At this time, facing Manziana's chasing defense, Malauda pulled the ball several times like a butterfly, shook the angle, and directly kicked the ball. This is almost a typical epitome of Chelsea's attack in the past 10 minutes. Cross, endless cross. The football flew into Newcastle's penalty area for the nth time. Rushing towards the black head of Warcraft, Drogba, who had been waiting there for a long time. This is an extremely high quality cross. Moreover, Drogba's position was very good. Facing Malauda's cross, Drogba only needed to flick his head to shoot at the first time. Steven Taylor was far away, and it was too late to interfere. Only Senderos. At this moment, Lee Tongfan on the sidelines stared at the big man Senderos. After the confrontation in the first 10 minutes, Senderos should have abandoned his inner demons at this time. This is the chance to prove yourself, Felipe. Don't let me down. Bang. A crisp sound sounded, and the direction of the football's flight was. It was the goal. Lee Tongfan sighed on the sidelines at that moment. Senderos did choose to press forward. However, when facing Drogba, his self-confidence was seriously insufficient, making his pressing look more like a job. The weak collision did not cause much trouble to Warcraft, and the Ivorian completed the shot. The football was very fast. The angle taken by Drogba was also very tricky. Stamford Bridge was already filled with exclamations and applause. However, Spider-Man Hugo Lloris once again blocked the shot from Warcraft. The French goalkeeper used a stretching jump, like a swordfish in the air, and at the critical moment, his fist hit the football. The next second, the football flew over Malauda's head and landed at the feet of Manziani, who was still chasing back. The counter-attack began from then on. Manziani didn't let the football stay at his feet for even a second, and directly kicked it away, and the football accurately found Podolski in the midfield. At this time, the cheers that sounded at Stamford Bridge when rocked the shot had not ended yet. Podolski's choice was to break through. The defender in front of him was Joe Cole. This handsome guy with the best skills in England was unquestionable in his offensive talent, but as for defense, the way Podolski broke through Joe Cole was simple, just a normal sudden acceleration. Joe Cole surrendered, and the person who took over to defend Podolski became Bucero 3 seconds later. Bucero, who was born as a fullback, had a much better defensive ability than Joe Cole. He was about to use a beautiful sliding tackle to intercept the German's ball, but Podolski did not give him any chance. Bang. Just like Chelsea did many times on the wing of Newcastle, Prince Polti simply passed the ball. The target of the pass was Crespo in the penalty area. It was still the same tactic. However, unlike before, in Chelsea's penalty area, Carvalho had already stuck closely to Crespo. Deozi apologized to his brothers for his continuous mistakes in the past few days. The production team was finally about to install broadband, but a few hooligans in the team obstructed the work and drove away the telecommunications construction workers. Deozi had a fight with those guys. Damn it, I was anxious and angry. Relatives often came to visit my house, and my train of thought was often interrupted. I hope my brothers will forgive me. Chapter 478. Shevchenko is no longer the same as before. Crespo didn't take off point, because under Carvalho's personal marking, it is easier to lose center of gravity when jumping to catch the ball, and controlling the ball will become more difficult. Fortunately, in Newcastle, it is much faster and easier to establish a tacit understanding between players due to the existence of a head coach, Madman Lee, who often comes up with all kinds of inexplicable ideas for training point in the past 30 minutes. Podolski, who was passing the ball from the wing, had already known what kind of pass Crespo needed after several attempts. Therefore, Prince Polti's kick the pass happens to be able to get the ball without the Argentine center taking off. Crespo's excellent positioning and prediction allowed him to block the Portuguese central defender Carvalho well, while staying on the ground. Then, without giving the opponent a chance to react, he immediately released the ball. This is an extremely simple horizontal move. It looked more like a passing error, because the football was rolling slowly like a turtle crawling. It seemed that, as long as Carvalho turned around, or John Terry not far away took 2 steps forward, it would be alright. Kick the football out of the danger zone without any suspense. However, the 60,000 plus Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge who were cheering a moment ago seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and they let out unstoppable screams of panic. On the court, Carvalho and John Terry, 2 world-class central defenders, cannot give them the slightest sense of security. All this is just because of the appearance of one person, Andriy Shevchenko, a Ukrainian nuclear warhead, just like Zhao Zilang, the invincible victorious general with his white horse and silver gun on the Changban slope. He rushed out from the chaos and rushed toward the football with lightning speed. When everyone discovered the enemy, when Crespo's passing intention came, time seemed to be too late. In the penalty area, less than 20 meters away from the goal, as long as the football hits the ball, with Shevchenko's strong shot posture, Chelsea goalkeeper Sech wants to make a successful save. He must first recall whether he watched it when he was guarding the goal today. Almanac. At this critical moment, Chelsea needs someone to stand up and turn the tide. John Terry believes that he is a hero that everyone is looking for. He burst out with unparalleled strength in an instant, kicked up a large piece of grass clippings with the soles of his feet, and slid across the lawn with his whole body. You want to shoot in front of me? You couldn't do it in training before, but now you can't even think about it in a game. Since the beginning of the competition 3 years ago, Terry has had an absolute advantage. 3 years ago, he successfully drove his opponents out of Stamford Bridge and out of this grassland where he alone had the final say. And now, With his strong self-esteem and self-confidence, he will never allow Shevchenko to take away his grace here. This is a sliding shovel. While making the movement, Terry tried his best to straighten his right leg. Without showing the spikes on the sole of his foot, he wanted to dare to stretch his leg in front of the football before Shevchenko shot. Dangerous tackles cannot be used in the penalty area, but such blocking methods will not be sentenced to death. Terry will use this method, that has made him the hero of the team countless times in previous games, to block Shevchenko's shooting path 10 cm 7 cm 3 cm after 0.01 seconds. Terry was ecstatic, because he clearly saw that his foot had reached in front of the football, blocking almost 99% of the shooting routes, but the collision between Terry's legs and the football did not happen. Next, after he understood everything, Terry's eyes showed horror and panic, because Shevchenko's right foot suddenly swung up and pulled out with all its strength. The moment it touched the football, it suddenly paused incredibly lightly, and then changed from shooting to challenging. The football did not fly out in the most violent way. Instead, like a naughty little kangaroo, he lightly jumped over Terry's crossed legs. Shevchenko provoked, seeing that his opponent was about to jump over him and get a chance to shoot alone. Terry suddenly came to his senses and was about to raise his leg to gently rub against Shevchenko's leg to interfere with the opponent's balance so as to create a chance for goalkeeper Sech to save. However, at the moment when his leg was about to be lifted, Terry was surprised to find that Shevchenko's leg actively came to the door. This is bad. He wants to cheat for a penalty kick. Waiting for the captain of the Blue Army to react, it was already too late to retract his legs. Nuclear warhead. Toes hung lightly on his legs, and then his whole body stumbled like a plane hit by anti-aircraft artillery, falling to the ground. Force the referee's whistle sounded instantly. Howard Webb, who was less than 6 meters away from the incident site, did not need to think about it or consult the assistant referee. He ran directly to the penalty area. The direction his finger was pointing was the penalty spot. Shevchenko fell in the penalty area. Was it a dive? Let's see what the referee decided. Oh, a penalty? It was really a penalty? The game took a turn for the worse. Chelsea was playing at home. We had control of the game, but Newcastle were lucky enough to win a penalty. McDonald sees everything happening on the court clearly point, but it was precisely because he could see clearly that he was extremely depressed. Newcastle's penalty kick was completely in compliance with the rules. Shevchenko's fall in that situation was definitely not considered a flop point, although McDonald has always wanted to surpass England's best talker Sester in the field of commentary. He does not have the courage of Sester, and does not dare to blatantly distort the facts and cover up his favorite football in-game commentary. Teams and players on the field point. Chelsea players surrounded the referee, trying to explain that this was not a serious move that would lead to a penalty kick. However, the scene that just happened was too obvious, and there was no chance at all. Even if the referee Howard Webb wanted to hold the home whistle to the end and help Chelsea escape 1 or 2, he was afraid of being broadcast on the satellite live broadcast. He couldn't escape Uiao's words, so he could only signal the Chelsea players down Europe with a stern look to stay away. With his mind blank, John Terry, who was regretful and angry, was called aside by Howard Webber. According to the rules of the football field, such a foul would not be an exaggeration, even if it is directly shown a red card. Terry quickly apologized and explained that he didn't mean it. However, to his own surprise, Howard Webber didn't mean to take out the cards. He just gave him a few warnings with a serious face, and then walked away. In an instant, the Stamford Bridge Stadium was in an uproar. The Chelsea fans selectively remained silent. Such a penalty was considered a escape for them. The loudest ones were less than 3,000 Newcastle fans, who booed wildly. The referee's performance in the first 30 minutes, it has been proven that he is on the opponent's side, and Newcastle fans will not show any mercy to the bold referee. But soon, louder boos began. The Newcastle fans used all their strength to boo, just like the gurgling sound of a creek meeting the roar of the sea, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chelsea fans also joined in the boos, because on the court, Newcastle is ready to take penalty kicks. Everyone exited the penalty area. The person standing in front of the white football and goalkeeper Petasech was a Ukrainian nuclear warhead, Shevchenko, who created the penalty kick. Chelsea fans booed desperately, just like they had done to their own Shevchenko in the past 3 years. Today, they are going to use even more crazy boos to make their enemy Shevchenko. Kinko was frightened, his feet were weak, and he missed the penalty kick. Force. When the whistle sounded, Shevchenko retreated slowly. He was not as lethal as when he broke Buffon's goal in the Champions League final, nor was he as flashy as when he faced Dudek on the night in Istanbul. At this moment, his eyes were calm. Opposite Shevchenko, on the Chelsea goal line, Sech made a move that surprised everyone. He twisted his butt and performed several quick sets from left to right and then from right to left movement. Czech Gibbon is imitating the moves of Liverpool goalkeeper Dudek. This is a very obvious psychological tactic. The smart Sech understands how unforgettable Dudek's weird actions left an unforgettable mark on the hearts of the million people at that station. So he wants to use this action to it interfered with Shevchenko's psychology, because the last player to play that year, nuclear warhead, faced Dudek and missed a penalty kick, ruining Milan's last hope of a comeback. Shevchenko kept watching Sech's movements. Even if his opponent made a set of moves that he would never forget, nuclear warhead, eyes did not dodge at all. One last glance at the position of the goal, then lowered his head to look at the football. Shevchenko started to run. His pace changed from slow to fast, and finally turned into running. Sech is trying hard to judge the direction of the opponent's shot. In the end, he pounced on the right side of the goal, because he found that when Shevchenko looked at the goal for the last time, his eyes finally passed over there, and stayed lightly for a moment. But boom, the football turned into a straight white lightning. Flew directly from the middle, and into the goal. Since you dare to do Dudek's goalkeeping action, you should know that my shot back then was aimed at the center of the goal. Shevchenko stood quietly at the penalty spot after finishing the shot, without any excitement on his face. He was not angry at Sech for exposing his scars, but he wanted to tell Sech, you are not the Dudek you were, and I'm no longer the Shevchenko you were. Behind Shevchenko's back is the noisy Stamford Bridge. First update. Second update later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The Stars Turn Points. Newcastle's players swarmed up. Crespo jumped high and climbed onto Shevchenko's back. Everyone was preparing to celebrate the goal, and even Chelsea players were ready to retreat to the midfield to restart the game. But, at this moment, suddenly, the referee Howard Webb jumped out, and the bald fat man blew the silver whistle in his mouth, and his finger pointed back to the penalty spot. What's going on? The referee's finger pointed back to the penalty spot. Penalty retake. Webb signaled a penalty retake. What's going on? Look at the slow motion. Someone rushed into the penalty area before Shevchenko took the penalty. Was it Arshavin? He rushed into the penalty area in advance. The Chelsea fans in the stands cheered. Although a penalty retake might mean that their goal was likely to be breached again, maybe Sech could perform a miracle to save the penalty. After a brief commotion, Shevchenko once again stood in front of the penalty in the penalty area. This time, Chelsea fans still showed no mercy. The huge booths were like putting the entire Stamford Bridge Stadium under the belly of a huge plane taking off. The huge sound waves and wind made it hard for people to open their eyes. Many players would be more or less affected psychologically when facing this situation, and the probability of scoring the second penalty kick would be greatly reduced. Therefore, at this moment, thousands of eyes were cast on Shevchenko. For sure at the moment when the referee whistled nuclear warhead, Shevchenko completed a series of actions of running up and shooting. The football was shot into the net from the middle for the second time, while Sech scored the second time. He rushed to the right side of the goal. After shooting the goal, Shevchenko didn't even look at the opponent on the goal line, but turned around and smiled and rushed towards his cheering teammates. At the moment of turning around, Shevchenko left a powerful back view to Stamford Bridge and his opponents. At this moment, it was the first time in 3 years that Nuclear Warhead showed such strong self-confidence, so that the boos that should have sounded, and the middle fingers that should have been raised, did not appear in the stands of Stamford Bridge at the first time. It turns out that my feet are a little better than your mouth, and your feet are not as good as your own mouth. Shevchenko showed his sharpness in words for the first time. When the game resumed, John Terry once again pressed close to him and harassed him with small movements. Shevchenko never made any concessions to his old enemy again, and he showed his sharp side of words. In fact, I fell in the penalty area just now on purpose. Shevchenko whispered in Terry's ear. Terry was stunned. Anger appeared on his face, and then suddenly turned from anger to joy. Unfortunately, although a goal was scored, the referee did not give me a card, not even a yellow card. Don't worry, there will be one soon. Shevchenko turned and ran away. After Newcastle took a dramatic 1-0 lead, the game returned to the track of the Blues' Warcraft. Drogba was like a stubborn nail house, firmly rooted in the penalty area of NIURCR. No matter how hard Senderos tried, it seemed difficult to shake the position of this African anti-LAU. Lee Tongfan insisted on asking Senderos to defend Drogba, making Newcastle's defense always look shaky. Fortunately, little Superman Stephen Taylor made timely defense on one side, so that danger could be avoided every time. On the other side, under Carvalho's increasingly strong interference, Crespo, who was not good at physical confrontation, flashed just now. After that, the embarrassing situation of more defeats than wins continued. John Terry kept helping Carvalho with defense, but he put more energy into Shevchenko. This was not because he found that the core of Newcastle's attack was a nuclear warhead, but because he wanted to find an opportunity to return the humiliation to Shevchenko. Perhaps he himself did not realize that as a world-class central defender, he had unconsciously made many mistakes that top central defenders should not make. Perhaps, no matter how strong he is, everyone has a reverse scale in his heart that is enough to make him lose his mind in an instant. And now, Terry himself has touched his reverse scale. Sidelines Hiddink's face has changed several times in the past period of time. As a world-renowned coach, the Dutchman seemed to have discovered something in Shevchenko's goal just now, but out of trust in Warcraft Drogba and Chelsea's midfield attack group, Hiddink decided to maintain the current tactics unchanged. Moreover, Hiddink deeply understood that under the current tactical system of the two teams, no matter how he changed the team's tactics, it would be useless, because Crazy Lee copied Chelsea's tactics, and the tactics of the two teams were exactly the same. Any restriction changes he made to Newcastle would be copied and turned into a means for Crazy Lee to restrict Chelsea. Unlike wise old man Aragones, who imitated Crazy Lee's tactics with the Spanish team during the European Cup, Crazy Lee was a thorough copy, which was the terrible thing about copying. It was also the terrible thing about Crazy Lee. On the other hand, the expression on Lee Tongfan's face had never changed. Even when referee Howard Webb only gave a verbal warning to John Terry, who should have been given a red card, and asked Shevchenko to take a second penalty kick, the expression on Lee Tongfan's face never changed. Because of Terry's serious foul after the opening, after Laoli's protest had no effect, Laoli recalled the situation predicted by the FM 2009 system before the start of the game, and found that there was no need to put pressure on the referee at all. Firstly, it has no effect. Howard Webber has obviously long ago resolutely determined his position as the home whistle. Secondly, the outcome of the game has already been determined, so there is no need to waste that effort. Lee Tongfan thought of a very interesting thing that happened many days ago. This evening. After winning the League Cup final, Lee Tongfan opened the Hamagio book and ran the FM 2009 system. Lee was eager to know how he completed the two iterations of the Revenge of the Magpies and Benitez's Contempt. After adding system tasks, what kind of mysterious rewards will the FM 2009 system give out? After clicking to enter the system, a series of ding dong system prompts suddenly popped up, and countless system reminder boxes instantly filled the entire Hamagio book screen like rags for reordering. Lee Tongfan moved the mouse to clear the irrelevant system reminder boxes one by one, and soon found the mysterious reward he received after completing the superposition system task. Ding dong. The system reminds you that player Lee Tongfan, because you completed the superimposed system tasks, Revenge of the Magpie Legion, and Benitez's Contempt, you received a mysterious reward 1 star shift points. Transferred through the stars. When he saw this name, Laoli immediately thought of the special skill of Nan Mirang Mirang Fu in Jin Yang's Dragon Babu. As the stars change, he can transform any opponent's strongest method into his own stunt. Could it be? Laoli clicked on System Database, spent 2 character points, and quickly found out the perverted function of this mysterious reward. Star movement points. Star movement points are a very rare function point provided by the system. They can only be obtained after completing the superposition system tasks. The probability of the player obtaining star movement points after completing any superposition is 5%. Lee Tongfan was overjoyed when he saw this. The 5% probability of obtaining it really proves the rarity of star movement points. Since it is rare, its function should be even rarer, right? Lee Tongfan then looked down. The most basic function of star transfer points is to transfer the goals generated by the opponent in the first game to the next game out of thin air and become the goals of the player's team. The limitation is that after the points are obtained, it must be used within 4 games, otherwise, once more than 4 games are not consumed, the points will automatically disappear. It is worth mentioning that star transfer points is not limited by the number of goals scored, but is only limited by the number of games. After using it, if the opponent does not score in the first game, the points will automatically expire, and during the game all goals scored by the opponent will be transferred to the next game. Gui Gui Long Bang Dong, stir-fried winter melon and green onions. Lee Tongfan rolled his eyes and was stunned for a long time. This was so fucking awesome. It was indeed the same as Mirang Fu's despicable Daozu and crossing Shishi, which wiped out the opponent's goal in the first game and moved it to the next one. A game becomes one's own goal. This function is so abnormal. MLGBD. I really got it this time. Stamford Bridge Point. Lee Tongfan was secretly happy in his heart. According to the predictions of the FM 2009 system before the game, at this time, Chelsea had already scored twice with a header from their Warcraft, Drogba, and now, due to the use of star transfer points in this game, the 2 goals that Drogba should have originally had have been moved to the next game, which is Newcastle's away game against Juventus. In the UEFA Cup bingo, Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines, hoping that Chelsea would score as many goals as possible. In this way, Juventus would be miserable in the next game. At this time, the game on the field has reached 43 minutes. Like many times before, Chelsea's nth offensive was finally marked by their center, Warcraft, Drogba, but Hugo Lloris, who was called the Spider-Man by McDonald, once again put the finishing touch. Drogba's shot turned away. Hugo Lloris, in the first 40 minutes or so, was like a majestic mountain standing in front of Chelsea players, insurmountable and unshakable. After holding the football shot by Drogba into his arms, he suddenly found a very obvious gap in the front court and ran directly on the spot, like throwing a discus, at the edge of the penalty area, and threw the football high into the air. Throw it out. Second update. Please vote for me. The weather was too cold, so I started cycling early, while there was still sunshine. Chapter 480. The second fatal attack. This was an extremely deadly quick counter-attack. Hugo Lloris's thin arms burst out with amazing power, and the football was thrown more than 30 meters away, directly to the feet of the Russian Tsar Ushervin on the wing. Stamford Bridge once again witnessed the classic counter-attack of Madman Lee, using the fastest pass to let the football go the longest way after receiving the football. Ushervin, whose speed and explosive power were 18 and 17 respectively, and dribbling was as high as 19 in the FM 2009 system, did not show off his ability, but passed the ball at the first time. The next stop for football is still the Argentine center forward, Crespo. Although the Argentine was unable to threaten the goal in the most direct way like his most direct competitor Drogba did in the past 40 minutes, Newcastle Both the players and the head coach have maintained enough trust in him. This time, when Arshavin passed the ball to the backcourt, due to the suddenness of the counter-attack, there were only Crespo, Carvalho and Terry near the edge of the Blues penalty area. Crespo and Carvalho jumped up to head the ball at the first time, and Terry showed his ability as a world-class central defender at this time. He was less than 3 or 4 steps away, paying attention to protecting the second landing point of the ball, while blocking the receiving routes of other Newcastle players. Unfortunately, the Argentine centre forward, who has always been underestimated by Chelsea, successfully deceived all opponents when handling the ball this time. Before the ball flew over his head, he made an extremely cool pose in the air. And when the ball was about to hit his head, Crespo turned his head to the side in a jaw-dropping way. This sudden stroke of genius made Carvalho, who was closely following him in the header, completely unable to find the ball. White flashed in front of his eyes, and there was a series of wind sounds in his ears. He didn't react, however. At this time, Stamford Bridge once again rang with unstoppable exclamations. More than 60,000 Chelsea fans in the stands seemed to have suddenly seen the prehistoric giant Tyrannosaurus Rex coming out of the ancient mist, spewing blood. On the electronic big screen at the top of Stamford Bridge, the football whizzed past Crespo and Carvalho's heads and flew into Chelsea's penalty area. Next to the two, a figure wearing the purple Magpie Corps away uniform rushed past at a speed that made the wind ashamed, just like a nuclear bomb being ignited and launched. It was nuclear warhead Shevchenko. It was the deadly sword hidden in the dark that Lee Tongfan prepared for the Dutchman Hiddink and the Blues Chelsea. In just a few strides, Shevchenko caught up with the football. The light unloading and the sprint made time flow, and countless fans saw the Andriy Shevchenko who could solve a game by himself 5 years ago in tears. Crespo, an incredible leak. Shevchenko, he caught up. Incredible speed. Beautiful unloading. Perfect. Perfect. Newcastle got a single chance. Lee. Hey Mike Donald instantly discovered his failure in this game less than 0.01 seconds after he finished his roar. This is the second time that as a staunch opponent of Crazy Lee, he couldn't help but cheer for the opponent's team. The two words Lee Heady are the only reason why he can survive in the fiercely competitive English football commentary industry. In essence, he thought that he and Sester were parasites living on Madman Lee. If there was no such incredible person as Madman Lee in this world, then he and Sester might still be busy with their own dull lives in an unknown corner. The only thing that made Mike Donald feel a little regretful was that, if there was no Sester, he might have become the England traitor loved by half of all English fans. As a latecomer, when the role of England traitor was taken away by Sester in advance, he could only choose another role as a commentator who could be in the limelight, but was not very popularly heady. However, Mike Donald was a very conscientious person. Since he chose the path of Lee Heady, he decided to stick to his position to the end. Therefore, after cheering for Shevchenko a second ago, he quickly made up for his mistake. Chelsea still has a chance. Captain Terry is still desperately chasing. Shevchenko is constantly adjusting his pace to prepare for shooting, and Terry, who is running at full speed, is trying his best to catch up. The gap is narrowing bit by bit. On the court, Terry was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Crespo's cunning and teammate Carvalho's mistake made him feel annoyed, and nuclear warhead Shevchenko's omnipresence made him feel even more annoyed. The wind blew across his face, and he suddenly realized that the Ukrainian who appeared in front of him today was far different from before. There was a kind of breath that made his heart palpitate emanating from that person. What made Terry feel a little relieved was that after Shevchenko perfectly unloaded the ball, the second step of the dribble seemed to be a little too big, and the Ukrainian who was adjusting the rhythm was a little confused. Wahaha, this is my chance. Terry made another sliding tackle from the side. Let me tell you, even if you go to Newcastle, you are still the waste who wastes more opportunities than you sees. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that his toes were about to touch the ball, Terry was full of pride. Such a fatal danger was resolved by himself. Now he can save the face lost by giving away a penalty not long ago. The applause in the stands of Stamford Bridge will once again ring for me alone. But at this moment, something strange happened. Shevchenko, who was originally trying to shoot with a flustered step, suddenly stepped on the ball with his right foot and gently pulled it back, then gently knocked it between his feet and sent the ball to the other side. The best distance and angle for shooting have been fully presented after this dazzling handling of the ball. The pride on Terry's face disappeared instantly, and his pupils shrank sharply, because he could no longer stop his body from rushing forward during the sliding tackle, and his arms, which were open to maintain balance and direction, had unconsciously rested on Shevchenko's left leg that supported his body. How could this happen? Originally, as long as he was the first to tackle the ball, he could avoid the team's crisis. He opened his arms, on the one hand to maintain balance, and on the other hand, he also had the idea of knocking Shevchenko down, after shoveling the ball, to make the opponent suffer a loss. But, grass debris flew, Shevchenko fell heavily in the penalty area. Force the crisp whistle sounded again, and the referee Howard Webber trotted into the penalty area, and his thick finger pointed to the penalty spot. Terry made a big mistake. The referee awarded a second penalty. This is incredible. The Blues captain committed 2 consecutive fouls in the penalty area today. He was like a rookie who was playing in the Premier League for the first time. Such a mistake is unforgivable. Even Chelsea fans couldn't stand it. They booed loudly. I don't know if they were booing their captain or the referee. I don't know what Terry was thinking. He saw Shevchenko as if he was the murderer of his father. 3 fierce fouls gave the opponent 2 penalties. The boos at Stamford Bridge were like a vast ocean in a storm, ready to drown the entire stadium at any time. Terry's foul this time, in theory, should be nothing more than a red card, but in full view of the public, referee Howard Webb once handed Terry after a low-pitched warning. He finally pulled out a card, but it was only a yellow card. Black. Whistle. Newcastle. Assistant coach Alan Shearer was furious. He rushed to the 4th official, pointed at Terry, who was relieved on the field, and shouted angrily, that guy should have at least 2 red cards, but now he was given a small yellow card. That was not painful. I protest, strongly protest. I will report all this to the disciplinary committee in the match report. What should we do now? The flames on Shearer's forehead rose up. What's the use of reporting afterwards? What about the game? What should we do now? We are victims. I will report all this to the disciplinary committee in the match report. Shearer, your uncle, Shevchenko, once again stood in front of football and Czech, Gibbon, Petasech. It was not Lee Tongfan's special designation that let nuclear warhead take the penalty kick, but according to the order of the penalty takers in the team, when Michael Owen and Ronaldo did not start the game, Shevchenko happened to be ranked 3rd among the 11 Newcastle players on the field. Nuclear warhead, S, penalty, value in the FM 2009 system is as high as 18, facing Shevchenko. The goalkeeper Sech, who humiliated himself last time, did not imitate the goal line shaking posture of Liverpool goalkeeper Dudek in Istanbul night this time, but lowered his center of gravity, opened his arms slightly, and used his best method. Force the whistle sounded. Shevchenko took a run up and kicked the ball. Bang. The football was like an angry shell, whistling on the lawn and rolling up a piece of grass, spinning from the middle of the goal and crossing the goal line, and Sech, this time, still stubbornly pounced on the right side of the goal. In the broadcast, behind the Chelsea goal, countless Blues fans in the stands raised their arms and covered their heads at this moment, with unbelievable and confused looks in their eyes. First update point, second update later. Chapter 481. You are very strong. Really very strong. A player who had been ridiculed and laughed at countless times by them after returning to Stamford Bridge after half a year, used 2 bullets of revenge to penetrate the shame and loss that had been left here in the stadium. After completing the penalty kick, Shevchenko did not choose to celebrate immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the referee Howard Webber to see if the referee, who was obviously biased towards the home team during the game, would use it again. What kind of reason requires a heavy penalty kick? Facing Shevchenko's gaze, Howard Webber's face turned red. He chose to avoid it in panic, turned around and left, pointing his finger at the center circle of the court. The goal is valid. The boos that enveloped Stamford Bridge had long since disappeared, and a weak cheer came from the western end of the stands. When Chelsea fans were silent collectively, the less than 3,000 Newcastle fans seemed to be crushed under a boulder. The small grass struggled to pop up its head with all its strength, offering their most sincere applause and cheers to the hero. Leading his teammates, Shevchenko rushed towards the Newcastle fans' camp. Although there were only more than 3,000 people, the sound that hit him had already brought nuclear warhead back to the prosperous days of Milan in a trance, glory, and confidence. Come back strong. The camera swept across, and Newcastle goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, who was standing in front of the goal, jumped up excitedly, clapped his hands continuously, and cheered for his teammates in the distance. Courtside point Chelsea interim manager Guus Hiddink was lost in thought point. Although he had imagined many scenes of losing the ball before the game, such a scene was still beyond his expectation. John Terry is the core of the Blues' defensive system and the most stable part of the entire team, and he has high hopes for it. A player of, however, the most trustworthy link came and gave the team 2 fatal bullets in a row. By this time, Hiddink had already seen that Terry was in very bad shape today. However, because he did not know the grudges between Terry and Shevchenko, Hiddink was unable to make a correct judgment at the first time. He was hesitating whether to replace the captain. As a world-class coach, Hiddink thinks much more than the average person. What he worries about is not just the victory of this game. In the more than 2 months since he came to Chelsea, he has been very successful. He clearly understood Terry's special status in the team's locker room, and fully understood Terry's character. If Terry was replaced, Hiddink couldn't imagine what Terry would do in the future with his character. What happened next? If Hiddink was given a choice, he would rather lose this game and ensure that he can maintain the stability of the locker room and achieve more victories in the following games. After all, losing to Crazy Lee is not a shame. After making up his mind, Hiddink maintained Chelsea's lineup configuration and did not blame Terry for his continuous mistakes. Instead, he shouted loudly to appease the players on the field. On the other side, Lee Tongfan didn't have any special expression point. Shevchenko's consecutive goals have been known for a long time. This method of revenge is obviously the most lethal one, and the referee's biased penalty has already drawn countless circle curses in Leoli's heart. Curse Howard Webber to give birth to a son without an asshole. Since there is nothing he can do against this bold man now, then after the game is over, Leoli will call this dead guy QIU Jews lawsuit, MLGBD. Lee Tongfan gritted his teeth in his heart. I'm telling you that you can't even wear underwear. The game quickly resumed. Point the fourth official raised the electronic scoreboard on the sidelines. Because Shevchenko was injured shortly after the opening and delayed a lot of time, the injury time in the first half was as long as 6 minutes. In these 360 seconds, Chelsea set off a blue storm on the green pitch. The most powerful forest of muscles in the Premier League showed their iron blood and discipline, running through the midfield like a bulldozer and putting Newcastle in the middle. The offensive system was shattered to pieces. The cheers in the stands at Stamford Bridge echoed across the world. Chelsea people have never looked forward to the arrival of a goal as much as today. Every time an offensive is launched on the field, the decibels in the stands will rise to incredible heights. However, Senderis gradually entered the state, and Superman, Steven Taylor's outstanding performance, especially the superb performance of Hugo Lloris, who was called Spider-Man by Lee Hay, made Chelsea's shots always come back in vain. Until the end of the first half, the score did not change again. Chelsea went into the 15 minutes of the break with a 2-goal deficit. How about it? Do you want to do it again? In the player tunnel, Shevchenko quietly appeared next to Terry at some point, whispered in his ear, "If you want to do it again, I don't mind taking a third penalty kick." Terry choked, his eyes showing a fierce light. Shevchenko looked calm and did not avoid his eyes at all. Frank Lampard came over from behind, separated the two of them quietly, and pulled Terry closer to the home team's locker room not far away. Shevchenko looked at Terry's back, and the corners of his mouth curved. The depression that had accumulated over the past 3 years finally dissipated quickly in Terry's back. The boss is right. This method may be a good way to get revenge. I feel the pleasure of revenge, and the excitement makes my blood start to boil. Shevchenko remembered what boss Lee Tongfan quietly called him before the match, and said, "I have the most special way. Maybe it can help you breathe out. You can be like this in the game." There was a burst of creepy obscene laughter in the locker room. The Hammers, who had already walked out of the locker room, all got goosebumps when they heard it. Someone is going to be unlucky. Fat alien Ronaldo muttered. The other Hammers nodded repeatedly, with expressions of deep understanding. During the 15 minutes of intermission, the war in the stands paused for a while. The fans woke up from the madness. A minute ago, they were glaring and eager to fight. At this moment, they were sitting in their seats, as if nothing had happened. What is happening in the mysterious locker room? For ordinary fans, everyone wants to know, but everyone may not know it at this time. Their biggest wish is to look forward to their head coach. In this short period of 15 minutes, you can find the ultimate trick to defeat the enemy and bring yourself a victory. In such a strange mood, 15 minutes passed quickly but slowly. Finally, the noise at Stamford Bridge rang out again, and players from both teams walked out of the tunnel. The second half of the game was about to begin. Players from both sides returned to the field. John Terry, who made continuous mistakes in the first 45 minutes, stayed on the field. We could not see any special expression on his face, and could not guess what was going on in the midfield. What happened in the locker room, compared with the solemn faces of the Chelsea players, the Newcastle players seemed much more relaxed. The 2-goal lead allowed them to take the absolute initiative in the 45 minutes of the second half. If Madmanley chose the iron barrel formation or defensive counter-attack, it will be difficult for Chelsea to make a difference in the second half. Amid the chatter of commentator Mike Donald, the referee blew the whistle to start the second half. Chelsea kicks off at midfield. The situation in the second half became intense at the beginning, but the real situation surprised everyone. It was not Chelsea who were behind by 2 goals but Newcastle, who were leading 2-0. After the kickoff, Chelsea was pressed hard by Shevchenko, Crespo and Alan Smith, and there was no time at all. Launching a quick offensive, he can only pass the football back to goalkeeper Sech step by step. Sech didn't stop the ball and kicked the ball directly towards a rolling ball. Boom. The football crossed half of the field in an instant and flew towards Newcastle's backcourt. Swiss centre-back Senderos was on the flight path of the football. From the corner of his eye, he spotted someone wearing a blue uniform. He rushed over from the other side, trying to win the ball. Senderos didn't have time to tell who was coming. He turned around habitually at the first moment and used his body to resist the oncoming opponent. Then he jumped high and handed the football to his teammate Fernando Gago, who was reaching out in front of him. This is a successful defense. Senderos not only accurately handed the football to Fernando Gago, but also used the rules reasonably to squeeze the opponents around him to the ground. Seeing that the danger was over, Senderos kindly turned around and stretched out his hand to pull up the fallen Chelsea player. However, the moment he turned around, he froze. The person lying on the ground is Warcraft Drogba. It was that huge mountain that had been lingering in his mind for 3 years, making him think that he could not shake it in his life, and it was such a task that almost destroyed his career that he accidentally knocked him to the ground. Senderos' mind was filled with countless question marks at this moment. Drogba didn't notice anything unusual about his opponent, and he didn't know what kind of psychological damage he had caused to the big white man in front of him. When he saw Senderos extending his arm in a friendly way, Drogba grabbed Senderos, rose his hand, stood up. "You are strong, Drogba," kindly praised his opponent. This sentence was like a golden thunderbolt flashing out of the dark clouds in the sky, driving away all the shadows in the heart of the big Swiss man. Second update. The game will end tomorrow. This season's Premier League key campaign is over, and the focus will shift to the UEFA Cup. The 08-09 season, in reality, was undoubtedly a UEFA Cup gathering of powerful players, and it would also be exciting in the novel. Chapter 480 to the third goal of the game. You are strong. In the past 3 years, Senderos has heard countless people say this to him. Wenger, the former Arsenal coach who was as close to him as his biological father, once said this. Thierry Henry, the gun king who was regarded as his idol and close friend, said this to him. The new coach Ancelotti said this to him. The senior coach of AC Milan's first team said this to him. And even the famous Madmanley said this to him more than once. Unfortunately, no matter who said this to him, in what tone, Senderos' confidence, which had long been lost, never increased even a little bit when this sentence was said too many times by too many people. For Senderos, it was no different from a breeze blowing past his ears. However, Senderos never thought that this sentence would be said by Drogba one day. This Ivorian, Warcraft, who destroyed everything when he was young and proud, would stand on the court one day and say this to him with a smile: "You are strong." These 3 words, which are meaningless, even if others say them 1,000 times, are like the sound of a bell in Drogba's mouth, instantly causing a storm in Senderos' mind, just when Senderos was still in an unbelievable state of brain failure. Chelsea was once again in a huge crisis a few seconds ago. Gago, the midfielder of the Magpies core, who received the pass from Senderos, used a dazzling half-Marseille turn to protect the ball and turned around, getting rid of Joe Cole's entanglement, and directly passed a high-altitude over-the-head pass. A wonderful pass. Gago used the football to penetrate Chelsea's defense. The Blues' defense was too pressed, giving Newcastle an opportunity to take advantage. Mike Donald screamed point. The football flew over the heads of Sech and Carvalho, and the two tried desperately to chase after it. Just at this moment, a purple lightning flashed between the two of them, whizzing past with a burning breath, leaving only a back figure that was getting farther and farther away, even if they tried their best to chase. How could it be? Damn, it's bad. Carvalho was shocked. It's him. Shevchenko again. Shit. Terry was extremely anxious at the same time. The exclamations at Stamford Bridge rang out countless times, still like a flood that broke through the dam and roared. What made everyone feel like dying was that this time, the person who brought them uncontrollable shock was still the nightmare like a cranian, nuclear warhead, Andrei Shevchenko. This time, Shevchenko, whose speed had already soared, was like a gust of wind and lightning that fell from the sky. He no longer gave Terry any chance to catch up, and rushed directly to the goal held by Sech with the football. This was a pure single-handed attack. Shevchenko himself had no intention of pausing for a moment to play tricks on Terry, because he wanted to score in the most dignified way, the way a striker should score. Behind him, Carvalho and Terry had given up chasing. They could no longer keep up with Shevchenko's surging pace. Facing goalkeeper Sech, who had been defeated by him 3 times, Shevchenko made a slight adjustment near the edge of the small penalty area, and then kicked the ball out of the blue. Bang! A crisp sound broke the hearts of all Chelsea fans. They could not afford to lose the 3rd goal. After Crazy Lee's team took the lead by 3 goals, even God could not think of getting it back. The football turned into white lightning and rushed towards the goal in an unstoppable posture. This is a sure kill ball. This is a ball of despair. However, someone said no to Shevchenko's shot check. Gibbon Sech jumped on the spot under almost impossible circumstances, stretched out his right arm, and touched the spinning football with his fingertips. This powerful shot was almost certain to go in, because Sech's crucial light touch slightly changed the flight direction, and finally flew towards the stands by the crossbar. Incredible. Peter Sech. He made a bank-style save, jumping on the spot. Unbelievable bounce and reaction ability. Shevchenko saved his head in disappointment. He could beat Sech on the penalty spot, but in the open battle, Sech easily beat him. McDonald finally found a reason to speak for Chelsea, and screamed desperately, "This will be the turning point of the game." Chelsea found a way to control the game, and Newcastle's morale was hit hard. In fact, even Mike Donald himself didn't know what he was saying. Inexplicably point at this moment, the applause at Stamford Bridge was like the eternal thunder in the summer, exploding in North London before the night fell. The passionate applause of surviving the disaster could be heard from miles away from the stadium. The stands became a sea of cheers, and the cheers and applause were not because the team scored a goal, but simply because their opponent Shevchenko did not score a goal. Even the Dutchman Hiddink on the sidelines couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. The cameras wept from all directions, and only the Russian tycoon Abramovich in the VIP box shook his head. Obviously, this was not the Chelsea he wanted. The team he wanted to create was more like Newcastle, which had beaten Chelsea to a state of no temper. Maybe, in this world, only people like Crazy Lee can create such a team for me. Is it really necessary to This moment, no one knew that the Blues boss's heart was once again ignited with the idea that had been extinguished. Newcastle won a corner kick, which was the 8th corner kick of the Magpies in the whole game. The main penalty kicker was the Russian, Tsar Ushevin. The big guys and players with excellent heading skills among Newcastle players all rushed into the penalty area. Steven Taylor and Senderos, the two central defenders, stood near the two goalposts one after the other. Crespo stood in the middle to interfere with goalkeeper Sech. Alan Smith and Podolski were ambushing in the penalty area. Push. The referee's whistle sounded, and Ushevin sent the ball to the front of the penalty area. The penalty area was full of jumping heads, as if they had known that the ball would come to the front point. Little Superman, Steven Taylor relied on his strong and tall body to block the position at the first time, and the defensive player Carvalho, leaning back with his body, a light rub on the forehead, the originally flat and fast ball's running route instantly threw up a high parabola, bypassing the heads of everyone behind, and heading straight to the back of the goal. This was obviously a premeditated tactical corner kick. 3 seconds ago, when Ushevin on the penalty spot raised 2 fingers high, the Newcastle players knew what they should do, so Senderos at the back point didn't see what happened at the front point at all. He timed the attack in his mind, counted 3 numbers silently, then stepped back slightly, then rushed forward and jumped high. Sure enough, the moment he just picked it up, the ball was already on his way. Everything was no different from what happened in the tactical training before the game, and it was even more perfect. Senderos felt that he had time to pose in the air in a more graceful way, but at this moment, a huge force came from behind. Someone jumped up. It was the defense from Chelsea players. Senderos understood what was happening instantly, but he no longer had the mind and energy to guess who was pushing him from behind. He could only use all his waist and abdominal strength to barely maintain his balance in the air, and then hit the football that was like a piece of iron hard. Bang! The football was like a hapless white-haired rabbit that had been chased by everyone. With no way to escape, it finally fled in grief and anger into the only place that seemed to be the only place to escape the net. Czech goalkeeper Sech, who had just blocked Shevchenko's powerful shot, was unable to stop this cunning rabbit this time. Senderos' shot was so fast that Sech didn't even have time to blink. Everything was too late to save it. For the third goal, Stamford Bridge didn't even have time to exclaim. Lee Haley MacDonald lamented weakly. Newcastle scored again, a wonderful tactical corner kick. The goal was scored by central defender Senderos. He withstood Drogba's defense and headed the ball into the goal. Although the brave Sech saved Shevchenko's short goal, but he has no way to save Chelsea again. Just like Old Trafford, Villa Park, St James and Wembley Stadium before, the only suspense now is whether Newcastle's opponent can score a goal to save face. Who is Chelsea's Machida? At this moment, more than 60,000 disappointed Chelsea fans can only witness the carnival of more than 3,000 Newcastle fans in loneliness, witnessing the carnival of the enemy on the ground, where they have harvested glory and victory countless times. On the sidelines, the Dutchman Hiddink could only shake his head helplessly, although he had expected this outcome and was prepared for failure. When the opponent scored the third goal, Hiddink still felt deeply frustrated. This was the third time he lost to Madmanley. If he felt as satisfied when he lost to Madmanley, who led the powerful Three Lions, when he was in the Russian national team, then after he had the more powerful Blues, he still lost to Madmanley's Newcastle, which made Hiddink speechless. First update, second update later. Chapter 483 Conquering the Miraculous Coach. As a world-class coach, Hiddink is eager to win. However, unlike many other coaches with distinctive characteristics such as Mourinho, failure is not so difficult for him to accept. Starting from the third goal of this game, Hiddink found that he was really I have already convinced the young Chinese man who is standing not far away from me, that is more than 30 years younger than me. If Shevchenko's 2 penalty kicks are a coincidence, then the header that Senderos said just now fully reflects Crazy Lee's tactical ability, at least in terms of set-piece tactics. Hiddink, I feel like I've lost more than one step. Indeed. Some people are geniuses on the green field. They are born for football. This is true for players, and so is the head coach. Amidst Hiddink's sighs of emotion, the game continues. Although he has recognized Crazy Lee's ability, it does not mean that Hiddink will let the game continue to develop like this. By this time, he has also understood that the fatal sword that crazily prepared for Chelsea and himself is not the ultimate weapon. The Argentinian striker Crespo charging in front is a nuclear warhead hidden behind Crespo. Seeing this clearly, Hiddink immediately adjusted Chelsea's defensive tactics shortly after the game restarted. Portuguese centre-back Carvalho, who performed more steadily in the game, was specially assigned to mark Shevchenko, and John Terry is guarding Crespo. Without getting involved in personal emotions, Terry finally showed his ability as a world-class central defender. The 32-year-old Crespo's physical strength had seriously declined at this time. Under the strong marking of the Blues captain, he was able to create the chances of getting out-dropped sharply, and mistakes began to increase. Chelsea gradually regained a little advantage on the scene. However, this advantage did not last long, because Crazily quickly saw the tricks and responded to Hiddink's adjustments. The alien Ronaldo came on the field and replaced Crespo, who had accomplished the tactical task well after the fat man came on the field. Newcastle no longer copied Chelsea's centre tactics. Shevchenko was also pushed to the front. Together with Ronaldo, they formed two more flexible roaming forwards. They used personal skills, speed, and movement to move in the Blues' penalty area, creating murderous intent within. When passing the ball, the two wingers of the Magpie Corps no longer habitually hit the ball at 45 degrees from the wing. Instead, they have sudden passes, and the changes are richer. The Magpie Corps tactics finally returned to their best 4-1-2-1-2 formation. Both sides use their best methods to continuously create murderous opportunities on the green field. 60th minute. Warcraft Drogba retreated to the center to get the ball, used his little skills to pass three defensive players in a row, and pass the ball between the two Newcastle center backs with one foot on the ground. The Blues' magic lamp, Lampard came in from the back row like lightning, made a slight adjustment and shot his foot angrily. The football makes an outer arc. With the fingertips of Hugo Lloris, he flew into the stands. 66th minute. The fat alien Ronaldo, who had just come on the field and had unlimited physical strength, received a pass from Alan Smith and suddenly shot a cold shot near the right side of the penalty area. The football spun towards the far corner of the goal. Sech flew to save it. Dangerously, he pushed the ball over the bottom line. 7:48 minute. It was another wonderful move by Warcraft Drogba. His strike partner, Demon King, Anelka volleyed hard near the penalty spot. The shot was too straight and was firmly held by Hugo Lloris. In my arms. 7:68 minute. Shevchenko took a direct free kick near the arc of the penalty area, and the football bypassed the wall and headed towards the blind spot on the far side of the player. Sech made a contribution again this time. The Czech was one of Shevchenko's few friends when he was in the Chelsea team. He helped Nuclear Warhead train free kicks after training many times, so he made a clear understanding of Shevchenko's ball path, judgment, move in advance and take off this extremely high quality shot. The fast pace of the game and the wide openness on both ends of the offense and defense made Lee Harry McDonald the busiest person on the court. His mouth was like a clockwork, and he couldn't stop for the slightest moment. The football commentator famous for boycotting Crazily showed his real stuff. The Chelsea fans who were a little depressed became excited again. However, the huge slogan mocking Shevchenko had long been hidden. The Ukrainian nuclear warhead made 2 penalty kicks twice, and the feat of personally scoring a penalty made even the craziest Blues fans have no courage to hold up that cartoon portrait. Nowadays, the fast pace on the field makes Chelsea fans worry that the Ukrainian who they have laughed at may score a hat-trick at Stamford Bridge. However, this Saturday afternoon was destined not to be Chelsea's holiday, because in the 86th minute of the game, what all Chelsea fans were most worried about, and all Newcastle fans were most looking forward to happen still happened. Prince Polti got the ball on the left wing, and then cut in to win the Magpies a direct free kick 30 meters away from the goal. This time, Shevchenko, Podolski and Alan Smith are all standing in front of the football. Prince Polti has a very threatening long-range free kick. Alan Smith's long-range shot in the 160-degree fan area around the arc of the penalty area is earth-shattering. Shevchenko has just shown his powerful curveball ability. Any one of these three people standing in front of the football will pose a great psychological threat to the opponent's defenders and goalkeepers who are lined up in the wall. When three people stand in front of the football at the same time, the pressure will increase exponentially. The only thing that gives Chelsea some reassurance is that the man protecting their goal is a Czech given Sech. Only Lee Tongfan knows that Sech is one of the three superstars who is regarded as a godlike player at the goalkeeper position in the FM 2009 system. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling that free throws were ready. Alan Smith, Podolski and Shevchenko began to slowly retreat at the same time, creating distance for the run-up. This scene put a fragile string on everyone's heart. As the three Tiger generals of the Magpie Corps slowly retreated, it was pulled tighter and tighter. However, on the Chelsea goal line, Sech did not feel any confusion because of such a scene. There was a strange feeling in his heart, like a prejudgment. Although there was no reason, Sech could clearly understand the ground senses that this ball must be shot by Shevchenko. Alan Smith was the first to rush forward, and his momentum created a buzz. Everyone was excited because this red-haired hunk could shoot. However, when he ran to the football, the red-haired hunk did not raise his feet, but let the football pass over him. Just as his figure flashed past, another figure flashed out like a ghost. It's Podolski. The shouts of exclamation rang out from Stamford Bridge. Newcastle's free kick was so compact and lifelike that almost everyone felt their eyes were blurred. Alan Smith had just flashed past, and Prince Palti had already appeared, as if he was teleporting. Where is the shooting pose? Everyone felt that, if they were the goalkeeper, this sudden change would have disrupted everything. But, everything is not over yet. The moment Prince Balti's foot came into contact with the football, it turned from twitching to stepping, and then he pulled gently. Football goes to the middle. The human wall has been bypassed to create a big gap, and a fatal crisis has arrived. The launch of the nuclear warhead has already entered the countdown. Seeing the football roll to the most reasonable position, ignite and launch, Shevchenko appears where he should appear, swinging his feet. At the same moment, the corners of Sech's mouth curved. He took skilled small steps under his feet, constantly adjusting his rhythm. His mind instantly replayed countless times the scene of training free kicks with Shevchenko in the past. The flight path of the football was instantly determined from the way the Ukrainian swung his feet. Same as before, it must be the upper right corner. Sech leaps up. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The football did not rush to the upper right corner of the goal as Sech thought, but turned into a straight white line, like a high-speed maglev train, sticking to the height of 3 or 4 centimeters on the lawn, towards the goal. John. The wall of people led by Terry roared away. At this moment, the blue human wall jumped up in unison according to the inertia of thinking, trying to block the route in the air as much as possible. No one expected that the football would fly from under their feet. At this time, they were already trying to fall down. Too late, the football flew right through the gap between their feet and the grass after jumping. Faced with such a sudden and strange shot, let alone Sech, who had already pounced on the upper right corner of the goal, even if he stood still, he could not even think of pounce on the football. Aha! After the football entered the net, the refreshing sound of wiping the net sounded, and Sech had not yet landed. Hat-trick. Shevchenko. Such a shot reminds me of the Barcelona-era magician Ronaldinho who scored against Werder Bremen in the Champions League in the same way. That free kick was brilliant. McDonald side point. As soon as the ball was scored, the entire audience stood up and applauded. The boos from a handful of people disappeared in the thunderous applause. Countless Chelsea fans felt infinite regret in their hearts at this moment. Why does the best nuclear warhead, Shevchenko, not belong to Stamford? The 4-0 lead made Newcastle play more and more easily on the court, and Chelsea launched a crazy offensive, but their finally anxious mentality made them appear unreasonable when handling the ball and more prone to mistakes. But Newcastle, who are in a relaxed mood, have more opportunities than Chelsea. Time flies by. Finally push. The referee blew the whistle to end the game. Newcastle players gathered together excitedly, while Chelsea people were at a loss at their home court. Maybe in 4 or 5 days, the internet will finally be available at home. Telecom's network finally reached our production team, and the knife can be restored to its previous update status. Chapter 484. English football hooligan bloodbath. On the afternoon of the 24th, Newcastle conducted a closed acclimatization training for about an hour at the Alpi Stadium. Juventus home ground. Lee Tongfan appeared on the sidelines, but the reporters did not see it. The turf of the Alpi Stadium makes Newcastle players feel very uncomfortable, because the length of the grass here is much longer than that of St. James. The Hammers do a poor job in controlling the strength of the ball when passing the ball, and there will always be excessive force. Strong or insufficient situation. Fortunately, it was just training, and the Hammers got used to it a lot in 1 hour. However, Lee Tongfan is worried that Juventus may make adjustments to the venue in tomorrow afternoon's game. According to UEFA regulations, the venue must be watered before the game. It is said that Juventus was in the previous knockout round. Regarding the venue issue, it caused the opponent Werder Bremen to suffer a big loss. At the post-match press conference, reporters were expecting the long-lost Madman Lee to appear in front of the public. However, to their great disappointment, it was Newcastle's assistant coach Alan who appeared in the press conference hall of the Alps Stadium. Shearer, I came here just to win. Nothing can stop Newcastle from taking victory from the Alps Stadium. This is Newcastle's only goal, perhaps. Because he was wildly provoked and insulted by Juventus fans. After coming to Turin, Alan Shearer, who has always had a bad temper, spoke aggressively during the press conference, and did not save face for his opponents at all. However, Hiller's unkind attitude did not attract a big fuss from the media. Because what the whole of Europe is more concerned about is the disappearance of Crazy Lee. Countless people are speculating whether the scheming Crazy Lee is planning some terrible conspiracy to frame the Zebra Legion. Please explain why Crazy Mr. Lee did not appear here. Is his recent disappearance related to the rumored theft at home 4 days ago? An Italian reporter jumped in and asked. No comment. Shearer stood up, ended the press conference, and turned to leave. Newcastle has an arrogant attitude and their Navo-rich temperament is fully revealed. Gazzetta dello Sport stood on the standpoint of the whole of Italy and condemned Alan Shearer's attitude at the press conference, criticizing the Magpies as a team with no aristocratic background and another team that once dominated Europe. There is no difference between the English Whites and Leeds United in football, and the final result will be that they will follow in the footsteps of the upstart Leeds United and fall apart. The article even harshly condemned it. As the head coach of the away team, Madman Lee refused to attend the pre-match press conference in accordance with UEFA regulations when he had already arrived in Turin. It was a very impolite behavior. Is an act of no grace at all, and even more disrespect for Juventus. In the picture accompanying this article, the scene of Madman Lee standing at the Alps Stadium and directing Newcastle to adapt to the field training is impressive. As a sports media with huge influence in Italy, this article published by La Gazzetta dello Sport was widely reprinted by many other Italian media and aroused a fierce impact among Italian fans. Among them, the reaction of Juventus fans. The most intense incident occurred when a large number of Bianconeri supporters gathered around the hotel where Newcastle was staying, shouting slogans: Crazy Lee, come out and apologize. Upstart. Newcastle, get out of Turin, coward. And Madman Lee, hide in your mother's arms and suck your milk. At this time, Lee Tongfan was taking a nap in the hotel room. The noise outside the window was comparable to the volume of an ongoing World Cup final. This thing had been going on for 2 or 3 hours. Although I couldn't understand Italian, from the ferocious faces and insulting cartoons, as can be seen from the slogan, the Italians around the hotel are definitely not here to ask for autographs. Here, Newcastle is completely isolated. The hotel side said there was nothing they could do about the fans causing trouble, but after receiving the call, the Turin police only sent 3 patrol cars to circle around the hotel and finally left quietly. Even Turin fans who have always disliked Juventus do not want the Magpies to take away a victory in this city. No one will help the Newcastle people. The noise outside the window did not stop at all, and the anger in Lee Tongfan's chest grew stronger and stronger. Old Lee swore that if he had the Hammer Geo book in his hands at this moment, even if it cost hundreds or thousands of character points, I will definitely give Juventus a 100:0 and mail the team supported by these bastards to the pillar of shame forever and never be able to turn around. But now, I don't know that this life-threatening Hammer Geo book is hidden in the hands of that turtle. Lee is not worried about others discovering his secret point. In fact, Lee Tongfan had considered the possibility of his laptop being lost or stolen a long time ago. So when he chose to install the pirated CD, he spent a huge sum of money to buy this military Hammer Geo book notebook. The confidentiality function of the Hammer Geo book means that even if the thief gets the notebook, he will never be able to open the notebook and learn the contents. When the Geo book is locked, only Lee Tongfan in the world can open the notebook by relying on fingerprints and retinal scans. If forced by disassembling the hard drive or other laptop components, all the data inside will be instantly destroyed and turned into a pile of worthless electronic components. What Lee Tongfan is worried about is that if the notebook is not found for a long time, then he will become like those ordinary coaches in the next game and can only rely on his own ability to win the game. Although, after 3 years, after training, Lee Tongfan felt that he was not inferior to anyone. However, it is better to have such a heaven-defying thing in his own hands than to have it wandering outside. Shit, these sons of bitches have such a fucking unfriendly attitude. The first time John Newton, a young bus driver from Newcastle, stepped onto the soil of Turin, he felt a strong atmosphere of hatred. He turned and whispered to the fat man David next to him. Fat David put on his sunglasses and raised his head because they are afraid of Lee. The Italian bitches know that Lee is invincible, so they get crazy and angry. John, this is your first time to follow the team abroad. If you play more games in the future, you will get used to it. The two of them wandered the streets with their bags on their backs. Although they had not yet found a hotel, it was the first time for David and Newton to find the Alpine Stadium, where the game was about to be played, and to find out the distance between the Newcastle hotel and the stadium. The shortest path is what a die-hard Magpies fan should do. When the two were near the stadium, they suddenly heard a burst of noise and yelling. When they got closer, they saw a group of Italians wearing zebra uniforms chasing several Englishmen in the street. After beating away their opponent, the Italian fans took out a large portrait of Madman Lee from nowhere, poured gasoline on it, and burned it with a lighter. Son of a bitch, Newton threw the bag he was carrying on the ground and rushed forward angrily. Fatty David didn't react for a moment, and it was too late to pull it away. March 25th. Lee Tongfan got up very early. Juventus gathered around the hotel all night long and the noise did not stop for even a second. At first, Lee was too noisy, but after listening to an Italian opera like a lullaby with headphones, he soon just fell asleep. The others were not as lucky as Lee. He was probably still lying in bed catching up on his sleep. In the huge restaurant, Lee Tongfan only saw an acquaintance, Alan Shearer, who was eating a plate of spaghetti bolognese. The assistant coach has dark circles under his eyes and wears a pair of natural smoky makeup. When Hiller saw Leo's energetic look, he was so surprised that he almost swallowed the stainless steel fork. Taking advantage of the meal time, the coaching staff held a short meeting and pushed back the training time of the day appropriately. The Hammers could continue to catch up on their sleep in the morning. After returning to his room, Lee Tongfan called police officer Johnny in Newcastle to inquire about the progress of the case. The answers he got were as useless as before. Bored and frustrated, Lee turned on his computer and browsed the news at will. I soon discovered such a shocking headline. English football hooligans fight. Blood spills on the streets of Turin. The news was accompanied by several clear photos. Lee Tongfan was able to see the so-called fight scene from them. The blood-stained streets were indeed shocking. The last photo of the so-called English football hooligan being treated in the hospital was Lee Tongfan was shocked because Lee knew the man in the photo. Is it John Newton? What's going on? Newton has always been an active member of the Flying Magpies fan club. His wife Neely has a very good personal relationship with King, and Lee has met Newton many times. The young bus driver's straightforwardness have impressed Lee left a deep impression. How come he has become a football hooligan today? Seeing Newton's unconscious appearance in the photo, Lee Tongfan couldn't help but worry. He found out from the news the hospital where Newton was treated and decided to go to the hospital in person to see the specific situation. Unexpectedly, at this time, Newton had a long nose on his nose. Does the little wife with her cute little freckles already know what happened in Italy? Thinking of this, Leoli quickly found assistant coach Alan Shearer, and after arranging the team's last training content, he and doghead strategist Tolosi Tang drove to St. Mary's Hospital, where Newton was receiving treatment. Chapter 1, second update coming soon. Chapter 485 I want to bloodbath Alpi second update. Facts have proved that the Italian paparazzi are no worse than their counterparts in England. As soon as Lee Tongfan and Lo Sitang arrived at the door of the hospital, there were already many Italian reporters waiting there. Amid the crackling flashes, Lee Tongfan pushed away the Italian reporter blocking the front and rushed into Santa Maria Hospital. Reporters cursed in the background point to Lo Sitang, who has a better temper, also wanted to explain to the Italians that Leoli acted like this because he was anxious about his illness. Who knew that the words spewed out from the mouths of the reporters were so unpleasant? Tang, who was proficient in Italian, said a few words. He was so angry that he pushed the crowd aside and hurriedly went to find Lee Tongfan. John Newton suffered a serious head injury. Although he has undergone surgical rescue, he is still in a deep coma and is undergoing further observation in the intensive observation room. When Lee Tongfan arrived, he saw a bruised nose and swollen face outside the observation room, and he was anxious. Fat David, pacing back and forth. Lee, you are here, fatty. David was shocked. Although young Newton often boasted among the fans that he had a close relationship with Crazy Lee, most of the guys thought Newton was bragging. Unexpectedly, Newton's injury actually caused the madman who was directing the team to prepare for the game urgently. Lee then came to the hospital in person. The fat man looked ashamed and explained to Lee Tongfan what happened yesterday evening. After Newton saw the scene of burning madman Lee's head, he directly rushed forward with his arms linked. The atmosphere between the fans of both sides was not friendly. When the Juventus fans saw Newton wearing Newcastle uniform, they shouted without saying a few words. Fight. Newton was injured when a bald Italian fat pig attacked him from behind with a baseball bat. I still clearly remember that son of a bitch's face. At the end of the story, Fat Man David was already in tears. Lee, I'm a coward. I did not rush to help Newton immediately. I must find that damn Italian fat pig and take him to court. Lee. Tongfan gently patted Fat David on the shoulder, although Aoli could understand David's hesitation at that moment, and even more understand the guilt in David's heart at this moment. Leoli didn't know what words or actions to use to comfort this crying Englishman. John Newton, a 24-year-old English boy, was dreaming of the happiness of coming abroad for the first time to cheer for his favorite team a day ago. However, at this moment, he could only lie down helplessly on a hospital bed in a foreign country, with an oxygen mask covering his mouth and nose, making it difficult to breathe. His lovely wife, who was just 6 months pregnant, was on a plane headed to Turin, accompanied by Wang King. Lee Tongfan couldn't imagine that when the lovely young woman named Nelly arrived here, his husband would be alive or dead, and what caused all this was just a burned portrait of himself. Lee Tongfan can understand the important position he occupies in the hearts of Newcastle people, because he has brought joy and glory to the city with football. However, Leoli did not expect that one day, also because of football, such a cruel thing would happen. At this moment, another burst of noise came from the distance. Let us go over. We have interview rights. We want to visit Crazy Lee. Get out of the way. We have to go over. Italian people need to know the relationship between Madman Lee and football hooligans. The group of reporters who just appeared at the entrance of the hospital were pushing the nurses towards the intensive observation room. At this moment, the volcano in Lee Tongfan's heart that was about to erupt suddenly seemed to find an outlet. The contradictions and hostile atmosphere between the fans of both sides were instigated and set up by these murderous bastard reporters. If old Lee had a machine gun in his hands now, Lee Tongfan would definitely not hesitate to mince these bastards who eat people's food, but not their shit, into piles of rotten meat. Lo Si-tang noticed the anger condensed in the air and gently pulled Li Tongfan, then turned to look at Newton, who was still lying unconscious in the observation room, and shook his head gently. However, Lo Si-tang found that his dissuasion did not seem to have any effect. Li Tongfan broke away from his hand and strode towards the group of Italian reporters. Even the fat man David, who had a bruised nose and face, noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. "Gentlemen, I know what you want to ask. Please be quiet." What Lo Si-tang didn't expect was that Li Tongfan, who could clearly feel his wrists shaking with anger when he was pulling him just now, did not fight or curse as he imagined, but calmly talking to those Italian reporters. "This is not a very good place for interviews, my fans." Leo. Lee pointed to Newton lying unconscious on the hospital bed on the other side of the glass and continued, "He is not out of danger yet. Too much noise will aggravate his injuries. At that time, someone may be charged with murder. In an hour, I will hold a press conference in the hotel where I'm staying to explain my views on this incident. If you are interested, you are welcome to come. As for now, please leave quickly." Li Tongfan finished all these in English in one breath, pulled Lo Si-tang up, and turned around to leave the hospital quickly. He could no longer hold back the feeling of exploding in his heart, and if he continued to stay here, there was no guarantee that more reporters would flock to him, which might really affect Newton's treatment. However, before leaving the hospital, Li Tongfan quietly paid all of Newton's treatment expenses, reserved medical expenses for the next 3 days, and sent a text message to Wang Qing to explain the situation here. When the little girl got off the plane, she would be able to see everything. When Li Tongfan returned to the hotel, Newcastle's Hammers had already left under the leadership of assistant coach Shearer, and went to the last warm-up training before the game as planned. Li went directly to the hotel manager and asked him to prepare the location and layout of the press conference. After returning to his room, Li turned on the computer and began to browse the internet to check the reports of major European sports media on this matter in the past period of time. Li was preparing information materials for the press conference that would begin soon on the English websites of some well-known media. Li saw more information that made him furious. Because of the early reports and exaggerations by the Italian media, in the mouths of most media, the incident became a story of English football hooligans actively provoking and beating Italian citizens. English football hooligans reappear. Crazy. Lee brings football hooligans to the Apennines. Turin. Citizens were beaten and seriously injured. When will football hooligans disappear? Newcastle football hooligans who are extremely evil. Among all the speeches, the interview of a Turin media with former Juventus general manager Moggi was the most malicious. Moggi, a conspirator who was punished for the PhoneGate incident and banned from working in football forever, believes that it is time for the world football to clean up football hooligans. Newcastle has done a very bad job in this regard. They have once again immersed the whole of Italy in the sadness brought by football hooligans. This is a shame for the Newcastle club. March 25th, at 1500 hours in the afternoon, 2 hours before the official start of the second round of the UEFA Cup knockout match between Newcastle and Juventus, Madman Lee, who had disappeared from the public eye for a long time, finally showed up and announced a press conference in the hotel where he was staying. The appeal of the 3 words Madman Lee is undoubtedly huge. In just 1 hour, more than 100 reporters from various European countries, like sharks smelling blood, rushed to the hotel near the Alpi Stadium to attend the press conference. The hotel originally only prepared a conference room that could accommodate more than 50 people. Seeing such a crazy scene, they could only change to a conference room for 200 people in astonishment. When Li Tongfan walked onto the podium, the flashlights of the reporters released blinding silver thunderbolts, and countless microphones, recorders, and mobile phones piled up on the chairman's table. Madman Lee created too many focuses during this period of time, which had a fatal attraction for reporters. Perhaps recording a word from Madman Lee in the first time would be enough to make them famous reporters in Europe in an instant. Li Tongfan was very satisfied to see that among the people who came to the press conference, in addition to Italian reporters, there were also many reporters from other countries. Ahem. Li Tongfan cleared his throat, and the crowd of reporters underground suddenly shook. The purpose of holding this press conference is to scold people. Li Tongfan got straight to the point and started to scold. There are 3 types of people I want to scold. First, the Italian police are the most incompetent government workers I have ever seen. The real football hooligans were shouting and swearing around my team hotel all night. The purpose of calling the police was just a waste of my €2 phone bill. Second, the Italian football media is a group of scumbags with no professional ethics. My fans were awarded and admitted to the hospital, but what is full of your reports is that English football hooligans injured Italian citizens. If you still have a little bit of as a media professional, you should know what kind of shameless thing you are doing. Aren't the conflicts between fans deliberately provoked by you guys? Thirdly, Tongfan paused, looked at the dumbfounded crowd below, and continued, in the past 2 days, Juventus fans have shown no fan ethics, which is really a shame for this century-old club. The streets are full of insults and abuses against me and my players. So, in response, I will bloodbath the LP Stadium in the next game. Second, update point: the climax is coming. Please vote for the monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486: Bloody Sky. March 25th. At 1700 hours in the afternoon, the highlight of the second leg of the second round of the 2008-2009 UEFA Cup knockout round, the Magpie Core away game against the resurgent giant Juventus, is about to begin at the Alpi Stadium. Players from both sides have taken their final positions in their respective half courts. The visiting team Newcastle has the right to kick off. Ronaldo and Shevchenko, wearing purple uniforms, stand in the middle circle of the court, waiting only for the German referee Rosfelik to make a call. The whistle blows, and it's time to kick off the game. Before the game, Madman Lee angrily cursed the Italian police, media, and fans at the press conference, and threatened to lead the team to a bloodbath at the Albert Stadium. His wild words had long been conveyed to the entire Europe by the angry Italian media and the media from other countries who fanned the flames. At this moment, the whole world is paying attention to the Alp Stadium. If it were any other famous coach, even if it were the madman Mourinho who said such a big talk, he might have been laughed at and ridiculed. On the football field, every game is uncertain. Even if it is, no matter how disparate the strength gap is, there is still the possibility of an upset. No one dares to swear that they can easily defeat a team as resilient as Juventus before the game is over, let alone a bloodbath. However, when these words came out of the mouth of Madman Lee, who had only won one victory since coaching, anyone could feel the overwhelming anger and murderous intent in it, and everyone had to think about it with trepidation. How bloody will the coming revenge be? The Italian media was not the only one paying attention to this game. During the period before the game, reporters from many other countries related the truth about the so-called English football hooligans' bloody street incident, and the period when Newcastle came to Turin. The treatment suffered was reported one after another. Therefore, in addition to Italian domestic public opinion in European football almost all sided with Newcastle. However, after all, the game was played on Juventus territory. When Newcastle's first player walked out of the player tunnel with a telescopic tunnel, the abuse and boos in the stands never stopped, and when Li Tongfan appeared in the visiting team in front of the command department, the roar of boos and debris flying down from the stands never stopped for a moment. There were insulting slogans and flags flying everywhere in the stands, and looks of hatred and hostility were shot from the Juventus bench. White-haired tinker, Ranieri did not look this way, but, in there was a disdainful and mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Even at your home court, you only scored one goal. Here, at the Alpi Stadium of Juventus, you want a bloodbath. Crazy Lee, you are really overwhelmed by the victory. Ranieri looked at the three defensive midfielders he formed on the field and felt proud. The referee finally blew the whistle to start the game, and the game began. Shevchenko knocked the football to his partner Ronaldo, and then rushed forward quickly. The head coach Crazy Lee issued a crazy offensive tactical order before the game. For any Newcastle player, this game is not only offensive, but also offensive! Exclamation mark. Taking advantage of the opening possession, Newcastle quickly launched a blitz rushers. Arshavin made a 45-degree diagonal pass after continuous breakthroughs on the left. Shevchenko followed up in the middle and took a header to the goal. Albert goalkeeper Bucero jumped up and lifted the football with one palm beam. The Alps Stadium burst into uncontrollable exclamations. This was a very determined offensive tactic of passing from the wing. Shevchenko's header almost penetrated Buffon's defense. The Italians felt the tremendous pressure from Madmanley in the offensive battle. An impressive attack. Newcastle showed strong aggressiveness. Juventus should pay attention. After all, the enemy they face is the seemingly omnipotent god on the football field. Italian national TV gold medal commentator Claudio Tonello was in a cold sweat for the Bayern Connery point. The formation Lee Tongfan chose for this game was a 4-4-2 offensive system, with Ronaldo and Shevchenko in front, Arshavin, Gago, Alan Smith and Podolski in the middle, and the backline, Gareth Bale, Stephen Taylor, Senderos and David Thornton lined up, and on the goal line stood Hugo Lloris. From Spider-Man. Compared with Lee Tongfan's risky formation, which is obviously more offensive, Ranieri, who played at home, still displayed the words conservative and steady in his formation. The formation he chose was 5-3-2. The 5 defenders adopted an obvious V position. The 32-year-old sweeper Lello stood near the penalty spot in the penalty area. In front of him, there were 2 central defenders, Chiellini and Grigra, while the remaining 2 fullbacks, Morilano and Zebina, appeared to be relatively forward, almost overwhelming near the center line. In the midfield, the 3 defensive midfielders Paulson, Sissoko and Zanetti chose parallel positions, all pressing on the center line. On the forward line, the French opportunist Trezeguet and the strong center Amori, who has dual nationality of Italy and Brazil, formed a partnership. Lee Tongfan only took one look and understood Ranieri's intention. Just like the previous game, Tinkers still wanted to wear down the Magpie core spirit through solid defense. What seemed like a V conservative position with 5 backs was actually a beautiful trap, because the 2 fullbacks were in when attacking. He can transform into a winger at any time, charging into the formation to deliver ammunition to his teammates on the front line. The 3 defensive midfielders in the middle all have the ability to shoot from a long distance, especially Zanetti. If you are a purely defensive midfielder, then you will be in trouble, because this veteran is now Juventus's assist leader. However, no matter how carefully planned the tactics are, they will not pose any threat to Newcastle, because the outcome of this game was determined a few days ago. Leoli did not believe it. When the total score of the 2 rounds became 5-0, Juventus can still come back. On the field point, after missing the first offensive and goal, Newcastle's momentum did not weaken at all, but became stronger and stronger. The encounters in Turin these 2 days made every hammer hold back a wave of bad breath. The purple offensive comes one after another. In the 3rd minute, after Ronaldo got the ball, he faked a shot and passed the ball. Shevchenko pushed the shot near the penalty spot, but Buffon narrowly missed him. In the 4th minute, Sissoko's dribbling was intercepted. Gago passed the ball from the backcourt. Ronaldo succeeded in countering offside. He was a little slow when handling the ball. Under the interference of Juventus guard Chiellini, the shot was slightly missed. It missed the right column. In the 6th minute, after crossing positions with Arshavin, Prince Bolti suddenly shot a cold arrow from the right wing and hit a super long shot with a speed of 125 km/h. Buffon had no reaction at all, but the football was ruthless. It hit the crossbar of the goal hard. In the 8th minute, Arshavin made a pass and Shevchenko headed. 0.10th minute. In the first 10 minutes after the start of the game, the home team Juventus firmly followed Ranieri's defensive strategy, actively returned to their own half, and defended strictly. From the perspective of the home team fans in the stands of the Alps Stadium, their team was completely compressed into their own half. Facing the arrogant bombardment of Newcastle people, they had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the Zebras, 36 central defenders fought hard. If the man standing on the goal line was not Buffon, who is known as the world's best goalkeeper, it is estimated that the game on the field would have changed a long time ago. In this way, amid repeated exclamations from the stands of the LP Stadium, Newcastle got 14 shooting opportunities in less than 10 minutes, and even left back Gareth Bale contributed one super long shot from 30 meters away. On the other hand, Juventus, let alone shots, the number of times they hit Newcastle's half was pitiful. The bloodbath that Madman Lee mentioned before the game seems to be slowly coming true. Juventus fans couldn't stand it anymore. They couldn't bear the fact that the team they supported was beaten by their opponents like a bunch of defeated soldiers. They sang the lyrics they had prepared long ago in the stands. Ouch. There is a clown called Crazy Lee. He brought football hooligans to pure Italy. Oh. Clown Crazy Lee wants to score goals at the LP Stadium. Dream. Crazy clown. Lee, rude and brutal lunatically. More than 50,000 Juventus people sang the song of Clown maniacally loudly and made spectacular undulating waves. The huge decibels resounded throughout the audience. All Newcastle people heard it clearly because of this song. They sang it in English. Fuck. A reporter from Newcastle, England, angrily threw his ID card off his chest and pointed the camera in his hand at the Juventus fans in the stands. He knew that this scene might not be broadcast to the TV audience by satellite broadcast, so he wanted to record this scene and make it public. I'll fuck your grandma. A Chinese reporter threw the water bottle in his hand towards the stands. The high barbed wire fence in front of the stands blocked the water bottle, but it failed to stop the water splashing from the bottle. Facing the enraged Italian fans, this thin and young Chinese reporter killed his camera and recorded the hideous and ugly faces on the other side of the barbed wire before being carried out of the press area by security. The violent momentum of the crowd seemed to interfere with the Newcastle players on the field. In the 14th minute, the Magpies' offensive suddenly stopped. Fernando Gago, who was in possession of the ball, did not play the ball as quickly as before. It was a spin, knocking the football to his backline. The violent storm seems to be stopping. On the sidelines, Ranieri's sullen face finally relaxed at this moment. He felt that his tactical goal was about to be achieved. Newcastle's abnormally aroused morale was slowing down after being unable to attack for a long time. Let it go slowly. In 4 or 5 minutes, when Newcastle's morale is deflated again, our opportunity will come. At this moment, Ranieri was like a man traveling alone in the dark who saw the light of dawn point at the same time. The commentator of Italian national TV, Claudio Tonello, was also overjoyed. Newcastle players' physical strength has declined, and Madman Lee's high-intensity pressing attack has indeed posed a great threat to Juventus. However, the delay in scoring a goal cost Newcastle a huge price, and the home team's opportunity came. At this time, there were many people who had the same views as Ranieri and Claudio Tonello. However, the next moment, they were shocked at the same time, because Crazy Lee's middle finger was raised again. Curse middle finger! Exclamation mark. This is a curse from God. The huge Alpine Stadium fell into an inexplicable stagnation at this moment, and countless hearts beat hard involuntarily, as if they were about to jump out of the chest. Will the goal come? At this time, changes on the court suddenly happened when Taylor passed the ball from the backline to Gago. This time, the Argentine midfielder did not choose to pass back again, but boldly passed the ball to the right with a lob pass. Sarashavin gets the ball. The Russian's approach was exactly the same as the first pass at the beginning, a 45-degree diagonal pass, sending the football into the Juventus penalty area. Boom. Shevchenko galloped up from the back row and used a beautiful high-altitude dive header to send the football to the upper right corner of the Juventus goal before defender Lero Tellier headed the ball away. The nuclear warhead inserted back so suddenly that by the time Buffon reacted, the football had already rushed into the net with overwhelming momentum. It was a theoretical blind spot. Even a god would not be able to face such a shot. Nothing can be done. The ball went in. In the 18th minute of the game, Newcastle 1-0 Juventus. At this moment, all Italians felt a terrifying energy coming towards their faces. The Bianconeri fans in the stands were stunned, and on the face of white-haired tinker, Ranieri, the smile just now solidified. It hasn't had time to disappear yet. Except for Crazy Lee's finger, the call for this goal was not predictable at all from the situation on the court. It was so ordinary that it could happen countless times in a third-rate game. Crossing the ball, the forward from the center rushed to the top, and the ball went in so suddenly. Shevchenko celebrated wildly on the court. He put Arshavin, who assisted him, on his shoulders. He rushed to the sidelines with his teammates and made a shut-up gesture to those Juventus who had been madly insulting their leader. Across the barbed wire fence, Italians rushed over like crazy. Under the barbed wire, hundreds of riot police were preparing cautiously to deal with conflicts that might occur at any time. Not far away, when Tongfan was doing the same thing as his disciples, he turned around and looked at the Juventus fans behind the command seat with an arrogant expression. He made a mocking gesture, and the disdain on his face was clear. The Juventus fans were going crazy, but their arrogant Chinese had no choice. The strong barbed wire fence blocked the way for group fights or park. The game continued to start amidst the Italians' angry roars. Ouch. There is a clown called Crazy Lee. Clown Crazy Lee, rude and savage Crazy Lee. In retaliation, an English song insulting Lee Tongbum rang out again in the stands. However, to the disappointment of Juventus fans, the Bayern Connery who won the ball did not organize any threatening counter-attack. Instead, their opponents once again got a chance. The 30-year-old fullback Zebana tried to rely on his personal speed to tear apart Newcastle's wing defense. However, David Thornton, a junior who is 12 years younger than him, only used a crossbody to block the football at his feet. It broke off easily. Juventus finally got the ball, but it was once again given away to Newcastle by offense and defense point. Although it is well known that Crazy Lee's Magpies have never been a team known for their ball possession rate, today, in less than 20 minutes, the Magpies' ball possession rate reached a terrifying 80%. Zebana paid the price for his reckless breakthrough just now. After Thornton got the ball, he immediately chose a long-distance pass that spanned most of the field. The football was like a guided missile equipped with a navigation system, and it came to Juventus's deadly hinterland with lightning speed. Alan Smith won the fight with Gregora, and he rubbed the football behind his head to his teammate Ronaldo not far away. Ronaldo attracted the defense of Morellano and Chiellini, quickly pulled to the side, and then shot a lob with a toe jump ball. Shevchenko followed up in the middle and still scored with a header. But this time, Nuclear Warhead did not push the football into the blind corner, but cleverly took a rebound ball. The experience of playing against Buffon countless times in Serie A allowed Shevchenko to grasp Buffon's saving psychology at the moment of shooting. This shot seemed weak, but it happened to deceive Buffon's center of gravity. Football after bouncing on the ground, he slowly jumped into the goal, while grazing the left post. The world's best goalkeeper's save only caught a ray of air. The ball actually scored again. In the 20th minute of the game, Newcastle 2-0 Juventus. This goal was less than 143 seconds away from the first goal. Juventus had not even recovered from the blow of conceding the first goal. Buffon's goal had been lost for the second time, 0 in a single game and 0 in total over the 2 rounds. Newcastle has 2 away goals. This means that the Bayern Connery will score 4 goals in less than 70 minutes and ensure that their opponents will not win again. Only if you score a goal can you hope to qualify for the next round of the UEFA Cup. However, facing the furious Madman Lee, trying to do this is difficult. It is really difficult. Newcastle's players did not give their opponents any face and still celebrated crazily on the court. They played a game of arrogance at the Alps Stadium, and Shevchenko, who scored twice, was pushed to the bottom. In front of the away team's commanding table, Lee Tongfan turned around for the second time and looked at the Juventus fans in the stands calmly. He didn't say anything or make any moves. However, such a condescending attitude was enough, infuriating the most powerful politicians in the world. The broadcast camera captured Madman Lee's back facing the stands. This was a close-up shot worth remembering. A thick stream of blood came from this thin, black back. Before the game, this man said, "I want to bloodbath the Alps Stadium." But now, the faint blood color has begun to spread uncontrollably. The game starts again. Ranieri calmed down and began to change formations. He had to change his formation, and the situation on the field instantly exceeded the pre-match expectations. The enraged madman Lee used his crazy adventurous offensive to win the opportunity. For the Bayern Connery, the defense had no effect, and the cruel score forced then Ranieri must command his disciples to rush forward crazily. So Ranieri, who has always been prudent, made a crazy decision in the 24th minute of the game. He replaced the veteran Cizanetti with the faster and more impactful young man Marchisio, replaced Zebina with Nedved, who made a fatal mistake, and replaced Giovinco with Atomic Ant, replaced the slow Paulson. In one breath, 3 offensive players were replaced, and the Bayern Connery's formation changed to 4-3-1-2. This change represented that Tinker admitted his previous mistakes and completely negated the careful preparation before the game. The long prepared tactical layout. From the perspective of the art of game directing, this is obviously a crazy gamble. Looking at the world of football, this approach seems to be something that only guys like Crazy Lee who do not follow the rules can do. Ranieri actually hopes to use crazier means than Crazy Lee to turn the tide at the critical moment. The Juventus fans at the Alpi Stadium applauded Ranieri's substitutions, especially when Nedved and Giovinco came on the field. The applause was the loudest. The old and the young represented Juventus' glorious history with history and a promising future ahead. Zebra fans hope that Nedved's experience and Joke's creativity can save the building from collapse. However, hope did not last long. Just 3 minutes after Ranieri's crazy substitutions, Juventus suffered another heavy blow. It seemed that, because he was suddenly substituted, Atomic Ant, Giovinco, who had not fully warmed up, took the ball for half a beat, and was stabbed away from behind by Steven Taylor, who suddenly came forward. It was Fernando Gago who got the ball. Newcastle made a comeback, still using the simplest and fastest cross from the wing, but this time the person passing the ball was Prince Bolte. He still passed the ball diagonally at a 45-degree angle from the left wing, and the football made a circle in the air, a large arc. Juventus's 2 central defenders Chiellini and Grigri struggled to defend, but today's nuclear warhead was unstoppable. Shevchenko, once inserted from the back row, took off and glided while running at high speed, and then headed attack the door with a hammer. The football hits the net. The ball was so fast that Buffon only had time to wave his hand. 3:0! Shevchenko, hat-trick in 28 minutes. Shocking! Unbelievable. The Albert Stadium is in despair. The eyes of the Juventus players on the court showed confusion. Chiellini felt incredible. In the past, when faced with such a simple wing cross tactic, he could almost get the first point 100%. But today, Ukrainian striker Shevchenko is like having wings. His body is really like an exploding nuclear bomb, full of explosive power. Chiellini feels a sense of excitement every time he confronts Shevchenko. I have never felt helpless. On the sidelines, Tinker, Ranieri's face turned as red as braised pork liver. During this period, in order to find a way to deal with Crazy Lee, he almost studied the videos of Newcastle's 10 games, and the scene that happened on the field now gave him a strange feeling. It seemed that Juventus was facing the team is not Newcastle, but more like another Premier League giants team, Chelsea. The reason why the madman is so confident is about to be revealed. Take a guess. I have read all the messages in the book review area on my mobile phone. Thank you everyone. Broadband will be installed at home soon. Then I can have a good chat with my brothers and sisters. Chapter 487 The Devil Roars. Blood color remains. Tinker Ranieri is in deep confusion, because he never expected before the game that the Newcastle team he saw at the Alpine Stadium today turned out to be an atypical Newcastle team. Crazy Lee did not adopt the 4-1-2-1-2 formation that he has always been best at, nor did he adopt the previous unfavorable wing penetration and partial counter-attack tactics in the middle. The Magpie core abandoned the small and delicate style formed over the past season. Instead, he adopted a bold and aggressive style. This style, to Ranieri, looks more like Chelsea's performance in the Stamford Bridge focus game that just ended in the Premier League. Shevchenko did 4 things in the game. The first was a header, the second was also a header, the third and fourth were still headers. But it happened that the 4 simplest things for a forward on the football field in less than 30 minutes completely ruined Juventus's hope of advancing. 4 shots and a hat-trick. This is definitely a result that the world's most terrifying aerial bully can only deliver when facing a third-rate defense. This kind of performance is not like the almighty nuclear warhead in the past, but more like another bloodthirsty Warcraft Didier Drogba who came out of ancient times. In Ranieri's view, today's Newcastle is completely copying Chelsea a few days ago, and the scary thing is that Madman Lee successfully copied it. The copy he created is far more powerful than the original. Now, Ranieri can only hope that his desperate substitutions and timely tactical adjustments can bring a glimmer of hope to the Bayern Connery. I want to bloodbath the Alpstadion. Crazy Lee's roar at the special press conference held before the game was like a summer thunder that kept ringing in Ranieri's mind. From his disdain when he first heard this sentence, now standing on the sidelines, his whole body is cold and his hands and feet are cold. Ranieri feels that maybe Juventus has really poked a hornet's nest that should not be provoked this time. On the field point the game has restarted point at this time. Lee Tongfan made a decision that shocked everyone. Shevchenko, who had completed a hat-trick and bombarded the Alpstadion with numerous corpses, was replaced by a young player. Ouch, what did I see? Less than 10 minutes after Ranieri's substitution, Newcastle, who were leading by a big score, also made a substitution. Crazy Lee replaced the unstoppable Shevchenko and replaced him with Yes Italian. Commentator Claudio Tonello was a little hesitant because he could not find any first-hand information about the new player. It's Newcastle's number 88. His name is Thomas Müller. He is, a young player from Germany, a 20-year-old player. His position is a forward. Tonello finished introducing Müller's information intermittently and added a few words. If I remember correctly, this German teenager named Thomas Müller has not played in the Newcastle first team this season. Crazily, the substitution is confusing. Does he think there is no suspense about the outcome of the game and is ready to start training new players? Oh, this is really a crazy and arrogant idea, but the good news for Juventus is that terrible nuclear bomb finally left the scene. Tonello's last words represent the aspirations of all Juventus fans. In the past, even at the peak of Shevchenko's dominance in Serie A, they had never been so afraid of nuclear warheads at the Alpstadion, but today, they are really afraid. Seeing Shevchenko walking to the sidelines, high-fiving and hugging number 88, and then leaving the court, all the Zebra fans breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. In the stands of the Alpstadion, there were even Juventus fans who cheered happily applaudits. Your showtime, Shevchenko said with a smile to the young player, who took over his place, while high-fiving him point. Although the game lasted less than 30 minutes, and he was substituted, he was not angry at all. On the one hand, of course it was because of the hat trick, but most importantly, it was because he had been impressed by the ability and momentum displayed by the leader. Thomas Müller's answer was, Andre, my performance will definitely be more exciting than yours. The young people showed their vigorous confidence. Shevchenko patted him on the back. Thomas Müller lowered his head and kissed the lawn, then rushed onto the battlefield. Juventus fans happily welcomed Thomas Müller's appearance. They thought that after nuclear warhead left the field, they would usher in a fledgling rookie who would be so nervous that he could not even breathe in such an important game. Even the tinker, Ranieri on the sidelines thinks so. However, it turns out that they are not greeted by a rookie, but a murderer, bloodthirsty god of killing. With his first touch of the ball, after coming on the field, the young man wearing the oversized jersey number 88 sent a pass that was extremely fatal to the Bayern Connery 41st minute. Müller, who took over Shevchenko's center position, faced Alan Smith's pass. He directly carried the Zebra center back Grigora behind him and made a very imaginative through ball. The football flashed past in the gap between Grigora and Chiellini. At the same time, there was a purple lightning flash. Alien Ronaldo. Ronaldo, who was completely overshadowed by his partner Shevchenko in the first 30 minutes or so, was like a hungry beast, chasing the football at a flying pace. In front of Ronaldo, there is the last defensive player Juventus experienced sweeper Lalotelli. Facing the speeding aliens, Lorotigli immediately chose to half-turn and retreat. His rich game experience told him that facing a striker like Ronaldo, if he wanted to intercept the ball from his feet, the difficulty is as high as the sky. The best way is to avoid being broken through by Ronaldo in the first place. Turn around in advance and accelerate. Use a trembling method to slow down the opponent's dribbling speed and wait for the rescue of other teammates. This would have been a perfect solution. However, Ronaldo showed off his splendid skills and dazzling footwork that do not belong to this earth at this moment. When Lero Tower half turned to the right and prepared to accelerate, the alien suddenly made a small change of direction and reversed his path to the left of the Juventus sweeper. In this way, Ronaldo and the football were right on. Lero Tower disappeared from sight. The only thing that can remind Lero Tower is the footsteps that still don't stop behind him. As a result, the Juventus sweeper turned left while running and tried to intercept Ronaldo. However, when he forced his body's center of gravity to the left, he did not find any trace of Ronaldo or the football. The sound of footsteps came and turned to the right. Lero Tower, who was running, forced himself to the right again and looked again, but there was still no trace of football or aliens. What made him panic was that at this time, footsteps came to the left again, but in at least 15 seconds, Paul erratically forced himself to turn around 5 times. In the end, when he shook himself so hard that he lost his center of gravity, staggered and fell into the penalty area, he finally burst into tears. Saw Ronaldo and football. However, seeing it at this time, it has no meaning at all. Ronaldo was carrying a football, whizzing past him, facing Buffon, the patron saint of the Bianconeri. Ouch. God, this is such a disaster, as Italian commentator Claudio Tonello lamented. Ronaldo bypassed Buffon's defense with a pendulum pass and succeeded in an empty goal. .4:0 exclamation point. Young player Thomas Müller assists, and alien Ronaldo shows off his power. The blood color in the Alps Stadium has become thicker and thicker, gradually filling the eyes of Juventus in the stands. They can no longer see hope. The total score is 5 goals behind, and 4 away goals. For them, not to be surpassed. Ranieri on the sidelines, wanted to go into his ancestral grave. He lowered his head, and covered his eyes with his hands, not knowing what he was thinking of writing. Ronaldo celebrated crazily on the court. He supported the young player Thomas Müller who assisted him on his shoulders. His teammates gathered around the two of them sweating. It was the radiance of an individual that covered the entire Alps Stadium. Exclamation mark. At this time, the Juventus fans in the stadium had no energy to even boo. The large electronic screen at the top of the stadium also played Ronaldo's magic steps behind Lero Tower and his excellent grasp of 5 consecutive opportunities. The slow motion of a high-speed change of direction to break through and score a goal. The miraculous change of direction, the lightning-fast speed, the dazzling pace, the beautiful rhythm, and the final ecstatic shot. Everything will be recorded in the 2008-2009 season. The history of European goal scoring, and Juventus will forever be targeted at the pillar of shame. Different from the arrogant celebrations of the team members, Lee Tongfan took the same celebration action as last time, turning around quietly. Although he was standing low, he looked at the fans in the stands with a condescending attitude. His eyes were filled with disdain and anger that had not yet dissipated. The fans in the stands were powerless to fight back. When the last rays of the Apennine sun sank over the Mediterranean, everyone clearly saw that above the night sky of the Alpi Stadium, a growler's demon raised a shining butcher's knife, and the knife was still dripping with blood. The name of the devil is Crazy Lee. The game continues to start point including injury time. There are less than 5 minutes left in the first half. Among the Juventus players on the field, except for the always long-haired warrior Nedved, everyone else is looking forward to it. Looking forward to the arrival of the 15-minute intermission. However, the nightmare is not over yet. The demoralized Bianconeri lost the ball once before they could advance to the edge of Newcastle's penalty area after the restart. It was the Italian fullback David Thornton who successfully stole the ball, passed the ball along the sideline, and handed the football to his teammate Lucas Podolski in front. Counter-attack. Here comes again. The person who defends Prince Sporty is fullback Morillano. However, the young fullback, who Juventus fans had high hopes for, was completely out of shape. Podolski used a simple momentary acceleration to throw Morilano behind. Accelerate, hit the ground, cross. The football was passed to the center, and Chiellini was ready to fight for the first point. However, a purple figure teleported over from behind like a ghost, stretched out his head before Chiellini, and then shook his head. The football changed its line slightly, and was drawn into an arc in the air like a whip, far away from Buffon's open arms, and rushed into the far corner of the goal. Aha! The slight sound of a football wiping the net was like an atomic bomb exploding at the Alps Stadion, ringing in everyone's ears. 5:0. This is Newcastle's 5th goal. This is the 5th goal from Madman Lee's bloodbath plan. The goal was scored by number 88 Thomas Müller. This was the 9th minute after he came on the field. The 20-year-old youngster had no experience in any top league game before. Facing a giant like Juventus, and facing the world's #1 goalkeeper Buffon, Thomas Müller, a blockbuster. From now on, everyone in the world will recognize you. Smoke billowed out from the stands of the Alpi Stadium, and fireworks were thrown from the stands. In the south stand, the most extreme Juventus fans began to cause riots, and the riot police who had been prepared for a long time rushed in with batons. Go up. Some Juventus fans have already begun to leave the venue early. The half was not over yet, and the team was already 4 goals behind. 90% of the enemy's wild words before the game had come true. The Alps Stadion had become a stage for the opponents to gain glory. In addition to withdrawing in protest, they already wanted to. There is no better way. The first half of the game ended in riots. When the referee's whistle sounded, the Juventus players seemed to smell the sound of nature in their ears, and the cold locker room became the safest refuge in the world. The first half of the game is over. This is an incredible half. This is a half that all Juventus, no, should be Italian fans, cannot accept. The press conference before the game almost became a riddle as public enemy Madman Lee fulfilled his promise. Shevchenko's hat-trick, Ronaldo's magical dance moves, young player Thomas Müller's blockbuster. Juventus has been forced off the cliff. Ranieri needs to adjust as soon as possible. At least, please let the team climb up from under the cliff. Italian commentator Claudio Tonello ended the first half with a lament. During the halftime break, the large electronic screen hanging from the Alpi ceiling played the goals in slow motion over and over again. What made more than 50,000 Juventus fans embarrassed was that there were 5 goals, each of which was extremely exciting, but there was no one that belongs to the team they support. 15 minutes passed by in a flash, and the game soon resumed. Juventus, which has used up 3 substitutions, has not made any tactical adjustments. The stadium booth is still maintained at 4-3-1-2, and the midfielder's position is even further forward. This is expected, except attack. The Bianconeri have no choice. The Newcastle side did not make any tactical changes. The satellite broadcast camera was focused on the home team's bench. Del Piero, the leader of the Bianconeri, the former golden boy, has grown old under the sculpting of the years. The Zebra Prince was sitting on the cold bench, his eyes not meeting each other. He didn't know. What are you thinking about? When the team needed a goal the most, Coach Ranieri did not choose Del Piero. I wonder if this will become a failure in the verbal criticism from fans and media after the game. And before the broadcast camera switched back from the Juventus bench, the Alps Stadion once again let out a trembling exclamation, like thousands of kittens using the power at the same time. Like claws picking at glass. Newcastle, another goal. The audience in front of the TV can only watch the goal replay in slow motion, and anyone who sees the goal replay can't help but open their mouth as wide as their muscles can allow. This is an incredible scene. A super long range shot from the center line. The distance of the shot is incredible, and what is even more incredible is that the man known as the patron saint of the Bianconeri, Buffon, when faced with this shot, he rarely mistake. The turf of the Alps Stadium actually slipped on its own patron saint. A super long range shot of about 50 meters came from Newcastle midfielder Alan Smith, the #1 man in the Magpies. The football had no arc in the air. It was like a bullet being shot out and went straight to the upper right corner of the goal. Football in. An incredible long range shot. This goal will be recorded in the history of the UEFA Cup forever. This is the glory that belongs to Newcastle and Madman Lee. The joy of our opponents witnesses our tragedy. Today is a disaster day for Juventus. Up to now, I can announce that Juventus can bid farewell to the UEFA Cup competition. The total score of 7-0 announced Newcastle's promotion. Such a game, regardless of status, ability, or luck, is no longer Juventus. Here, the game is over early. In the aria of the Italian commentator Claudio Tonello, during this 90-minute period, there is destined to be only one melody, and that is lament. I don't know when. Ranieri has already sat back in the coaching seat. With such a score, any struggle is futile. Not to mention facing a team like Newcastle. Even if it is a weak team in Serie B, it is not possible for Juventus, which is still in the recovery period, to chase 8 goals in less than 45 minutes. For Ranieri, the most important thing to do now is to come up with a way before the game to deal with those crazy reporters at the press conference and the blame after the game. This defeat is almost the biggest score loss in Juventus history. The last time Juventus lost a game so shamefully was in 1950, when they lost to AC Milan 1-7 in a single game. Now, with only one goal left, Juventus has surpassed the worst record in history. But soon, Ranieri found that he should remove the word almost, because Juventus lost the ball again. Newcastle got an indirect free kick near the upper right corner of the penalty area. The one who took the free kick was Arshavin. The ball was kicked out, with no amazing arc. Arshavin lifted the ball to the back point, but perhaps because he did not master the footwork well, the ball began to fall. Just after passing the dense human rights, Juventus fullback Grigoro was standing in the direction of the ball's landing point. Grigoro was about to kick the flying ball out, but a gust of wind whizzed over from behind, and someone instantly rushed out from behind and kicked the ball. Bang! The lightning-like shot was full of explosive power. The ball drove the wind straight into the dead corner, and it happened so suddenly that goalkeeper Buffon only had time to move his feet before the ball flew into the goal. After shooting the goal, the figure turned around and ran wildly. The camera zoomed in, and the person who shot the ball was the alien Ronaldo. He used his erratic running position to suddenly insert from behind and caught the Juventus defender off guard. This was the alien's second goal in this game. It was also the 7th goal of the game for the Magpies. The game was only in the 64th minute of the 90-minute match. After booing, throwing coins, and setting off fireworks, the helpless Juventus fans began to leave the stadium, and a large number of empty seats appeared in the stands of the Alpi Stadium. Compared with the violent atmosphere at the beginning of the game, the vacancies seemed so shocking. Buffon, the patron saint of the Alpi, stopped yelling at his teammates in front of him this time. His voice was not hoarse, but his heart, that wanted to win the game and defend the honor of the team, was smashed by the balls thrown one after another. Before the game started, he heard the crazy words of his opponent, Madman Lee, at the press conference. At that time, Buffon was determined to shut out Newcastle in the game to avenge the defeat in the 2008 European Cup. But, looking at the black figure with madness and the calmness in front of the opponent's coaching bench, Buffon, who never bowed his head to the opponent, had a feeling of invincibility for the first time. Such emotion spread silently among Juventus players. Madman Lee threatened to bloodbath the Alpi Stadium. Before the game, they were all angered by such crazy words, and vowed to let the madman taste the power of the Italian team. But now, the Alpi Stadium was really covered and drowned by blood. The game is not over yet. The game is over. The Iron Warrior Nedved came over from behind and silently comforted the young player Giovinco, who was crying. His era was slowly coming to an end in a historic defeat, and Giovinco's era must start again on such a ruin. Nedved picked up the football from the ground and carried it back to the center circle. He said nothing. The wind blew, and his long golden hair fluttered again in the Alpi Stadium. Forced, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. Blood still permeated. Human Telecom is almost mad at me. The network debugging of the production team is delayed every day. I'm almost as desperate as Ranieri. It was said that the network will be connected today, but I don't know when it will be. Chapter 488, Chapter 4-5. The Lee family has a dog named. A day ago, no one thought that the old giant Juventus, which was aiming for revival, would be swept by its opponents at their home court with a score of 9-1 despite being in good promotion situation. In the Alps Stadium battle in the second round of the UEFA Cup knockout round that just ended on March 25th, the enraged Madmanly roared bloodbath the Alps Stadium in anger. The Magpies finally relied on the incredible hat tricks of Nuclear Warhead, Shevchenko, and Alien, Ronaldo, Macho Man, Alan Smith's super lob from about 50 meters in the midfield, and rookie Thomas Müller's the header was shot before the ball, and the German winger Prince Polter's world wave outside the penalty area left the Alps Stadium full of corpses and blood! Exclamation mark. In the 88th minute of the game, Juventus received a pass from Nedved, a longtime veteran, and Atomic Ant, Sebastian Giovinco made a supplementary shot to get a goal back. This is undoubtedly a goal that symbolizes the transition between the old and the new in the Bayern Connery. When Giovinco scored a goal, the cheers in the image did not sound. The satellite broadcast camera scanned the stands. People in front of the TV were surprised to find that at this time, there was still in the stands tirelessly cheering for the home team. Juventus fans, less than 1/10 of the number left at the opening, the most humiliating defeat in Juventus history. This is a title most used by the Italian media when reporting on this game. After 90 minutes of the fierce battle at St. James Park in the first round, Juventus, which was only 0:1 behind, was originally regarded by the Italians as breaking the Madmanly in Europe. The new hero who monopolizes football. Everyone is waiting for the Bayern Connery to create a miracle. The pride and excitement in the hearts of Juventus fans are almost reaching the sky. Who knew that under the thunderous wrath of Madmanly, what awaited them would be a historic defeat that would forever nail the team to the pillar of shame. The blood of the Alps Stadium soared into the sky and never dissipated for a long time. After the game, Juventus fans who were so angry that they lost their minds surrounded the bus where the Newcastle players were hiding. In the end, more than 100 riot police escorted Newcastle from the stadium to the hotel, and then from the hotel to the airport. Crazy Lee and his Magpie corps flew back to England on the night after the game, leaving with them John Newton, a young bus driver who was falsely accused of being an English football hooligan, and his little wife Ni, who was so far away from Italy, Korea. Newton, who fell into a deep coma, miraculously regained consciousness after the game. However, because the back of the head was hit with a blunt object with great force, Newton was diagnosed by the doctor as having a severe concussion, which was also accompanied by intracranial hemorrhage. The signs are that the condition is very unstable and is extremely easy to relapse, requiring further treatment. Receiving treatment in a foreign country is simply unbearable for an ordinary bus driver's family. Therefore, Lee Tongfan decided to bring him back to the UK for treatment. All the expenses were borne by Leo Lee himself. Of all the people, only Fat David remained in Turin. David felt guilty for his retreat in the face of violence, which resulted in Newton's serious injury. He stubbornly wanted to find the Italian football hooligan who attacked Newton and take him to court to seek justice for Newton and all England fans. Get some justice. The departure of Crazy Lee in Newcastle did not end the public opinion storm in Italy. At the center of the storm was Juventus head coach Claudio Ranieri, a fan of Juventus and a native of Turin police. And these three are all the targets that Madmanly once cursed at his personal press conference. Ranieri became the scapegoat for this defeat. Conservative starting formation, desperate substitutions, lagging and useless on-the-spot command, abandonment of team leader Del Piero, etc., etc. The Italian media gave full play to the "it's easy to blame" in their consistent style. All the charges that could be listed were forcibly placed on Ranieri's head. Some media reported that after this game, the Juventus club had plans to change coaches. The team led by Ranieri performed barely in Serie A. However, when facing the European war, the Bayern Connery showed despite the obvious weakness. Both fans and club officials believe that Ranieri cannot make the current Juventus go further in terms of ability or external image. It seems that the tragic fate of Tinker has not changed. Although he is good at fixing broken pots, every time he repairs the broken pot, he will be ruthlessly abandoned by his master. This is the case at Chelsea. At Juventus, it seems that it is no exception. The police in Turin were jokingly rated as the most incompetent government department in the continent by many European media because of Madmanly's bombardment at the press conference. There were even rumors that Turin, the city police chief, was forced to resign because of this incident. Those who suffered the most crazy criticism from the media were Juventus fans. The football environment in Italy has been controversial in recent years. The performance of Juventus fans in this focus battle has once again become evidence of the chaos in Serie A football. The so-called English football hooligan incident has been mentioned by reporters from many other countries. Following the report, it soon turned out to be an unjust case, and the real football hooligans were the Juventus fans themselves. Italian passing superstar Roberto Baggio unabashedly criticized the role played by Juventus fans in the past 2 days, insulting and slandering opponents, beating and seriously injuring opposing fans, and never truly supporting their own team during the game. In my opinion, the 0:9 defeat is not a shame. What is really shameful is that when the team falls behind, the shocking empty seats gradually appear in the stands. Football in Italy is changing, and it seems that it has already changed. It is no longer the exciting sport it once was, but a sport that breeds chaos and evil. In this UEFA Cup focus match that took place at the Alpi Stadium, Italian football gained not only humiliation, but humiliation. In sharp contrast to the turbulent Juventus, Newcastle, who returned home after a great victory, were treated like national heroes. At the London airport, thousands of fanatical fans flocked in. Incredible victory. The Premier League has become the world's #1 league. The consequences of angering madmanly. 0:9. Nuclear warheads exploded in the Apennines again, and the terrifying power leveled the Alps. Aliens reproduce alien dance steps and defeat zebra defense in 5 seconds. The most dreamy striker combination finally broke out, and Two Hats confirmed that the world's #1 striker combination. The English media use the craziest enthusiasm to promote this victory. Newcastle's victory confirmed the fact that the Premier League replaced Serie A as the world's #1 league. This gave the proud English gentleman an excuse and reason to ridicule the Italians. The roar of the special press conference before the game once again pushed the horror of the 3 words crazily to an incredible new height. Newcastle's overwhelming momentum during the game proved that Crazily is a member of the team. The supreme prestige and reporters' interviews with Newcastle players after the game seemed to finally allow public opinion to find the reason for this incredible victory. Shevchenko: the insults from Juventus fans angered me and my teammates. Everyone believes that a victory is the best counter-attack. Ronaldo: when I saw the unsightly slogans held up by the Italians outside the bus window and in the stands of the stadium, I decided to work hard to score more goals in the game. Alan Smith: they insulted us. We chose to score. It's that simple. Podolski: John Newton has always been our most loyal fan. When he was in England, he never committed any violent behavior. When he arrived in Italy, he became a football hooligan. We cannot accept such slander, so we chose to respond in your own way. Thomas Mueller: the boss's anger is the driving force for each of us to fight for victory. The answer from the Newcastle stars made it even more obvious that the Juventus fans were responsible for their own troubles, and this tragedy that shocked the whole world seemed to have found the answer. However, the real reason for the tragedy was indeed because the Magpies players were provoked. Angry? Only one person knows the truth. That's Crazily. Although the FM 2009 system was temporarily lost, the real reason why Newcastle was able to burst out with so much energy and score a hat-trick in just 28 minutes of the opening game was, points are transferred through the stars. Star transfer points can copy and eliminate the opponent's goals in the previous game, and then transfer them to the next game. It is this incredible function that Lee Tongfan used to copy and eliminate Chelsea's goals in the previous game at Stamford Bridge. The ball was eliminated and successfully transferred to the match against Juventus. In the battle at Stamford Bridge, according to the predictions made by the FM 209 system before the game, Chelsea scored a total of 3 goals, all of which were scored by Warcraft Drogba using his best power-type header in the penalty area. In that game, Drogba scored a hat-trick in the first 28 minutes. In the real game, these 3 goals were erased by Leoli using star shifting points and transferred to the Alp murder case. This is why Shevchenko was able to use only 4 headers. A hat-trick was achieved by attacking the goal. Ranieri's strange delusions during the game were correct because Newcastle were playing the same tactics Chelsea had used just a few days earlier, and Shevchenko was scoring goals in a way that was Drogba's trademark way. The reason why Tongfan, after losing the Hamagio book and the support of the FM 2009 system, still dared to make arrogant declarations that he would bloodbath the Alp Stadion. Originally, in Leoli's mind, beating Juventus 3-0 in an away game was considered a bloodbath. What he didn't expect was that the opponent's crazy provocation and Shevchenko scored a lightning hat-trick at the beginning of the game. Next, Newcastle's morale rose horribly, while Juventus was defeated. Hey, maybe this is God's will. The final score of 9-1 made Leoli very proud. After returning to Newcastle, Tongfan immediately went to the police station. Unfortunately, the news he got was still not good. Although the Newcastle police had conducted a lot of investigation work, there were not many meaningful clues. We suspect that the crime was committed randomly. According to the method, it is likely to be a habitual thief. Moreover, the things you threw are small items and cash. The detection rate of such a case is very low. Officer Johnny, who was in charge of investigating the case, looked embarrassed. Tongfan returned home gloomily. Before he even entered the door, he heard the sound of dogs barking, cats chirping and parrots coming from far away in the house. The one who barks the loudest and proudest is an authentic Scottish Shepherd dog with pure blood. It is born with a huge body. When it stands up, it is about 0.7 meters tall. It is said that it is less than 1 year old now. If it is raised well, it will be very big, loyal and intelligent, able to understand 50% to 60% of the master's meaning. A black shepherd dog, a brown little lady, a tiger-headed tabby cat, and 2 South African macaws. These are what Wang King got when he accompanied his elders to Southampton to watch the All-British Pet Competition. Among them, the tiger-headed cat was chosen by Li Ying for herself. The parrot was Yifeng's treasure. The little pink-mouthed lady was naturally bought by Wang King for herself, and this tall Scottish Shepherd dog was specially bought by Wang King. Prepared by Tongfan, Leoli pushed the door open and went in, and found that the black Scottish Shepherd dog had stood up from the carpet. Its swollen eyes flashed with a cold light of vigilance and cruelty, and its forelimbs were gathering strength and ready to pounce. 2 colorful South African sheepdogs were hung near the balcony. The macaw jumped up and down and shouted, "Dog, bite him, bite him, bite him." Fortunately, the big black dog's memory is pretty good. Even though he hadn't seen him for 2 or 3 days, he still seemed to remember that Leoli was the master of the house. He barked a few times in his throat and lay still on the carpet. Already, the brown lady was lying comfortably in Wang King's soft arms, taking a nap. As for the tiger-headed striped cat, she seemed a little shy and was hiding under the sofa playing hide and seek with Li Ying. Tongfan was not in a good mood. When he heard 2 parrots screaming up and down, he picked up a newspaper from the coffee table, rolled it into a paper tube, and slapped his face on his face before his mother Yifeng had time to dissuade him. Beating the ground, the poor parrots realized something was wrong, but it was impossible for them to escape after being tied to the bird stand, so they began to ask for help from their friends using the only words they knew. "Dog, bite him, bite him, bite him." However, after seeing that the big black dog ignored them, the 2 birds seemed to realize something, and they soon talked to each other. Wang King and the 2 old men laughed so much that they burst into tears. After dinner, Wang King suggested that the pets at home should be given names. Animal trainers believe that naming their pets can enhance the relationship between the owner and the pets, and also make the pets smarter. Tongfan took a sip of juice and crossed his legs triumphantly. "That's it. Then, let's call my shepherd dog Zion from now on. It's dark, long and jet black, like a bear." Wang King and the 2 old men squirted out all the juice at once. The shepherd dog lying on the carpet raised its head and let out a low growl of woo woo woo, as if in protest. The super score of 10-1 in the 2 rounds made the Magpies become the hottest team in Europe in one fell swoop. In the latest UEFA Cup winning odds rankings announced by major sports betting companies, Newcastle leapfrogged the Rossoneri and AC Milan, becoming the top seed. In the subsequent draw of the UEFA Cup semi-finals, the expected strong collision between AC Milan and the Magpies did not happen. Newcastle's opponent was the La Liga giant Atletico Madrid, while Macmillan's opponent was the Premier League team, Everton. The first leg of the semi-finals will begin on April 16th, and before that, Newcastle must devote all their energy to the Premier League and FA Cup, because the competition for these two championships has reached a critical moment. What's going on? Why is there a big dog sitting on the sidelines? The hair on Ronaldo's back stood up. As soon as he stepped into the training ground, he was horrified to find a big, hideous-looking black dog tied up on the side of the field, with a cold light radiating from his eyes. He was startled. I don't know either. Marcelo also felt that his calf was getting cramped. Isn't it just a dog? What's so scary? Alan Smith came up from behind, looked at the two hammers with disdain, and bravely walked over to touch the big dog's head. Who knew that the big dog suddenly raised its head? He opened his white teeth and barked. Alan Smith was like a rabbit whose tail was stepped on. He screamed and flew from one side of the court to the other side. Bang! Ronaldo and Marcelo passed out on the sidelines 3 minutes later, when the Hammers saw the head coach lazily walking up to the big dog and lifting the big dog aside with a few kicks. They were all stunned by the leader's courage. What are you doing standing still? Start training quickly. The competition is tomorrow. Seeing the expressions of the Hammers, Lee Tongfan shouted loudly, but who knew? Bear also started barking like Leoli, and the Hammers started training in a hurry. Hey, why do the Hammers seem to be more serious in training when Bear barks? Lee Tongfan looked at the lively training on the field and was curious. Does training with a dog still lead to meaningful results? Unexpected effect? Then, an idea popped up in Leoli's mind. The Hammers who were training on the field suddenly shuddered. The next day in the English FA Cup semi-finals, Newcastle, who played with all substitutes, carried the momentum of bloodbathing Juventus, and swept the opponent Black Cat Sunderland 3-0 at home. Number 88 rookie Thomas Muller scored twice, and Zaha Ushervan scored a wonderful free kick. Newcastle advanced to the FA Cup final, and the opponent in the final was Arsenal. Today's 5,000 words. The state is really too bad. The plot is in my mind. I don't know why I can't type out the words. The production team's network connection was delayed again. The line was pulled to the team, and the big box was installed, but it was not debugged. Being deceived and delayed every day, Deozi was so angry that he couldn't even eat today. I really wanted to find a bomb to blow up the Humantown Telecommunications Bureau. Ziodeo was so angry. When the knife is in better condition, I will make up for the word count. Chapter 489 The Secret of RONALDO and -039 S outburst. Advancing to the FA Cup final means that Newcastle is only one step away from the second championship of the season. Arsenal has played against Madly many times in the past 3 years and has never won the game. Many Newcastle fans have already regarded the FA Cup championship trophy as a bag. In England, the FA Cup is a very important traditional event, and its importance is far higher than the League Cup. If winning the League Cup in the competition with the Red Army Liverpool is just a small step on the road to Newcastle's revival, then winning the League Cup is equivalent to laying the foundation for the future Magpie dynasty. Therefore, although Sunderland is just a weak team, the victory of the game still made Newcastle excited for several days. In the next game, Newcastle still maintained a good state. April 5th. The 33rd round of the Premier League was launched. Interestingly, Newcastle's league opponent was the Black Cats, Sunderland, who had just been swept in the FA Cup semi-finals. Newcastle played at St James Park and defeated the opponent 1-0. Argentine striker Crespo's header in injury time was very dangerous to keep the Magpies' winning streak alive. This game was a big test for Lee Tongfan. Without the help of the FM 2009 system, in order to win the game, Leoli still used the Hammers' most familiar 4-1-2-1-2-2 wing formation. Alien Ronaldo and Nuclear Warhead Shevchenko, the two strongest strikers in the Magpies' current personnel configuration. However, the process of the game was very difficult for Lee Tongfan. Newcastle's attack encountered a fatal obstruction. Sunderland is currently in the third from the bottom of the relegation circle. As the head coach, Former Manchester United legendary captain Roy Keane adopted a completely opposite iron bucket tactic from the FA Cup semi-final that just ended, which once made Newcastle's attack bloom, but not bear fruit. Fortunately, Argentine striker Crespo made a desperate strike at the critical moment and saved the team. The difficulties encountered by Newcastle in this strong weak dialogue game gave the head coaches of many mid and lower level Premier League teams hope to fight for a point against Crazy Lee, and also made Lee Tongfan realize that if the Hummer GeoBook notebook with FM 2009 system cannot be retrieved as soon as possible, perhaps failure will come soon. At the moment Crespo scored, an idea suddenly popped up in Lee Tongfan's mind. Haha. Why don't I do this? Maybe it will work. Lee Tongfan was impressed by his own cleverness. If this method is feasible, then even if the Hummer GeoBook notebook is not found in the end, the problem can be easily solved. After the game, Lee Tongfan hurriedly attended the post-match press conference, handed all matters to assistant coach Alan Shearer, and then hurriedly drove into the vast night streets. Half an hour later, Lee Tongfan returned home, and even had no time to eat dinner, so he locked himself in the study and started the experiment. Old Lee took out the latest Hummer military notebook fastbook he had just bought, pressed the power button, and set a series of initial user confidentiality settings according to the product manual. Lee Tongfan took out the one he had saved and insert the magical pirated CD in the safe into the CD-ROM drive of the Hummer fastbook and start installing the game. Lee Tongfan's idea is very simple. If the lost Hummer GeoBook cannot be found, maybe reinstall this pirated CD on the new computer, and maybe copy the FM 2009 system to the new computer. The CD-ROM drive of the Hummer fastbook makes a light woohoo sound, which drives Lee Tongfan's heartbeat, as if his fatherly Ying's tiger-headed striped cat named Zayake is scratching his heart. The LCD screen flashes blue, and soon a line of English appears. Attention! Please note, this installation program is FM 2010. Since the installation time is not within the time required by the system, forced installation will have unpredictable consequences. Do you want to continue? Lee Tongfan was dumbfounded. The next day, the time for the Ying's postoperative rehabilitation checkup was approaching. Wan King accompanied the two elderly people to Belgium to go to Green George Hospital for a postoperative restorative checkup. Lee Tongfan took Bear early in the morning and spent an hour walking from the villa in the east of the city to the Rigburton training base. This was Wan King's request, walking the dog and keeping healthy, killing two birds with one stone. When pedestrians saw Lee Tongfan, they wanted to surround him to ask for an autograph or take a photo, but when they saw the hideous bear, they all consciously walked aside, and Leoli was much quieter. The role of Bear is far more than that. During the team's training, Bear would lie down on the side of the training ground and draw with Lee Tongfan scolding from time to time. The seriousness of Newcastle's hammers in training would surge like taking Viagra. In the next 3 days, fans and reporters who came to the wire fence outside the Rigburton training base would always see a magical scene. During the training of the first team, whenever the head coach Crazy Lee found someone slacking off on the training ground, he would kick the big black dog beside him, and the big black dog would bark at the lazy guy with a cold light in its eyes, just like a soldier who had received an order from the commander. Under the strict supervision of the big black dog, no one dared to be lazy anymore. A magical scene. Is this the latest training method created by Crazy Lee? Is this big black dog the secret weapon for Newcastle's strong fighting spirit despite the continuous winning streak? The fans were talking about it, and the reporters quickly raised their cameras to capture the wonderful scene of the big black dog barking at the fat Ronaldo, and Ronaldo rolling on the ground to do physical training. During the training break, it was time to meet the fans' autograph requests according to the team's usual practice. Bear replaced Ronaldo, Shevchenko and others, and became the new favorite of the fans. This Scottish Shepherd also showed a cooperative attitude that made Lee Tongfan and the Hammers dumbfounded. It seemed that it could see the kindness of the fans and faced the palms that's warmed up and kept touching it. It moaned comfortably. Friends of the audience, everyone welcome to the Green Weekly Fun program. I'm the host Tina. Every Friday night, Tina will bring you interesting stories about Premier League stars. However, today, our protagonist is a dog. The Scottish Shepherd dog, Bear, appeared on the TV screen, baring its teeth and roaring at a player on the training ground. Before we really introduce this dog, let's take a look at who was chased and bitten by it. The camera zoomed in, and all the viewers in front of the TV suddenly found that the fat man who rolled away in a hurry was actually the Premier League superstar, Alien Ronaldo. Whose dog is it that is not afraid of aliens? It must be an extraordinary Earth dog. Haha. Now, let's take a look at its owner. The camera flashed, and the smug expression of Crazy Lee appeared in the audience's sight. This Scottish Black Shepherd dog named Bear by Madman Lee has now become a celebrity among Newcastle's pets. In just 3 days, countless Newcastle fans have become its fans. It is now an indispensable member of the Newcastle coaching team and has made outstanding contributions. The story of a dog's fame spread just like that. Ronaldo. Goal. Wonderful overhead kick. This is his second goal of the game. The magic of aliens is unstoppable. Newcastle has taken a 2-goal lead. Facing a team like Portsmouth, the Magpies have shown an unstoppable state away from home. The British traitor, Sester, who was finally cured of appendicitis surgery and discharged from the hospital, roared with all his might. Ronaldo scored twice in the 65th minute of the game. This scene reminded me of a scene in the Green Weekly Fun program a day ago. Maybe the Scottish Black Shepherd dog named Bear can really inspire the player's fighting spirit. It has magic. After all, he is the dog of Crazy Lee. Sester was silent. Pointly Tongfan put his hands in his pockets and stood quietly on the sidelines watching the players celebrating wildly together, and then turning his head to see the time the game had been going on, he finally felt relieved. According to this situation, Newcastle should have no problem winning this game. Another game. The FM 2009 system requires gamers to run the game at least once within 30 days. Otherwise it will be wiped out. Now 9 days have passed since the Hammergeo book was lost. For Laoli, there are still 21 days to find the notebook. In terms of time, he is not particularly anxious. What worries Lee Tongfan is that if the system issues some fatal tasks during this period, it will be miserable. If he cannot complete the damn task on time, the game will end soon. Newcastle finally relied on Ronaldo's double goal and Crespo's goal in front of the goal after coming on as a substitute, and finally swept Portsmouth, a far weaker opponent, 3-0. Portsmouth goalkeeper David James, who once had a feud with Crazy Lee because of the England national team quota, still failed to stop the opponent's winning streak despite his superb performance in the game. After 34 rounds of the league, Newcastle is still 8 points ahead of the second-placed Manchester United. Arsenal and Chelsea are ranked 3rd and 4th respectively, and Liverpool is ranked 5th with a difference of 1 point. This is the first time this year that a strong team from the traditional top 4 has fallen out of the top 4 as the league is about to end. Newcastle's sudden rise has taken the spot that originally belonged to Liverpool. If the standings do not change after the last 4 rounds of games, then in the Champions League next season, fans may never see the Red Army that created the biggest miracle in the history of the Champions League final again. Of course, falling behind by only 1 point also leaves a glimmer of hope for Benitez and the Cops. First update, second update 15 minutes later. Chapter 490. Someone else is going to be unlucky. Ronaldo scored twice in the game against Portsmouth, and once again people turned their attention to the Scottish Black Sheepdog, Bear, standing next to Crazy Lee. However, in a fan survey conducted by the Newcastle Post, 99% of the fanatical Magpie fans unanimously protested that Madman Lee called such a cute, handsome, sharp, and sharp dog Bear. More people are willing to call it hero because it was Bear who insisted on supervising Ronaldo meticulously during training and drove the aliens to crawl and roll to death in training, which could help Ronaldo deliver wonderful answers in the game. According to statistics from the Newcastle Animal Health Department, in just 3 to 5 days, the number of people who came to apply for Scottish Shepherd pet licenses has increased horribly. More and more citizens are keeping a bear-like dog at home. Proud of such a pure black Scottish Shepherd dog. Every morning, walking in the streets and alleys of Newcastle, you will see many strong men in pajamas walking big black dogs. When they meet, they will even compete with each other enthusiastically to see whose bear is taller, more powerful, more intelligent and exciting. The sharp increase in the number of large pet dogs has improved the security of Newcastle. The loyalty and ferocity of Scottish Shepherds have frightened many young people. However, the increasing number of cases of citizens being bitten by dogs has also made Newcastle a better place. The city government is in dire straits. Hey, why is it that the person being chased and bitten by the bear is the shameless fatty LUO, and not me, who the fans call the honest and cute young gentleman? At the Bottom training base, Podolski stopped the football at his feet during training and thought depressingly, if it were me who was bitten, maybe the person who scored twice in the last game would become a hero. That's me at this moment. Something wonderful happened. Lee Tongfan, who had been carefully observing the players' training status on the sidelines, saw Podolski stop the ball at his feet and immediately roared like a lion who had been robbed of his spouse. Lucasy, you lazy guy, what are you doing? Then, bear immediately barked and rushed in Podolski's direction. The violent sounds of one person and one dog filled the entire Bottom training base. A large number of fleeing birds were startled outside the barbed wire fence. It was like a meteor shower fell on the training ground. They were all crazy. Leahy, bear, the saliva sprayed from his mouth. Podolski started training by climbing and rolling, and his wish came true. However, Prince Bolty was not the only one who was scared to death. Everyone else was shocked by the ferocity of bear and the severity of the leader, and they all began to train seriously. After Lee Tongfan shocked the hammers with his roar, he stood on the sidelines and began to seriously think about the tactics and starting candidates for the next game. Although the 1-month erasure deadline is getting closer and closer, Leoli doesn't know why, but he is not worried at all. There is a mysterious feeling that keeps telling men, say, oh man, the notebook will come back within 30 days. Therefore, before the Humageo book comes back, Leoli must use his brain power to ensure that the team wins every game, so that after rerunning the FM 2009 system, he will not receive a lot of system errors amidst a ding-dong sound. Fine. In the next game, Newcastle's opponent is very strong Atletico Madrid. The first leg of the UEFA Cup semi-finals will be played at St. James Park Stadium. The schedule of home and then away is the least ideal arrangement for this 2-round knockout match. Moreover, Atletico Madrid is considered Lee Tongfan's it's an old enemy. During the Real Madrid era, Leoli led Real Madrid's hammers and suppressed this local derby rival to the point where the Madrid region couldn't even raise its head. He was regarded as the #1 enemy by Atletico Madrid fans this time. Meeting in the UEFA Cup is definitely a match between enemies. Atletico Madrid has performed well in La Liga this season. After 30 rounds of La Liga, they have defeated the Yellow Submarine Villarreal and the Bat Legion Valencia and other powerful players, ranking 4th in the standings. There are 2 risks. Kuro and Ego Fallen both showed super competitive form for such a team. Without the help of the FM 2009 system, Lee Tongfan did not dare to be careless at all. Moreover, what is even more serious is that Atletico Madrid is a team that holds a grudge. Mexico's veteran coach Javier Aguirre has long spread rumors through the Spanish media that he must win Newcastle to advance to the UEFA Cup final. To this end, they gave up the last 2 La Liga games and carried out a large-scale rotation of the main players just to preserve their strength and prepare for the UEFA Cup semi-finals. Facing the challenge, the 2 people Lee Tongfan misses the most are Lightning Killer Michael Owen and Angel Wing Juan Mata. If these 2 super players can come back in time, Newcastle's winning rate can be increased by at least 10 percentage points, and the answer given by team doctors David Nugent and Yanato is that it is still unknown whether they can catch up with the game against Atletico Madrid. In addition, what bothers Leoli is naturally how to restrict the 2 super shooters Aguro Gavron. The Argentine and the Uruguayan have jointly scored 41 goals for the Shenzhen Army in this season's games. With goals and 25 assists, it can be called the top 3 terrifyingly efficient striker combinations in Europe in the 2008-09 season. After a day of training, Lee Tongfan did not find any good solutions. April 14. On the 15th day after Lee Tongfan lost the Humageo book, Atletico Madrid got off the plane in London and took a bus to Newcastle. It is said that there are more than 10,000 fans cheering for Newcastle with the stars of Atletico Madrid. Countless Atletico Madrid fans are waiting for the day when the team defeats Crazy Lee. Although the Champions League match that just ended was more star-studded, this match was also a rare strong collision. The Madrid people attracted a lot of attention under the banner of revenge, and the three words Crazy Lee are a guarantee of attendance and ratings. Therefore, more than a dozen TV stations in Europe broadcast the St. James's battle on the 15th. In the afternoon of the 14th point, Lee Tongfan ended the team's training ahead of schedule. All the first team members took a bus to the city centre hospital and brought flowers and fruits to visit a person, John Newton, a young bus driver who was seriously injured in Turin, Italy. After returning to England, Newton has been receiving further rehabilitation treatment at Newcastle City Centre Hospital. His condition has improved a lot, and he is recovering slowly. He is expected to be discharged from the hospital in a month. During this period, Lee Tongfan often took time to go with Wang King to see this loyal fan of Newcastle and Crazy Lee, so he knew Newton's situation very well. Point before the official start of the big battle with Atletico Madrid tomorrow, Lee Tongfan felt it necessary to let the Hammers go to the hospital to see Newton, so that they know and see what their fans have paid to support them to win on the court. When Lee Tongfan and the Hammers arrived, Newton had just received a comprehensive examination arranged by the hospital. From the smile on Ella's face, we can know that the examination results are definitely good news. Hey, John, I wish you a speedy recovery. You know, without you cheering in the stands, I have no energy to play football. Alan Smith is Newton's favorite star. Macho Man put flowers and fruits on the bedside table on behalf of the players. This time, Smith, who is always taciturn and cool, surprised everyone by saying several sentences in a row. Looking at Newton, who used to be as strong as an ox lying on the hospital bed, he has become as thin as a matchstick in just a few days. Looking at the pregnant young woman Nelly who has to take care of Newton, the throats of Newcastle stars seem to be blocked, and they don't know what to say. Why Newton was injured, they already knew it clearly from the boss. Even though they had already slaughtered Juventus at the LP Stadium, it was far from enough for John Newton. Just an unusual victory could not make up for everything this fan had done for them. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone felt that it would be a sin if they could not put the League Cup championship in front of this skinny young man. Lee Tongfan was secretly happy when he saw this scene. It is said that the Chinese Cuju team likes to carry out some ideological education whenever they have something to do, but they often do nothing and lose the game without hesitation. In fact, they also have many lovely and respectable fans, but they never pay attention to these people. Newton, who was lying on the hospital bed, was obviously in a much better mood when he saw the arrival of the stars. A rare jersey of Alan Smith signed by the whole team and a group photo were handed to Nelly. Macho Alan Smith was even more fierce. He decided to bear all the medical expenses of Newton. However, Nelly said gratefully, in fact, all the medical expenses have been paid in full by Lee. The Hammers turned their heads in unison and looked at Lee Tongfan with contempt. Ronaldo said very depressedly, "It's so shameless. Every time there is a chance to show off, the boss always takes the lead. The opportunity should be left to us." Yes, yes. A group of Hammers agreed shamelessly. Lee Tongfan's performance was even more shameless. He smiled sinisterly. "Since everyone is so thoughtful, I suddenly feel that I can't stand out too much, so I decided to give this opportunity to you. Starting from next week, this money will be deducted from your salary." With a bang, the Hammers all sputtered and fainted. Before the sunset sank below the sea level this afternoon, there was laughter and joy in Newton's ward, which diluted the pre-war tension that enveloped Newcastle. On the way back to the training base, Lee Tongfan saw the extreme desire for victory in the eyes of the Hammers. "In this game, even without the help of FM 2009, my team will win. Atletico Madrid wants revenge." The Hammers found that the leader's face showed his signature shameless smile again. Everyone made a cross on their chests and thought gloatingly, "It seems that someone is going to be unlucky again." The second update. Once again, thank you to every brother and sister for your unwavering support during this period. Thank you. Chapter 491. I won't tell ordinary people. In the eyes of the Hammers, the person who is about to be unlucky is none other than the opponent from Spain, Atletico Madrid. Because every time the leader shows such an idiotic smile, it means that he is taking risks again. However, The Mexican veteran coach Javier Aguirre, who is aiming for revenge, obviously does not know what is happening in the Newcastle team. Of course, he does not seem to care about what tricks Crazy Lee is playing. The news held after the training that day at the press conference. Aguirre's speech revealed the Spaniards' confidence. Obtaining a promotion spot is a matter of 2 rounds, and the away then home schedule is more beneficial to us. Both we and Newcastle have a chance, but I think our chance is better. Newcastle's recent form, it's a bit unstable. In fact, Aguirre is right. Although Newcastle has been victorious in recent games, judging from the game process, the victory was indeed a bit lucky, and except for Juventus, the opponents they encountered were all weak. Team does not explain the problem. However, after the game started on the second day, RZHU discovered that maybe he was too optimistic about the difficulty of the game. Lucas Podolski, with Cesta's passionate cheers, the whole of St. James was like a pot of boiling water, boiling non-stop. Goal. Newcastle gave the visiting team a head-on blow, a super long-range shot of about 40 meters from German winger Podolski, earth-shattering. Wow. 36-year-old France, the former national goalkeeper Coupe, made a fatal mistake at this moment. He was distracted and had no reaction to the shot. Haha, what on earth was he thinking? April 15th. At 17:03 in the afternoon, Newcastle's golden sun rays can also project sunlight from the roof of St. James Stadium, spreading golden beauty on the green. At this time, less than 3 minutes had passed in the first leg of the 2008-2009 UEFA Cup semi-final between Newcastle and Atletico Madrid. However, in less than 180 seconds, Newcastle scored. On the court, Prince of Polty, Podolski burst into tears at this moment. It's so fucking effective. Sure enough, you can score a goal if you are bitten by the boss's dog once. You were kicked from such a distance. Actually scored a goal so easily? In this case, it seems that I should find a chance to be bitten by the bear every time I train. Also, in tears, was Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Coupe. This game was supposed to be his long-awaited battle to clear his name. After all the hard work, Barthez, a bald man, retired from the national team. Seeing that his wife of many years became a mother-in-law, she finally became a regular member of the Gallic Roosters. Goalkeeper, who knew that this position was not yet popular, but the damn madmanly brought out a young Hugo Lloris and took away the position of the national team's main goalkeeper from him in a few moments. In this game, Coupe had been holding back his anger and fighting spirit, just to prove in front of the whole world that his abilities were much better than the rookie who was touted by the English media as the so-called Spider-Man. However, who would have known that less than 3 minutes into the game, the opponent would hit a super world wave. Coupe felt that thick black smoke must be rising from his ancestral grave at this moment. Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? In the midst of Coupe's tears, St. James is seething, laughing, and applauding with abandon! What could be more satisfying for this stadium than to see the team you support score a goal at the start of the game, before the fans have even warmed up their butts? The golden sun rays gradually exited the lawn. The huge lights at the top of the stadium were all turned on at some point. St. James became a huge brightly lit white palace. The huge cheers erupted from the stands, with a decibel enough to knock down people from here. Flying UFO force when the Italian referee Glorious blew the whistle to restart the game. St. James still did not stop boiling. The crowd in the stands was like erupting lava, and from time to time there would be hot sparks splashing down. At this time, the Atletico Madrid players, who had been beaten down, finally started their counter-attack. Atletico Madrid's new golden boy Agüero and the former European golden boot Diego Forlan formed a dangerous duo, showing the Newcastle people their power. The 4th minute of the game. After Fernando Gago, Argentina has another young and agile defensive midfielder Banega. When facing the defense of his senior Gago, he made a long-range shot that seemed to be overwhelming, but at the last moment it changed. It became an overhead pass, and all of a sudden, it deceived almost all Newcastle defenders in the middle. The direction of the pass is the route Agüero is running. The one who defends Agüero is Swiss international Felipe Senras, who has suddenly emerged in Newcastle's defense, and his performance has become more and more stable, even when Ju regrets selling him. At this moment, Facing the pass, Aguero's choice caused the entire St. James to exclaim. No one knew what he was doing. Because the Argentinian striker did not choose to take the ball with his back like most forwards do when facing this kind of pass, and then wait for an opportunity to break through with his teammates, or rely on his own ability to forcefully turn around and shoot. Aguero's choices run ahead of the football. There was a strange scene on the court. The lob shot from the 20-year-old midfielder Banega floated lightly on the backside. Aguero, who was supposed to receive the pass, saw the football like a mouse seeing a cat. He turned around and ran away. In just 3 seconds, Aguero came to Senderos. At this moment, a big man of 1.9 meters and an elf of 1.72 meters faced each other, creating a lot of sparks. Senderos reacted immediately. He stepped sideways to the right about 20 centimeters, and then slightly lowered his center of gravity. Anyone who is familiar with Senderos knows that this action is his signature move, a brutal cross-body block. After joining Newcastle, many well-known forwards fell to Senderos's move. With a height of 1.9 meters, a weight of 85 kilograms, and limited violent strength after modifications to FM 2009, plus countless practical experience in being stuck in top leagues, these unique advantages allow Senderos to use them whenever he has the opportunity. This move almost never fails. Therefore, facing the onrushing little Argentine forward, Senderos was full of confidence. However, at this time, an incredible change occurred. Aguero, who was running at high speed, was in danger of being hit. His back seemed to have eyes, and he could see everything that happened on the court. He just tilted his head slightly, and the football fell against his ear. Just when the football was about to hit the ground, he stretched out his toes and gently released it, and the football stopped firmly in front of him. Then, Aguero didn't pause at all. In the flash of lightning, he seemed to be walking in space. His upper body did not move, but he drifted to the right in an instant. Then, he accelerated forward in an instant. St. James's exclamations rose uncontrollably to a terrifying level, with more than 60,000 mouths open to the limit, as if he suddenly and uncannily saw God standing in the clouds, showing the halo above his head and the wings behind his back. Aguero's series of actions almost exceeded the limit of what a normal person's reflexes could react. Senderos's killer move, which was invincible throughout the Premier League, was useless in front of Aguero. What? How is this possible? Senderos's pupils shrank suddenly at this moment. Aguero's instant reaction change not only broke his killer move, but also infinitely expanded his weakness of slow turning speed. At least, the stiff body now made Senderos rose, understood that he was absolutely powerless to defend next. After the breakthrough, Aguero almost instantly formed a single-handed move. The Newcastle players did not expect that their most trustworthy teammate would be defeated by their opponents in an instant, when they originally had an absolute advantage. It was too late to make up for the defense. Therefore, at this moment, all Newcastle's hopes are pinned on Spider-Man, Hugo Lloris. Aguero poses for a shot. This is an extremely standard long-range shot. That's it, right? It's the near corner. Hugo Lloris made an instant judgment. He had watched Aguero and Diego Forlan's shooting highlights countless times before the game, and his brain instantly reflected Aguero's most likely shooting route. But the corner of Aguero's mouth drew a proud arc, not shooting, but passing. The football slowly rolled out from his feet and flew dozens of centimeters away from Hugo Lloris. It did not shoot towards the near corner, but moved sideways along the lawn towards the far corner of the goal. And there, another sharpest sword of the Sheets Legion that had been ignored by people stabbed out silently. Diego Forlan appeared in a trance like a ghost in the most deadly place. Gently a little. The ball goes in. The door is broken. Exclamation mark. Everything is quiet. St. James's screams caused by Aguero's series of dribbling moves that exceeded the limits of the human body had just reached the last decibel, and something even more shocking happened in Newcastle's goal. Originally, Newcastle entered the world wave in less than 180 seconds of the opening game. Everyone thought that the game would be on the track of a hearty victory like the Alps Stadion. However, who knew what would happen in the away game? Atletico Madrid actually took less than 2 minutes to bring the game back to the same starting line. Aguero's dazzling performance and Diego Forlan's clever and skillful one-shot fatal blow. This kind of terrifying tacit understanding that can almost be described as a telepathic connection made Newcastle people finally start to wake up a little. The competition has embarked on an unknown track. The game, in the silence of St. James's, resumed. Newcastle won the ball. The angry counter-attacks were like a flood that broke a dam. Wave after wave of violent Newcastle players rushed towards Atletico Madrid's goal. The cheers of tens of thousands of Magpies fans in the stands covered up the St. all the other sounds from James. Courtside. Agüirre's face showed a satisfied smile. Being able to score an away goal at St. James is simply pie in the sky for Atletico Madrid's promotion path. If they can maintain the current draw in the next game, or even if they are scored by Newcastle, scoring goals is completely acceptable for your own team. When we return home, the value of this goal will be revealed. Perhaps this is a good opportunity given by God to break the myth of madman Li Quansheng. The Mexican old man who was in a good mood immediately redeployed the team's tactics after the restart. Atletico Madrid retreated even more fiercely. In addition to Agüero, even the powerful striker Diego Fernando Lan, it's not necessary to participate in the defense. And the other side. Li Tongfan also stood on the edge of the court after the game started, carefully observing the state of his opponents on the court. The growth of various values that symbolize Leoli in the FM 2009 system has made Leoli as good as any world-class coach in terms of on-the-spot judgment and ability to read the game. Li Tongfan wants to take advantage of this, from find Atletico Madrid's flaws in the game. However, what Leoli didn't expect was that his opponent's goal was broken before the opponent's flaw was found. 3 years ago in La Liga, Li Tongfan saw Agüero playing and Diego Forlan playing. Moreover, even today, 3 years later, before the start of this game, Li Tongfan I have carefully studied the playing style and power of Atletico Madrid's striker combination that shocked Europe countless times, based on the video. However, in the actual game, the abilities displayed by the two still exceeded Li Tongfan's expectations. Compared with the young boy who debuted in the European League 3 years ago, Agüero has matured and grown many times, and Diego Forlan has also disappeared after years of polishing. The murderous intent of the past has become even more deadly. After all, Li Tongfan still underestimated this striker combination. Moreover, Li Tongfan can now see that in addition to the power of this striker combination exceeding his expectations, Mexican coach Agüero's choice of formations also greatly exceeded his expectations. Because the treacherous Agüero actually adopted a nuclear-free formation, Atletico Madrid gave up the midfield and only left two defensive midfielders, Raul Garcia and Bain, in their backcourt. Plus, the front court and center are completely blank, with no one deployed. On the offensive line, in addition to the two strikers with excellent individual combat capabilities, Agüero placed heavy troops on the wings. Portuguese winger Simao and Spanish winger Antonio Lopez were constantly on both sides, cross-changing positions, using personal speed and skills to continuously sprint, or shoot by yourself, or pass the ball to risky teammates, which is extremely threatening. Such a tactic is not the regular tactic adopted by Atletico Madrid in the last 10 rounds. Well, it should be the Mexican boss who specially used it in order to restrain Newcastle's 4-1-2-1-2-2 wing tactics. Trained in secret, Li Tongfan quickly figured out the key to this and couldn't help but curse secretly. What a cunning old Mexican man. Just when Li Tongfan was still thinking hard about cracking Atletico Madrid's 4-2-0-2-2 tactics, the situation on the field changed again. In the 12th minute of the game, Newcastle scored. The person who scored the goal is still Prince Podolski. Today's German striker may have done something good like helping an old lady cross the street before the game, or picking up $1 and handing it to the policeman. His character was very impressive during the game, because his second goal was tricked in through a long shot. This time, Podolski and Zarshavin, who were not supposed to appear on the same side of the court at the same time, accidentally made a small coordination error on the same side after a cross position change. On the wing, after getting rid of the entanglement between Simon and Uifaruhi in consecutive one-toss, Prince Bolti shot angrily from the right side of the penalty area. The football is like a human cannon, the dinosaur Kessie, which penetrates Atletico Madrid's goal like white lightning. French goalkeeper Capet once again looked at the ball and sighed. Facing such a shot, Cupboard's first feeling was that maybe he is old. So old that he really can no longer guard the goal for the French team. Boduerski. When the team needs it most, our hero once again stood up. Cesta was shaking with excitement. Another world wave. Podolski's long-range shot penetrated Atletico Madrid's goal for the second time, and Hupe once again became the most miserable person. The onside statistics have come out. This is the speed of a kick, a shot that exceeded 146 kilometers. Incredible. At this moment, Podolski is the hero in the hearts of all fans. St. James, which had been suppressed for more than 360 seconds, finally had a reason to boil again after silence. At this time, the sun only left the last layer of red halo in the distant harbor, and the white stadium looked like it was erupting. Crater. Podolski knelt on his knees and once again shed tears of excitement. There is no doubt that this is definitely the result of being chased and bitten by a bear. Ronaldo was like this last time, and I'm still like this time. Wow, hahaha. I found the secret to scoring goals. Hey, do you want to share this secret with others? Well, let's see who is the best to me first. I won't tell the average person. The excited Podolski wished he could hold his leader's big dog, Bear, in his arms and kiss him for a few times, but a group of black shadows pressed down head on. Is this? Help. Podolski had just seen it clearly, and the ones that were pressing down on him were his teammates who had jumped up. Before he could scream, he was suppressed at the bottom point. 30 seconds later, Podolski's legs and feet were twitching, and he struggled to stick his head out from the bottom of the crowd. He dragged his chin with his hands and thought fiercely, damn, I won't tell anyone the secret of the goal. These guys are too stupid. Broken at. This time, Lee Tongfan's eyes lit up as he stood on the sidelines. MLGBD, hey, I finally figured out how to use Uncle Iggy's weird tactics on the team uniform. Wow, hahaha, I'm such a genius. Today, I went to town with my mother to get my teeth fixed. These words came out overnight. Anything missing will be made up for tomorrow. Thank you brothers and sisters for your support. Chapter 490. To the living room is a mess. In less than 10 minutes, the two sides scored 3 goals. Such a heated game made every fan's blood boil, both at the scene and in front of the TV. After the game restarted, Newcastle's tactics changed, and the change was very simple. The Magpies' many attacks were suddenly concentrated on the two wings. In the past, wing attacks were the two major attacking methods of the Magpies. A strong push from the middle was abandoned. Zarashevin faced off against Antonio Lopez, and Prince Porty faced off against Simeo. The game became a duel between the 4 wingers. The 4 of them were like 4 fast sports cars, racing on the edge of the court, galloping up and down the road, picking up grass clippings along the way. This is the way Lee Tongfan thought of to deal with Iggy's weird tactics. Atletico Madrid's attack seems to be focused on the 2 forwards. In fact, the real offensive power is the 2 wingers. Iggy gave up the midfielder, MC, and attacking midfielder, AMC, and used the 2 back midfielders. The midfielder, DM, strengthens the team's defense, so the only way to deliver football to the 2 forwards is from the wing. Maybe strengthening the wing defense can contain Atletico Madrid's offensive, but I have to force Aguilera thinks he is the most powerful player, so who is afraid of who? I made my fortune by attacking from the wing. Lee Tongfan didn't believe that Arshavin and Podolski would lose to Simeo and Lopez. Moreover, Leoli's tactics are to undermine Atletico Madrid's self-confidence to the greatest extent. When the opponents see that even their strongest means are not Newcastle's opponents, in the next round of the game, their morale and confidence will quietly decline unconsciously. Without the FM 2009 system in Hamageo book, when facing such a 2-round knockout match, Lee Tongfan must remind himself that from the first second of the game, he must consider the final result. Because, just considering the head coach in front of you, he will definitely be eliminated. Lee Tongfan's adjustments had an immediate effect. 17th minute. Newcastle won another victory. It was the alien Ronaldo who contributed to the team, and the one who passed the ball for the fat alien was Zarashevin. This time the goal was scored through the wing. Podolski quickly turned around when his opponent Antonio Lopez tried to pass the ball, stepped on the ball with his toes, pulled the football back, and then passed the football to the other end of the court immediately. Czar with his back to the roast pig. Atletico Madrid defender Ajfalusi stepped back with the instep of his right foot when facing the ball, and then quickly turned around from the other side of Ajfalusi. The entire movement was as fast as lightning. Dazzling. Czar Arshavin used such a difficult move to tell Atletico Madrid's Lopez how to do a real man-ball separation, but poor Ajfalusi had nothing to do about it. Even if he wanted to commit a foul, the hand that stretched out to tear the jersey only caught a wisp of air. Arshavin crosses. Ronaldo takes the lead and shoots. Francis Rakup once again fell to Newcastle's shot. The football flew into the goal and rubbed against the net, making a soft swish sound, and then slowly rolled out. St. James rejoices. Point 3:1 exclamation point. After a brief ups and downs, Newcastle finally regained control of the game at its own pace. We finally saw the familiar Newcastle team with a score of 3:1 in the first 20 minutes. Maybe Madmanly will once again bring us a soul-shaking massacre. The narrator, Sester, looks toward the "beautiful future" in excitement point. After scoring the goal, Ronaldo started the samba dance that has long been known to the world. His light steps made it impossible for you to tell if you only looked at the part below the belly. The dancer was a 76-kilogram fat man. Marcelo, who had the hair of Gautama Buddha, also rushed over and danced with a playful smile. Podolski was also pulled into the dance circle by Arshavin. The prince walked stiffly and wondered while dancing, "This is wrong. Fatty hasn't been chased and bitten by a bear these days, so why can he score goals? It must be a coincidence. Haha, a coincidence." Courtside point. Mexico's famous coach Aguirre's face changes continuously. The world-renowned head coach couldn't help but secretly curse the cunning Madmanly in his heart. However, he also had to become. Compared with when he was teaching in La Liga, Madmanly was more targeted in on-the-spot command. More flexibility. If Newcastle continues to play like this, the score will be even wider. No, we must not let the rhythm continue according to Crazy Lee's plan. Although he was reluctant to petition, Aguirre had to admit that the short Russian man that Crazy Lee bought from Eastern Europe and the German striker who seemed to never be able to adapt to the wealthy German forward were better than those he carefully selected. Simeo and Lopez are strong. If they really continue to follow Crazy Lee's script, then Atletico Madrid will be the first to collapse. So, he knew that changes had to be made. His changes: defend. The two wingers no longer devote all their experience to the offense, but retreat to their own half and defend with the two fullbacks. In this way, Atletico Madrid's offensive power is only Alquero and Diego Forlan. A 6-2-2 formation without any ambition. However, no one would laugh at Aguirre facing a team of Lee the Madman who had entered a "crazy state." Even if he adopted the legendary 1-0-0-0 formation, it was just 4. Facts have proved that Aguirre is worthy of being an old fox who has been in the football world for more than 10 years. The adjustments he made to counter the opponent's moves quickly curbed Newcastle's crazy wing advancement, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. The game was carried out in such a repeated battle until the end of the first half. People thought that during the 15 minutes of the halftime break, the cunning Madmanly would come up with a magic weapon to defeat the enemy and defeat Atletico Madrid, which could only defend. Even Aguirre himself was trembling in the team's locker room for a long time, thinking about the tactics that Madmanly might adopt in the second half, and how he should defend. However, after the second half started, Aguirre was shocked like everyone else, because Newcastle's tactics did not change at all. Not only did they repeatedly sprint along the sidelines, constantly divide the ball to the two wings, constantly cross the sidelines, and constantly engage in pressing with Atletico's sideline heavy troops, Arshavin and Podolski's speed and technical advantages were difficult to display in a narrow space. The game was like two shit-stirring sticks constantly stirring a pool of mud, and the situation was becoming more and more unclear. Aguirre frowned. He couldn't figure out what Madmanly was thinking. In this way, the game slowly progressed to the 80th minute. Atletico Madrid, who defended with all their strength, tried their best to prevent the goal from being penetrated again. The Magpies, who put most of their energy into the attack, also maintained a 2-goal lead. 81st minute point. The situation on the field finally changed. Madrid was like a snail that had been hiding all night and finally slowly stretched its tentacles out of its shell and started to attack. Because, at this time, Agi finally figured out the intention of Crazy Lee. I won't change it, because Crazy Lee is satisfied with the current score and situation. The 2-goal lead is enough for Newcastle to enter the final. The reason is so simple, but why did I think of it now? Agi suddenly realized that he didn't know when, even though he was a veteran, he was shocked by the reputation of Crazy Lee. He actually thought so much about such a simple tactical intention. I really old? Atletico Madrid's sudden effort caught Newcastle, who had been immersed in the attack, off guard. This was their first counter-attack after 20 minutes of the opening, but it was this counter-attack that scored a goal. This time, the goal was still scored by Tongfan. After receiving a long shot from Aguero's sideline pass, the Uruguayan player fired a super falling leaf ball about 35 meters away from the goal. The football did not rotate in the air and drew a strange S-shaped arc. Faced with such a shot, Spider-Man, Hugo Lloris had no way to deal with it. The ball went in. 3:2! Atletico Madrid, playing away, incredibly scored a goal. Madrid's agent created a miracle. They unexpectedly scored again in the 82nd minute of the game. The drowsy fans in the stands woke up instantly. Now, Newcastle is in danger. They conceded 2 away goals to their opponents, which is very unfavorable for the next round of games. With less than 10 minutes left, Newcastle must strive to score more goals. Commentator Sesta began to analyze the importance of Fran's goal point. The Newcastle fans in the St. James's stand were like angry beasts in desperate situations, bursting out the most terrifying howls, and the huge sound waves were like an oncoming tsunami. The fans hoped to wake up the players on the field in this way. However, no one expected that the worst thing was not Tongfan's goal, but the scene that happened on the field next. Perhaps he was shocked by Tongfan's amazing goal and had not recovered for the time being, so when Ronaldo kicked the ball back to Gago behind him after the restart, Gago, whose stop ball value was as high as 18, actually stopped the ball 1 meter in front of him. This was a fatal mistake, because after Gago reacted, the ball had been grabbed by Banega, a compatriot who was 4 years younger than him, and then Banega passed the ball. Another counter-attack. Newcastle's players were trying to use the ball after the restart to organize an attack, so they were desperately moving forward. Atletico Madrid's counter-attack took advantage of the difference in running direction this time, and a simple pass cut into Newcastle's penalty area. It was Aguero who got the ball. After twisting and turning in a small area, Aguero once again broke through Senderos' defense and chose to pass the ball to goalkeeper Hugo Lloris. At the back post, Tongfan, who appeared like a ghost, poked lightly, stopping the beating of Newcastle's heart. The ball went in. Aguero's shaking and passing completely deceived goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, creating an opportunity for Forlan to face an empty goal. Faced with such an opportunity, a shooter like Forlan, who has entered the peak period of his career, is absolutely won't miss it. 3:3! Miraculously qualifying, Atletico Madrid incredibly tied the score. At this moment, the silence of St. James confirmed the madness and excitement of the fans of the Flyers Legion in the Madrid region of Spain. Such madness was far greater than Atletico Madrid's victory over the century-old rival Real Madrid in the Madrid region derby. It's going to be intense. Agi and Tongfan were both stunned at the same time. The difference is that Agi was shocked by this sudden and huge surprise. He did not expect that the game that was about to end in a 3:1 defeat would suddenly turn around and become an incredible draw. Destiny, at this unexpected corner, has undergone a huge change. But Tongfan was angry. Unexpectedly, before the game, I tried to think of ways to stimulate the Hammers' fighting spirit. I saw a victory that was about to be won, but in the blink of an eye, it slipped away with the light dark clouds at the top of the stadium. How can this be embarrassing? Including injury time, there are less than 6 minutes left in the game. Newcastle must do something to maintain the dignity of St. James. Without even thinking about it, Tongfan immediately waved his hand and asked the Hammers to attack with all their strength. You must attack. Even if you lose the game in the end, the offensive must not stop. Now, for Newcastle, it is not just a question of victory or not. Lee Tongfan must break the cauldron point soon. The whistle sounded, and the kickoff was restarted in the center circle point this time. No Newcastle player dared to be distracted at all, because when Lee Tongfan moved forward, almost stepping on the white sideline in front of the stadium command seat, everyone who was familiar with the leader knew that it was anger and a call for all-out attack. The score of 3:3 is definitely unbearable for Newcastle now. To score, you must score. Score as many goals as possible in the shortest time. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. 87th minute. Podolski used his body and speed to once again forcefully beat Atletico Madrid fullback Falusi, and then forced a pass. Shevchenko nudged forward and then backward. Ronaldo followed up and headed the ball towards the goal, but was missed by France. Cube easily picked off the ball. Ronaldo touched his forehead angrily. Heading was his weak point. He had a good chance in attacking the goal just now, but the ball he headed was really stinky. 98th minute. Zarashevin used his speed to get rid of the defender on the wing, then suddenly cut inside and shot with his right foot from the penalty area line, making a beautiful arc and hitting the far corner. Unfortunately, the football crossed the crossbar amidst the early cheers from St. James. 91st minute. Hugo Lloris took a goal kick and sent it directly to the front court. Alan Smith and Shevchenko made a header relay in the front court, sending the football behind the Atletico Madrid defense. Ronaldo stepped in from the back row like lightning and was about to form a one-on-one goal. However, before the cheers of St. James could be heard, the 1.91 meter tall central defender Pablo stretched out his kick without hesitation and poked the football out. Bottom line, the injury time lasted for 3 minutes, and half of it passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Atletico Madrid coach Agui was thinking about whether to use substitutions to delay the time. However, at this moment, he discovered that the fourth official an electronic sign indicating substitutions was raised on the sidelines. Newcastle substitution, at this time. Is it still useful? Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but have this thought in their hearts. Although they all knew the magic of Crazy Lee, if there was less than 120 seconds left to make a substitution, even if it was a real god, there is no guarantee that it will work. Otherwise, it will delay one's own attack time. Ronaldo out, Crespo in. The fat man quickly ran off the court and high-fived Crespo, completing the substitution in the shortest time. Want to take advantage of Crespo's advantage to score a goal? Haha, it's only sounded now. I'm afraid it's a bit late, right? Agui showed a winner's smile on his face. Scoring 3 away goals in St. James was something he had never dreamed of before. He didn't expect it to be achieved so easily. Although Atletico Madrid's loss to this goal is full of luck, but isn't the stadium a place that pays attention to luck? Originally, Agui wanted to use substitutions to kill the last bit of time, but for some reason, he suddenly didn't want to do it. Didn't you crazily make substitutions? I'll give you 60 seconds. I don't believe it. The Crespo you replaced can lead the score again within 60 seconds. Agui wanted to use this method to attack Crazy Lee's self-confidence and Newcastle's almost blind obedience to Crazy Lee, creating a psychological offensive for the next round of the game between the two sides. However, after just 30 seconds, he regretted it endlessly. Zarashevin passed the ball from the wing. Although Crespo lost his balance under the interference of Falusi, he still used his excellent ability to stay in the air while leaning back to shoot. The football was hoisted in a parabola from the front point, bypassing the head of Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Cube, who was struggling to challenge him, and was hoisted into the far corner of the goal. This goal really went in. On the sidelines, Mexican coach Agui's still yet disappearing smile was frozen on his old face. That expression was like being slapped 108 times by a shoe sole stained with dog shit. 4:3 exclamation point. Exclamation mark. Newcastle incredibly overtaken the score. Sester unreservedly showed that his lung capacity is comparable to that of a whale. Crespo. This goal is scored. A beautiful, timely, wonderful, perfect, unstoppable header. The Argentine striker gives Newcastle another try. A go-ahead score. This was the first time he touched the ball after being substituted and scored. Crespo is Newcastle's key man. He has scored winning goals for the Magpies many times this season when he came on as a substitute. 30 seconds ago, when Crazy Lee was about to replace him, there was almost no people believed that Newcastle could equalize the score with less than a minute of game time left, but he did it. They did it. Crazy Lee did it. Newcastle's confidence is back. The last words Sister said were exactly what Atletico Madrid coach Agui was worried about. Point for Atletico Madrid, who is playing away from home. A 1-goal deficit is not unacceptable when they have already scored 3 away goals. After all, there is still a second round for both sides. At that time, it was at Atletico Madrid's home court. Relying on Fallen, and with Aguero's tacit cooperation, it is not difficult to reverse the situation and advance. What the wily Aguirre is really worried about is that Newcastle's momentum, which was finally suppressed by Atletico Madrid's 2 lucky goals, was brought back from the brink by Crespo's goal. Once this goal is scored, at least the Newcastle players, whether they are substitutes or main players, will firmly believe that nothing can stump Crazy Lee, because God on the sidelines of the football field has once again proved through this immediate substitution he is still the magical instructor who can do anything. Therefore, the confidence of this team will skyrocket like crazy. In this way, the second round of the game will not be as easy for Atletico Madrid as it thought. Aguirre's face finally showed a worried look. Crespo's goal caused a huge earthquake in the stands of St. James Park Stadium. Lee Tongfan standing on the sidelines could feel the vibration coming from the stands. Tens of thousands of fans cheered. Tens of thousands of hearts beat rapidly. Everything was mixed together, witnessing a mood called survival from desperate situations, witnessing a kind of joy of surviving after a disaster, and also witnessing a kind of gratitude and admiration for the black figure who never lets the Magpies down. The game started very quickly, but ended very quickly. This is an interesting scene. After scoring the goal, Crespo did not bother to celebrate. He hugged the football from the center and ran to the center circle to set up, waiting for Atletico Madrid to kick off. However, when the Atletico Madrid players slowly took their positions, kicked off slowly and leisurely, before the football could even be touched by the third player besides Aguero and Fallen, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. Newcastle 4:3 Atletico Madrid. The huge electronic scoreboard above St. James finally settled on this data. A victory, however, not the one Newcastle expected. We didn't have good luck today, but I'm very satisfied with the performance of my players. We won the first victory. Next, in Spain, we will undoubtedly win the second victory! Because the record of the past 3 years shows that it is impossible for Atletico Madrid to beat me. At the press conference after the game, Mensah did not mention the difficulties the team encountered in the game, but looked at the second round with confidence and scored 3 away goals against Atletico Madrid. The advantage is that I don't feel worried at all. This approach realizes Mensah's style of I won't cry until I see the coffin, and I won't die until I reach the Yellow River. In response to Crazy Lee's unabashed provocation, Atletico Madrid coach Agui responded to reporters, "It is meaningless to just talk about history. The fact is that we almost defeated them in the away game and played 3 away games. The ball is a decisive advantage, and Newcastle will pay a heavy price for it." Agui used the pens and words of media reporters to constantly emphasize the importance of 3 away goals, exerting huge psychological pressure on Newcastle. Although the game is over, everyone can see that the 2 famous coaches are not over yet, but have entered a fever pitch. A narrow victory made the Newcastle players a little depressed. After returning to the dressing room, the Hammers sat on their chairs and bowed their heads in silence. After Lee Tongfan came back from the press conference and saw this scene, he didn't say a word. He just sat in the locker room with the Hammers and watched the game video again. After watching it, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and Leo Lee stood get up and announced that the next day will be a day off as usual, and then disband. The brightly lit White Palace of St. James gradually dimmed in the night. Lee Tongfan left the stadium of St. James Park and drove to the Rigburton training base. From the rearview mirror, he could see that several paparazzi reporters were driving slowly and following him. Old Lee ignored it. This kind of thing has happened countless times, and he has long been accustomed to it. In the Premier League, if there are no 3 or 4 paparazzi reporters following behind the car of a star every day, it can only mean one thing: you are out of date. No one cares about you anymore, and you have no value. The temperature in England in April has been slowly rising. Lee Tongfan opened the car window to let the wind from outside blow in. The gentle feeling was like the hand of a lover, which gradually calmed Lee Tongfan's irritable heart. If it weren't for the blind cat meets dead mouse substitution goal, this game would have been a disaster for Newcastle. It would have been the first time that Newcastle still didn't win when Lee Tongfan stood in front of the command seat. All the previous myths would have been broken. Thinking about it now, Leo Lee still has a fear. It has been almost 20 days since the loss of the Hamageo book notebook, and the 30-day erasure deadline is about to come. But for some reason, Lee Tongfan has a strange feeling that the lost notebook is about to come back. It is about to come back because Wan King accompanied Li Ying and He Feng to Belgium for the last comprehensive postoperative examination. Lee Tongfan is still the only one at home tonight. Before going home, Lee Tongfan drove to the Rigburton training base because the big dog, Bear, was still starving in the base, and Leo Lee had to take this guy home. Seeing Leo Lee coming, Bear, who had been hungry for the whole afternoon, showed strong dissatisfaction. He stood up on his front legs, bared his teeth, and growled at Leo Lee in a threatening manner. The man and the dog returned home hungry. Leo Lee stopped the car, came to the door, and grasped the gate of the villa with his right hand. Before he inserted the key, the door opened. Lee Tongfan was shocked, pushed the door in, turned on the light, and saw a mess in the living room. The 1000 words I missed yesterday, I made up today. I wanted to write 3 chapters, but the weather is too cold. If I continue writing, I can't ride a motorcycle to post. To be honest, I have been posting in the repair department for almost a month. I feel that the boss is annoyed when he sees me now. My face has been trained to be thicker than the corner of the city wall. I have no choice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Mummy Madmanly. Amid the all-night attention of countless Newcastle and Madmanly fans around the world, and the day and night curses of countless Atletico Madrid fans, and the secret joy of the 4 head coaches who will face Newcastle in the Premier League, Newcastle officially announced Madmanly's injury. We regret to inform all friends who care about and pay attention to Lee that Lee was bitten by his own dog and is receiving further treatment in the hospital. The specific injury is not yet determined. As for whether he will miss the next game against Atletico Madrid, please pay attention to the club's official website at any time. We will announce it to all fans as soon as it is confirmed. This notice on the Newcastle club's official website immediately made countless people fall in front of the computer screen with a bang. Is this a fucking notice? A lot of chattering and rambling did not explain anything at all. Is Madmanly TMD dead or alive, and will it affect the next game? These are the issues that everyone cares about most, and the notice did not reveal any information. People were wondering if it weren't for Crazy Lee still lying in the hospital in a half-dead state. Almost everyone would think that this notice was written by Crazy Lee himself. Otherwise, how could there be a hint of lewdness and vulgarity between the lines? Eyes continue to focus on Newcastle City Central Hospital. Countless Newcastle fans wearing black and white sword-striped shirts appeared at the hospital in trance, holding banners of prayer and support to cheer for their rivals in their hearts. Countless journalists carrying cameras and holding microphones surrounded the exits of various passages in front, behind, left and right of the hospital, fearing that Crazy Lee, who was as cunning as if he was covered with Vaseline, would quietly slip away in some way when they were not paying attention. It is said that now some newspapers and magazines have offered a sky-high price, offering a reward for a photo of Crazy Lee lying on the hospital bed, and it doesn't even need to be professionally taken. Blurry ones are fine. This has led to more and more people gathering at the city center hospital. Even the cleaners in the hospital have set their phones to film, ready to be the lucky ones who can capture the crazy Lee Quixote and get the sky-high reward. At 2 p.m., the much-anticipated moment finally came. A mummy accompanied by hospital nurses and Newcastle officials appeared at the door of the hospital, waving to the fans and the media. The crowd was quiet for a moment, and then suddenly it was like a huge whirlpool on the calm sea surface, and began to go crazy. "It's Crazy Lee," someone shouted. "Why is he tangled like this? Wasn't he just bitten on the arm?" Someone asked. "Could he have contracted rabies after being bitten by a dog?" Someone speculated. "Idiot, why would rabies wrap itself up like a mummy? Just find some tape to wrap its mouth." Someone expressed contempt. The crazy crowd wanted to rush in, but with the help of hospital staff and Newcastle official security guards, Crazy Lee, who was wrapped in white bandages with only his eyes, mouth, and nose, tremblingly got on the business car, then refused the interviews of reporters and walked away. Some reporters carried cameras to record this scene, and some people even broadcast live at the entrance of the hospital. After the business car finally disappeared from people's sight, everyone covered their mobile phones and cameras and scattered. They just took pictures of Crazy Lee wrapped like a white dumpling. The same photo. Everyone wanted to get ahead of others and go to the magazine media that issued the reward to claim the reward. In less than 30 seconds, the entrance of the city center hospital, which was originally crowded, became deserted, with only a pile of slogans and flags thrown on the ground with footprints all over the place. Even the cleaners of the hospital were nowhere to be found. Could it be that Crazy Lee is really about to die of his injuries? The old Mexican coach Agui looked at the photo of Crazy Lee wrapped like a mummy when he was discharged from the hospital on the front page of Marca, and couldn't help but raise a wave of questions in his heart. Everything that was happening in Newcastle, England, looked like a farce. It was simply not playing by the rules. Agui even felt like he was watching a fake drama performance with flaws everywhere. However, the strong mystery in the Mexican uncle's heart became more and more intense. Agui's intuition told him that Crazy Lee must be playing some tricks again, but he couldn't see his opponent's purpose clearly. There are still 3 days before the second round of the UEFA Cup semi-finals. Although the team had an advantage of 3 away goals in the first round, in Agui's view, Atletico Madrid's final qualification was not as bright as many Spanish media said. If they want to defeat an opponent like Crazy Lee, even if they win an away game, Eastern Europe is not safe, let alone just 3 away goals. We must find a tactical strategy that can guarantee the team's victory at the Calderon Stadium as soon as possible. Agui threw away the newspaper in his hand, rubbed his temple, and fell into thought. What? My photo is actually so valuable? Inside the business car, Lee Tongfan removed the bandages wrapped around himself with a look of regret on his face. "Alan, why didn't you tell me earlier? If this is the case, I can take a photo of myself. Maybe I can make some money." Hearing this, the people in the car looked at Lee Tongfan with extremely contemptuous expressions. Assistant coach Alan Shearer had black lines on his face. "The whole world knows that a photo of your injury is worth £10,000, but you are just busy pretending." "I don't know." Hearing this, the sultry man sighed with infinite regret. What a pity. £10,000. The people in the car couldn't stand the guy who was known as the £100 million coach. He sighed for a mere £10,000, foamed at the mouth and passed out. In the end, even the driver probably couldn't stand it anymore. He was holding the steering wheel. My hands couldn't help but tremble a few times. As the S-type commercial vehicle swerved in this direction, a group of people came back to life tremblingly. "By the way, how is Bear doing now?" Lee Tongfan suddenly remembered the black Scottish Shepherd dog, Bear, that bit him. This big dog was a gift given to him by King. Although it is a little ugly and a little fierce in appearance, its temperament is actually quite docile, and it has also behaved very smart in the past period of time. It is not like that a mad dog that bites people whenever it sees someone. Lee Tongfan still hasn't figured out why the bear bit the bald man like crazy. Bear was admitted to a pet hospital for examination. The good news is that he did not write down the rabies vaccine, so you don't have to worry about getting rabies. When Hiller said this, he deliberately looked at Lee Tongfan's bitten right arm, which only made old Lee feel hairy in his heart. Then he continued, "The bad news is that Bear will continue to be observed and diagnosed for a while. If it is judged that it really has a latent tendency to violence, then the only way to eliminate such a large and ferocious dog is to destroy it. Laoli's silent point. Although it had only been a few days, the sultry man had already developed feelings for Zion. To be honest, Laoli really didn't want Zion to disappear from his life just like that. Point. Alan Shearer continued to smile and said, however, according to the news from the police, maybe this time things are not as bad as we thought. The bear bites an unexpected harvest. Lee Tongfan's eyes lit up. What unexpected gain? Tell me about it. In the next day, major European newspapers and media published photos of Crazy Lee being discharged from the hospital, wrapped in white bandages like a mummy coming out of a pyramid. Since Newcastle's official website and the hospital have not made any specific announcement about Crazy Lee's listing, after the explanation, people have never stopped speculating on Crazy Lee's injury. The Sun. Crazy Lee was bitten by a bear carrying rabies vaccine. There is a possibility of contracting rabies. A generation of legendary coaches may retire. The Observer. It's just a scratch on the skin of his arm. Crazy Lee's injury is not as serious as people think. 2 days later, Crazy Lee will undoubtedly appear on the command bench at the Calderon Stadium. The Times. Vicious dog bites owner. Madman Lee is the world's unluckiest pet owner. Daily Express. Sacrificing himself to save others. Madman Lee's spirit is touching. Just like this, amid the storm of public opinion flying in the sky, the Newcastle team embarked on a journey to Spain to challenge Atletico Madrid away from home. According to Newcastle's official statement, Lee, who has just been discharged from the hospital, will not immediately go to Atletico Madrid with the first team, but will only go to the Calderon Stadium after receiving follow-up treatment, and if he can get permission. Game director. This news poured cold water on the hearts of countless fans who were looking forward to the Magpies defeating Newcastle on the road. The odds of major sports betting companies in Europe also quickly made adjustments, and Newcastle's position plummeted. However, some people don't seem optimistic. No matter whether Crazy Lee can finally come here or not, we must prepare for the war with all our strength, and not relax at all. You guys, just treat the matter of Crazy Lee being bitten by a dog as just a smoke bomb, and use 110,000 times more force. Come to this game with spirit. Mexico's veteran coach Agui gave the death order during the training of Atletico Madrid's first team, because he had a clear feeling Crazy Lee will definitely appear in the opponent's command seat. Definitely. Wang King carefully followed the instructions, and changed the dressing on Lee Tongfan's arm. It hurts. It hurts. The sultry man had a slutty look on his face, grinning in a pretentious manner, enjoying the care of the beauty, while boringly pressing the TV remote control point. In fact, the injury suffered by Laoli was not serious. Facts have proved that Zion is really a very spiritual shepherd dog. At that critical moment, Zion recognized that the thing stuffed into his mouth was his master's. The arm, showing mercy at the critical moment, only made 4 small holes under the influence of inertia. Otherwise, if bear bites him mercilessly, Laoli will have to say bye-bye to his arm. The bald man from England was a role model. After Laoli was bitten and frightened to death, the bald man from England wanted to run away when the situation was bad, but who knew that he could not escape the bear's vicious kiss in the end. A muscle on his calf torn apart, falling aside, and the reason why the sultry man pretended to be desperate was to see the concern and love that was almost overflowing in Wang King's clear eyes. That expression touched the softest part of Lee Tongfan's heart, making him feel that all the suffering he had endured for the woman in front of him in the past 8 years was worth it. It also made him feel that, even if the Hamagio book notebook could not be found in 3 days, and he was really wiped out by the insidious FM 2009 system, even so, his life would be happy and perfect. After changing the medicine, Wang King sat on the sofa, leaning softly on Lee Tongfan, without saying a word. The whole room was filled with a smell called happiness. Lee Tongfan used the arm that had just changed the medicine to hold Wang King's soft and slender waist, and held the remote control in the other hand, randomly switching the TV channels. The two were surprised to find that on TV, 40 to 50% of the programs were related to the incident of Madman Lee being bitten by a dog. When the Newcastle City Entertainment channel was switched, a big beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared on the screen. We did a very interesting survey. The most watched task in England recently does not seem to be coming to an end. The Prime Minister Blair in office, nor the global financial crisis that is erupting, but the story of a Chinese and his dog. However, what surprised us is that among all the answers given by the 10,000 English fans who participated in this questionnaire survey, what they most want to see again is the black Scottish Shepherd dog called Hero. The public support rate of this famous dog is as high as 67%, followed by Crazy Lee, whose support rate is almost half less than Hero. Shit. Lee Tongfan was so angry at such a conclusion that he didn't expect to be robbed of his limelight by Bear. In the hearts of fans, is he not even as good as a dog? Menseo changed the channel where the dark face .1 king was laughing so hard that her two shallow dimples and pointed canine teeth were exposed. Lee Tongfan took advantage of the girl's laughter and couldn't get dressed and leaned over to kiss her hard with a pout. At this beautiful moment, why do I have to pay for my phone bill when I'm so handsome, but you're so ugly that you actually want to call me? A childish voice sounded. It was Lee Tongfan's phone that rang without any consideration. Old Lee answered the phone angrily, said a few words, and his expression became serious. He put on his coat and said, "Officer Johnny has something to talk to me about. I'm going out for a while." Wang. King jumped up. "I'm going to. Wait for me." Spain. Madrid region. Calvaron Stadium. The weather was getting a little warmer as it was approaching May. Today is another rare good weather in the past 10 days. There is no wind in the air. The sun shines on the Calderon Stadium for almost the whole day, just like a sunken solar panel, absorbing huge heat, making the entire fan base like a volcano ready to erupt, full of enthusiasm. The Calderon Stadium stands, which can accommodate 63,241 people after the expansion, were already full 1 hour before the game started. More than 50,000 Atletico Madrid fans, more than 10,000 Newcastle fans, and 300 more than zero neutral fans, each with their own distinct camps, occupied large stands of the stadium, holding up banners, singing songs, supporting the team and players they supported. When the game was about to start, Newcastle officials still did not give a clear answer as to whether Crazy Lee would appear in the game, so the fans in the stands did not know whether the black magical figure would appear in their sight on time. However, the banners and flags that were as gorgeous as the azaleas blooming all over the mountains and fields showed the expectations of the Magpie fans for the head coach. It is worth mentioning that not all those who raised flags to support Crazy Lee were Newcastle fans. In the Madrid region, there is another team that has never given up the memory and gratitude for Crazy Lee. It is world renowned and has witnessed Crazy Lee's growth from an unknown to a super head coach known to everyone in the world of football. Its name is Real Madrid. Everyone says that the Galacticos are a team that is good at forgetting. In the star-studded Bernabeu, it is always the newcomers who laugh and the old ones who forget. Even if you are a superstar like Zidane or Ronaldo, you will be quickly forgotten here after bidding farewell to Real Madrid. However, the fans of the Galacticos have never forgotten Crazy Lee, a head coach who only coached in the Bernabeu for a short year. The Madrid fans who came to the bronze statue in downtown Madrid to give flowers have never disappeared. Do Real Madrid fans miss Crazy Lee, even to the point of obsession? Marca once conducted such a fan survey, and the result was that as long as Crazy Lee is willing to return to Real Madrid, the fans support the club to immediately fire the current head coach Schuster. Therefore, today, in addition to the fans from both sides of the war, there were also many Real Madrid fans who came to the Calderon Stadium. They held a huge "We will always support you" banner spread out in the stands. Come cheer for the legendary heroes of yesteryear. Soon, the sun's rays finally gradually disappeared on the green lawn of the stadium. Amidst huge cheers, the on-duty referee Chris Pat from Germany led the assistant coach out of the player tunnel. Behind the referees, the captains of the two teams led their teammates out with their pink and cute little ball boys in hand. As every Atletico Madrid player walked out of the tunnel, the cheers from the home team fans instantly blocked everything. The Newcastle people were in no mood to compete with their opponents. Their hearts were beating violently, and their realization was tight every second. Staring closely at the exit of the narrow player tunnel, It seems like a century, but it also seems like a blink of an eye. Newcastle fans and Real Madrid fans are waiting for a miracle to happen. Finally, when all the players came out, and when Atletico Madrid's head coach Javier Aguirre also came out, everyone's hearts beat at the most intense level. Will they come? Will he come? 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds later, the staff was already preparing to push the retractable door back, and the people who were full of expectations were about to sigh in disappointment. At this moment, an arm wrapped in a white bandage stretched out from the player's tunnel, and then, the familiar figure that countless people remembered forever walked out of the tunnel with arrogant steps and probed. Everyone laughed. This is how the familiar Crazy Lee appears. He came! Exclamation mark. The Calderon Stadium instantly erupted into an unstoppable cheer. The volume produced by more than 13,000 people easily suppressed their opponents who had 5 times the number of them. The sound was like a tangible thing, soaring high into the sky. The hearts of the Atletico Madrid players shrank severely. The referee Chris Pat blew the whistle to start the game. Newcastle, the visiting team wearing purple uniforms, took the lead to kick off. Ronaldo knocked the football to Shevchenko beside him, and, nuclear warhead, continued to pass the ball. Newcastle did not show its previous aggressive offensive momentum. The football was passed to the feet of goalkeeper, Spider-Man, Hugo Lloris after more than 10 seconds. The other players were all running hard. Atletico Madrid players all rushed forward. After Lloris let the football stay at his feet for a short time, he made a short pass and handed the football to the feet of left back Gareth Bale. Newcastle began to slowly stop the attack. This scene was clearly seen by Mexican coach Aguirre standing on the sidelines. Not in a hurry to attack? Is it because we are on the road, so we want to adopt a more secure strategy? In this case, thinking of this, Aguirre made tactical gestures on the sidelines. He asked Atletico Madrid's players not to press too hard on offense, but to stabilize first and look at Newcastle's tactical intentions. Aguirre always felt that Newcastle's performance was digging an insidious trap. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Crazy Lee actually appeared in front of the command line as he expected. Aguirre was glad that he was not fooled by Crazy Lee's words of never returning. On the field point, the football soon came to the feet of Angel Wings, Juan Mata. The Spanish midfielder finally started his game after nearly a month and showed good form. He used his skillful personal skills on the wing, passed through the ball with his feet, and moved out of the way with a fake move like a butterfly, and succeeded in overcoming the Atletico Madrid fullback. Unfortunately, Mata's final cross was due to a slight lack of height and was headed over the bottom line by Heitinga, the centre-back of the Sheets Army. Corner kick. At this time, Madman Lee, who had been sitting on the command seat with his right arm wrapped in a white bandage, finally stood up. He slowly came to the sidelines and looked at the disciples starting to take positions in the penalty area. With a proud smile on his face, "I still want to thank my brothers and sisters for their unwavering support during this difficult month. Knife sincerely thanks you. Thanks!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 494 FM 2009 System returns. After Angel Wings, Juan Mata returned to the starting lineup. Newcastle's right corner kicks were all taken by him. Mata's left foot has a good arc speed and angle. In the last round of the Premier League against Violent Ben Blackburn, he used a corner kick to score directly, which showed Mata's profound skills. And Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Coop had obviously seen the video of Mata's direct goal before this game, so when he chose his position, he paid attention to blocking the far corner and asked his teammates to set up a 2-person wall near the front of the penalty area, which was rare. Newcastle's big men squeezed into Atletico's penalty area. Ronaldo sneakily kept going back and forth between the front point and the penalty spot. Shevchenko played the role of interfering with the goalkeeper, and Senderos and Steven Taylor firmly blocked the front point and the back point. The whistle sounded, and the referee Chris Part signaled that Mata could take the penalty point back. Run up. Bang. The football was like a whip that was swung out fiercely, drawing a sharp and fast arc in the air. At this moment, Atletico Madrid coach Aguirre turned his head inadvertently on the sidelines. When he saw the arc drawn by the corner of Crazy Lee's mouth not far away, his heart couldn't help but click. Seeing Crazy Lee's confident expression, Agi suddenly felt a feeling called fear that instantly seized his heart. The next second, when Agi just turned his eyes to the court, a tide of cheers rang out. He saw the Newcastle players in purple uniforms celebrating wildly on the court, and the football was quietly lying in the goal. What happened? Mata center corner kick. The penalty area was in chaos. Look at this ball. It was kicked directly outside the penalty area. It was Alan Smith. There was no one defending him. He shot from a distance. Alan Smith's long-range shot. This is incredible. This is incredible. Just 1 minute and 24 seconds into the game, Newcastle, who played away, took the lead. Alan Smith, nicknamed Matcha by the media and fans, once again showed his signature heavy artillery. When heavy artillery players such as Roberto Carlos gradually faded out of the mainstream European leagues, Alan Smith, who was self-taught, has gradually become the #1 heavy artillery. This is a familiar scene. It is not the first time that Crazy Lee's team has scored with this tactical corner kick. The corner kick is directly sent to the middle and scored by the players outside the penalty area. It has become the signature skill of Crazy Lee's set-piece tactics. Commentators from various countries rushed to roar in the commentary booth, and the English commentator Sesta was the most excited and the Spanish commentator from Madrid was also flushed with excitement because this is the second time he has commented on the game of Crazy Lee's team since Crazy Lee bid farewell to Real Madrid 2.5 years ago. In the Madrid region, there is a group of people who love bedsheets and jerseys and hate Crazy Lee to death. But there is also a group of people who support the fluttering white clothes and will never forget the black figure. They love Crazy Lee to death. Less than 2 minutes after the game started, the giant electronic scoreboard on the top of the Calderon Stadium had become 0:1. Newcastle, who played away, used a set piece to break through the door held by the former French national team goalkeeper Cuppert. The total score of the 2 rounds became Newcastle 5:3 Atletico Madrid. If the home team wants to advance, they must score 2 goals in the next nearly 90 minutes and ensure that the Magpies have been silent. But it seems that this task is not impossible to achieve. All Atletico Madrid fans have turned their attention to their most trusted risk duo Agüero and Diego Fran, looking forward to the old and the young to stand up and turn the tide when the team needs it most. The game continues with the cheers and shouts of the fans. Agi looked at Crazy Lee not far away with a complicated look. He finally understood that he had fallen into the trap that the guy had planned for a long time at the beginning of the game. The reason why Newcastle did not show an aggressive offensive situation at the beginning, but kept passing the ball in the backcourt, was not because of the 3 away goals and had to adopt a safe tactic, but to break up Atletico Madrid's defense and create a set piece. You succeeded, but the game will not be so easy to let you get what you want. Agi gestured to the court. After the restart, Atletico Madrid was obviously a little anxious. The 2-goal deficit in the total score made every second very precious to them. Therefore, amid the desperate shouts of the fans in the stands, the bedsheet army launched a major counter-attack. On the court point, Banega, the 20-year-old Argentine midfielder who planned 2 goals in the first round, was controlling the ball point, having just landed in the Europa League. He still has the typical South American player's playing style. He used 3 consecutive instant turns in the opposite direction to get rid of the defense of his predecessor Gago. His posture was graceful and his movements were elegant, like a dancing elf on the court point. Banaga's series of actions won cheers from the fans in the stands, and even the commentator Sest couldn't help but admire. The South American player's sense of the ball and improvisation are amazing. Getting rid of the defenders, Banega drove straight into the penalty area of the Magpies. Newcastle's defenders did not dare to neglect and immediately pressed up to grab the ball point. It seemed that the 3 people were about to surround Banega, but at this critical moment, the Argentine midfielder suddenly stretched out his foot first and lightly lifted the football, which was like a balloon suddenly filled with hydrogen, and lightly jumped out of the encirclement. Danger! The Spanish commentator servants shouted before Sest point. The commentary booth was instantly filled with exclamations because they were experienced in observing the game and saw the lethality of this pass in an instant. The football fell at the feet of another Argentine short man, Agüero. Agüero faced Newcastle's central defender Senderos. As long as he dribbled past this stupid Swiss big guy, he could score a single goal. In the first round of the confrontation between the two sides, Agüero had a comprehensive advantage over Senderos. His realistic dribbling made Senderos, who turned a little slower, suffer a lot. In all 8 one-on-one confrontations, Senderos was defeated. So, this time, when Agüero stopped the ball and rushed towards Senderos, everyone was waiting for Agüero's single goal after passing his opponent. Even the goalkeeper, Spider-Man, Hugo Lloris has begun to judge Agüero's dribbling route and consider whether he should attack in advance. But at this moment, a scene on the field made everyone drop their jaws. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, Agüero lost the ball without any suspense. Senderos easily intercepted the ball from the feet of the small striker who was called the successor of Maradona. Then, the Swiss central defender kicked the ball directly. The football flew to the front court. Danger. The commentators shouted again. In the first 3 seconds after Senderos passed the ball, everyone thought it was just a random clearance. But soon, the commentators saw that, on the contrary, it was an extremely deadly counter-attack pass. The football started flying from the front of Newcastle's penalty area, like an intercontinental missile whose orbit was precisely calculated by a supercomputer, crossing almost the entire stadium, and flying towards the penalty area line of Atletico Madrid. At this time, almost all Atletico Madrid players were still in an offensive state. They were waiting for Agüero to use light and deadly dance steps like the previous 8 times, easily passing the stupid bald man, and then sending the football into the opponent's goal. However, the development of things shattered their dreams. The air defense alarm had been sounded above Atletico Madrid, but at this time, everything was too late. At that moment, the defense line that was pressed too high had no time to turn around. A purple lightning burst into dazzling brilliance, like an unstoppable lightning, piercing through everything. When the familiar and deadly pendulum bloomed in the penalty area of Atletico Madrid goalkeeper Coop could only do the same as many goalkeepers who fell under this deadly pendulum, raised his hands and surrendered, and then looked back and watched the man easily send the ball into the goal behind him. Alien Ronaldo. This was the 5th minute after the opening. An incredible 70-meter pass, a ghost-like offside, that made people unable to react in time. From the start of the attack to the ball being sent into the goal, it took only 12 seconds. One word, fast. Calderon Stadium was like a noisy rooster that kept crowing. Suddenly, it was strangled by an unknown force, and could no longer make any sound. Outside the Newcastle penalty area, Agüero, the successor of Maradona, who was accidentally hit by Senderos after the breakthrough, had not had time to stand up at this time point. He stared blankly at the football lying in his own goal in the distance, and then looked at Senderos back. Suddenly, he felt that everything that had just happened was so unbelievable. How could this Swiss man, who was like a wooden stake and didn't know where to go a week ago and was as stupid as a big white bear, suddenly become so agile? Agüero dared to swear that in the breakthrough just now, he absolutely did not make any technical mistakes. He was in the most normal and smoothest state, and the guy easily intercepted the ball under his feet. In less than 7 days, how could he have made such great progress? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. That guy got lucky. He got the ball so easily. Humph. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Senderos didn't know that his opponent was thinking so much point at this moment. He was celebrating wildly with his teammates. The total score was 6-3, and Newcastle was only 1 step away from the League Cup final. Goal. Ronaldo scored Newcastle's 2nd goal of the game. It's incredible. The Magpies scored 2 goals in just 5 minutes of the opening game goal. They used crazy offense to completely reverse the entire promotion situation. Calderon's 2 goals made Atletico Madrid's original 3 away goal advantages instantly meaningless. A typical Crazy Lee style blitz. According to statistics, Crazy Lee's team ranks first in the entire European continent in terms of scoring ability in the first 10 minutes and the last 5 minutes of the game. Today, they once again use their best. The blitzkrieg he is good at pushed his team to the cliff. With a total score of 6-3, Atletico Madrid must adapt to Newcastle's rhythm as soon as possible, otherwise, waiting for them will undoubtedly be the fate of being eliminated. Each of the commentators was shaking with excitement and roaring like a madman. The game only lasted less than 6 minutes, but it seemed as if God had given a kind of maddening magical power, causing everyone to secrete adrenaline violently and be in an extremely excited state. Mexican veteran coach Agui once again fell into huge shock and anger on the sidelines. Conceding 2 goals in a row within 5 minutes is definitely a huge blow that no team can bear. The UEFA Cup final was originally right in front of them, but now it seems that it is far away and cannot be seen. He turned his head and looked at the opponent's coaching bench. There, although his disciples were crazily crowding around and hugging each other, the expression on Madman Lee's face was so calm, as if the goal scored on the field had nothing to do with him. The white bandage wrapped around Crazy Lee's arm looked so dazzling under the print of the black trench coat that it seemed to make Aguirre unable to open his eyes. When Atletico Madrid fans booed unwillingly at the Calderon Stadium, the game restarted for the second time. Crazy Lee, go die, 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 oh la 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 la, madly go, die, die. I don't know when this simple song rang out from the stands. Obviously, with the team's poor performance, Atletico Madrid fans vented their anger on the opponent's head coach. In their view, if there was not that devilish figure standing in front of the opponent's command system, perhaps the team that scored 2 goals now should be Atletico Madrid, not Newcastle. Any team, as long as it is associated with Crazy Lee's name, will have invincible magic. Crazy Lee just gently went to the front of the command line to fight, even though he was bitten by his own dog a few days ago. After staying in the hospital, it was easy to turn the Calderon Stadium into the home ground of his Magpies. Amidst the chants that resounded throughout the stadium, the broadcast camera quickly moved from the field to Crazy Lee on the sidelines. Anyone who is familiar with Crazy Lee knows that this guy has always been a vengeful villain. Faced with anyone's provocation, he will unceremoniously respond tooth for tooth and blood for blood. However, this time, everyone who was waiting to see the wonderful scenes was disappointed. The man in the picture was just standing quietly on the sidelines. The huge sound behind him was like roaring waves. However, Madman Lee didn't even make a move to turn around. Octavia's cold eyes kept staring. The game on the field. Only those who are most familiar with Crazy Lee can see a hint of shuddering madness in those eyes. The game reached the 10th minute. Atletico Madrid, which was playing at home, but was lagging behind, launched a crazy counter-attack. Although such a choice is likely to be once again seized by Crazy Lee to launch a fatal counter-attack, the Sheet Army has no choice. They have always been a team that advocates offense. They would rather die on offense than survive on defense. This is a factor rooted in their blood. At this moment, Aguero got another chance. Strike partner Diego Forlan took the ball on the right wing, attracted the Newcastle defender, and then made an imaginative cross, giving him another chance to face Senderos, break through Senderos, and get a single sword. At the same moment, teammate Simon came in at high speed along the left wing and raised his hand to ask for the ball. Faced with a choice, the young and energetic Aguero's choice was to go it alone. Under his feet, the high-frequency feints began to show again. Like an intoxicating misdirection, Aguero rushed towards Senderos with the football. This time, it will definitely work. Of course Senderos saw Aguero rushing towards him. There was no expression on his face, but he made a slight sideways step. This is exactly the starting gesture of his savage blocking skill. However, this stunt of his was easily broken by Aguero in the first round of the confrontation between the two sides, with a 100% success rate. Has Senderos forgotten those 8 painful lessons? Aguero saw the familiar movements of his opponent, and finally a proud smile appeared on his tense face. To him, this kind of defense was just like paper. The line of sight creates sparks in the interlacing of 4 scenes. Football, getting closer and closer between 2 people. 3 seconds later, boom. 2 feet facing each other across the football. After a brief pause, Aguero was like a maglev train that had lost control, rushing into the penalty area and falling to the side, while Senderos still stood firmly in place. Football is at Senderos' feet. How is this possible? Aguero, who fell to the ground, turned around with difficulty. The lights coming down from the stadium ceiling made it difficult for him to see Senderos' movements clearly. In the dazzling white light source, Aguero's ears heard an exclamation like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. Senderos once again intercepted the ball from Aguro's opponent's foot. Is it a foul? No foul. The referee signaled that the game should continue. Senderos's pass is still a long-distance transmission, and the football flies towards Atletico Madrid's goal just like last time. In the commentary box, the famous speakers exclaimed in surprise. In the stands, more than 50,000 open mouths showed the limit of what their facial muscles could bear, and their hearts beating violently in an instant were like war drums beating at the same time. On the sidelines, Aguirre's pupils shrank suddenly. On the field, the Magpie Legion's counter-attack came again. Atletico Madrid's defensive core Pablo is rejoicing. Fortunately, when his teammate Agüero broke through with the ball just now, he had the foresight to direct his teammates to drag the defense back. Therefore, when facing this pass from Senderos, the team's defense does not have to worry about being instantly countered by the opponent's forward for offside and scoring another one-on-one goal. This time, Atletico Madrid's defense can stop Newcastle's forward head-on. When Pablo saw Ronaldo, who had succeeded in the last sneak attack, running sneakily along the gap in the defense line again, he smiled proudly. Then, while laughing, Pablo greeted him. As the main central defender of a La Liga giant, Pablo is self-aware. He knows that if Ronaldo stops the ball, it will be impossible for him to intercept him. Therefore, his choice is to wait for Ronaldo to stop the ball, interfering before stopping the football. However, Ronaldo gave Pablo no chance to interfere. In the first round of the confrontation between the two sides, Agüero's magic move of stopping the ball with his back and passing the ball in one go appeared on the court again, but this time, Ronaldo's performance was far more exciting than Agüero. The alien never slowed down. He didn't seem to know that the football had started to fall and ran straight towards the oncoming Pablo. Just when the two were about to collide, the most incredible move occurred. Ronaldo's right heel suddenly shot up while he was running, and the falling football was picked impartially over the heads of the two people. Just when Pablo's body stiffened, Ronaldo suddenly made a move without the ball. Marcel turned around and passed him with a 180-degree spin. A behind-the-back jump ball! Then, without waiting for the football to hit the ground, Ronaldo volleyed directly. Football, like a sharp sword of judgment, pierced the door of Atletico Madrid without giving the Frenchman Cup at the slightest chance to defend himself. 3:0! The total score is 7:3. For Atletico Madrid fans, what is happening at the Calderon Stadium is a nightmare that no one wants to encounter. Courtside at this moment, Lee Tongfan's calm face finally showed a smile. Atletico Madrid scored 3 goals at St. James's, which had once been the weapon they used to brag about Newcastle, and now, he gave 3 goals back to the opponent at the Calderon Stadium. Leoli just wants everyone to know that 3 away goals are nothing. As long as he is willing, my team can make the opponent's 3 away goals that he is proud of become a victory in just 10 minutes. What a stupid joke. And these 3 goals within 10 minutes are just the beginning. It took 10 minutes for the madness of Newcastle to begin the first movement, but the more crazy and exciting rhythm had not really arrived yet, because Hamagio Cook notebook has returned. FM 2009 system has returned. Read happily, be a happy person, and don't pass your unhappiness on to others with vicious words. I wish every book lover happiness. Chapter 495 The reason why the notebook was lost. 2 days ago. After Lee Tongfan received Officer John's call, he and Wang King hurried to the Newcastle police station. Lee, this guy's name is Anthony Parker. As for his identity, I don't think you can guess that he is actually the security guard of the villa complex where you are. Police station. Officer Johnny and Lee Tongfan stood outside the interrogation room. Through the glass, Johnny pointed at the bald man who was being questioned in the interrogation room and said, "That strong man was the guy who was bitten by a bear on the road the day before. It has been found out now that he was responsible for the 2 thefts. As for the lost property, they have also been found at his residence. Except for cash, there are many other items, and they are all in." Johnny roughly described the whole story. After being bitten by a bear that day, the guy named Anthony Parker was originally sent to the hospital for treatment. Later, the police intervened in this vicious dog injury incident. This was originally just a routine and simple investigation, but after a few short sentences of questioning and investigation, Officer Johnny, who seemed to be as tall as Mang Zhangfei, rarely thought carefully for a moment, and a question came to his mind flash. Newcastle's famous dog Hero has been found not to be rabid, and has never had a history of hurting anyone. But this time, why didn't he bite someone else, but got angry and bit Anthony Parker? Could it be? With this idea in mind, Johnny quietly used the investigation as an excuse to ask for details such as Anthony Parker's occupation. Now his guess became more certain. It turned out that Anthony Parker was actually a madman, the security guard of the villa where he lives. Johnny secretly investigated and found out a lot. He quickly obtained some favorable evidence and formally arrested Anthony Parker for further investigation. After finding the items lost by Crazy Lee at his residence, I couldn't wait to call and find Lee Tongfan to return the property in person. It turned out to be a theft case committed by an internal thief. No wonder he always sees it accurately every time he gets the chance. Lee Tongfan had some clarity in his heart just listening to Officer John's introduction. Lee also learned that this guy named Anthony Parker had served in the British Navy. After joining the security company, he had undergone some rigorous training and had an extremely strong sense of anti-investigation. This also explains why in the previous investigation, although the police used all means, they could not make any gains. However, there is a saying that the Skynet is sparse and meticulous. Who knew that one king would bring back a ferocious sheepdog from Southampton? Lee estimated that it was the one that Anthony Parker left in the house during his second burglary. The smell made Bear recognize him on the street. Someone once said that a dog's nose can remember and distinguish the remaining odors within a month. Lee still didn't believe it. Now that he thinks about that night, Bear sniffed around the house like a police dog. Not just joking, but really solving a case. And this blind cat really caught Anthony, the dead rat. If I had known this, I should have let Bear bite this guy to death. MLGBD, I was almost wiped out by that damn FM 2009 system. Come on, go back and give Bear more food. The moment he got the Hammer Geobook notebook, Lee felt as if a Tahang mountain had been overturned, weighing him down, and he could hardly breathe, and he instantly felt relaxed. Lee Tongfan couldn't wait to open his laptop to see if the FM 2009 system installed inside was running normally, but looking at the crowd around him, he still suppressed his mood. However, at this sudden moment, Lee suddenly thought of a strange question. Anthony Parker had already obtained enough cash and property for his first theft. Why would he do such a risky thing twice in a row? Moreover, according to Officer Johnny, Anthony Parker had not had any criminal record before. What is even more unreasonable is that a person like Parker, who has served in the military and has been carefully selected by the security company, should not just see money. I decided to do this kind of thing for money. When Lee Tongfan thought of this, he subconsciously had the worst idea in his mind. Could it be because Lee Tongfan realized that the matter was not that simple? After thanking the police for their help, he quietly made a small request to Officer Johnny. Well, I want to talk to Anthony Parker in person. Is it convenient? Johnny looked embarrassed, but as a loyal Newcastle fan, it was really difficult for him to say no when facing Crazy Lee. So, Johnny winked at his colleagues, quietly turned off the surveillance route, and then quietly exited the room, leaving the opportunity to Lee Tongfan. When Lee Tongfan entered the interrogation room, Anthony Parker, who was sitting under the strong light, obviously did not expect that he would see Madman Lee here, and there was an uncontrollable expression of surprise on his face. However, what surprised Anthony Parker was that Crazy Lee did not act as furious as he imagined, and did not ask himself excitedly why he did such a thing. Instead, he looked at himself with a very calm face. The black eyes on the sidelines can see everything clearly, emitting sharp light, as if they can see through their own hearts. Lee Tongfan sat across from the chair and turned off the strong light on the table. This was a method used by the police to put pressure on criminal suspects. Lee believed that it would not help him to ask what he wanted to know, but would instead arouse the other party's resistance. The sudden extinguishing of the strong lights made Anthony Parker a little uncomfortable, but it was clear that the bald man looked at Lee Tongfan with a hint of gratitude. Silence. Still silent. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be solidifying, and Lee Tongfan remained silent. In the end, it was Anthony Parker who broke the deadlock. The bald Englishman said slowly, "Mr. Idiot, I don't know if everything I say next will make sense to you, but no matter what the reason is, for this reason, after all, you saved my life from the vicious dog, and I'm willing to tell you everything I know." Anthony Parker glanced at Lee Tongfan's right arm wrapped in a white bandage with a complex expression, calmed down, and then said, "I sneaked into your home twice, not for money. I carefully preserved those things. Even the cash has been deposited into a special bank card, and I plan to quietly send it back to you as soon as the matter is over. You know, I'm actually also your fan." At this point, Anthony's expression suddenly became very calm, and then he smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly and continued, "You won't believe it when I say this, right? I believe, Lee." Tongfan's expression was calmer than that of Anthony Parker, "because I can more or less guess a little bit of what you know." The bald man was stunned and suddenly laughed. "You are indeed worthy of being called the god on the sidelines of the football field. I can only tell you that many people are secretly investigating you. This is a very powerful force. It is so powerful, it is simply impossible for one person to resist. They suspect that your record on the football field may be due to some power that the world does not know, or in other words, it is a method that the world does not know, and the player you spent 3 years building the database is a secret coveted by countless commercial espionage companies." Finally, Anthony Parker's expression calmed down again. He leaned up from the chair he was sitting on and whispered in Lee Tongfan's ear, "Lee, I only know so much, but you must pay attention to yourself. Because you are in big trouble this time." Calderon Stadium. Newcastle fans and Real Madrid fans were singing loudly, like a crazy party. Several Real Madrid fans even shed tears with excitement. Crazy Lee stood on the sidelines and directed. Ronaldo scored an incredible magic goal. Once upon a time, this scene was a scene that often happened at the Bernabeu. At that time, they were the happiest fans in the world. But who knew that the afterglow of the myth would disappear after just one season? Madman Lee waved goodbye, and taking away Ronaldo soon after. Originally, countless Real Madrid fans would never see the two perform together again in their lives. Who knew that today, they would actually see this haunting scene at the home of their century-old rival Atletico Madrid? How could they not be excited? Tis the complete opposite is the Atletico Madrid fans. Ronaldo's goal is like a gleaming steel knife, cutting off the last trace of expectations in their hearts. The huge gap of 4 goals is almost enough to bury any ball. The team's path to promotion, not to mention that the Sheets army has not shown any signs of winning the game in the past 10 minutes. The despair of ice and the madness of fire collide at the Calderon Stadium. Stretching out his hand, he pulled up Aguilar, who was lying on the ground with a dazed look on his face. Senderos turned around with a smile and returned to his position, waiting for the game to restart. When he intercepted the ball from Aguilar's feet twice just now, the technique he used was still a savage crossbody block, which is an improved version of the crossbody block! In the first round of the confrontation between the two sides, Aguilar's magical dance steps broke Senderos' superstition of crossbody blocking techniques. Just like Warcraft, Drogba broke Senderos' superstition of strength with a head-to-head confrontation. Humiliated him mercilessly. However, this time, Senderos did not recover like last time, not only because he has honed his steel-like consistency in the suffering of the past 2 years, but also because he got a card from the Lord. Coach Lee Tongfan CD records everything that happened on the field in detail, recording the way Aguilar cracked his crossbody brutal block and put forward very targeted improvement suggestions! This is why in today's game, he could easily steal the ball when facing Aguilar's breakthrough twice. However, Lee Tongfan's cunning obviously does not stop there. After tailoring this method for Senderos to steal the ball from Aguilar's feet, Lee Tongfan also formulated a set of instant counter-attack tactics to address this. After stealing the ball, using Senderos' long pass and Ronaldo's speed, Atletico Madrid was caught off guard and the gap in the game became 3:0 in a blink of an eye. The two sneak attacks took advantage of Atletico Madrid's superstition about aggro. When their strongest point was instantly broken by the opponent, it became the biggest flaw, and anyone would fall into a short stagnation. And Alan Smith's long shot from a corner kick shortly after the start of the game took advantage of the bug corner kick tactics of the FM 2009 system. That day, Leoli finished a conversation with Anthony Parker, and after returning home, he hurriedly opened the Hamagio book. After running FM 2009, he began to count all the gains and losses in the system during the time he left the Hamagio book. To Leoli's surprise, in the nearly 1 month since he lost his notebook, the FM 2009 system did not release any new system tasks, and everything was developing in the most normal way. Newcastle's victory in reality earned Lee 44 points of character points. In this match against Atletico Madrid, Lee Tongfan was like a thirsty man who was about to die of separation from his wife for 30 years. He used all the functions of the FM 2009 system to cheat crazily. In the previous FM 2009 system push, Aguirre and his Atletico Madrid died miserably. The game is still going on point. After being beaten to a pulp in just 10 minutes at home, the Atletico Madrid players were inevitably getting more and more angry. Moreover, seeing head coach Aguirre standing on the sidelines and making the lethal tactical gestures that had been agreed upon long ago, their movements became more and more violent. Amid the boos, people and horses were thrown to the ground and straw sandals flew everywhere on the field. However, the German referee Chris Pate seemed extremely affectionate and repeatedly turned a blind eye to the rough fouls of the Atletico Madrid players. The game began to become intermittent. What's going on? The despicable Madrid players adopted a lethal tactic. They tried to use rough fouls to stop Newcastle's increasingly fierce offensive. The referee's enforcement standards were too lenient. Damn it, is he really a German? Cesta cursed angrily in the commentary booth. Point not far from Cesta, there was a Madrid player who he called despicable. Spanish commentator servants. However, servants obviously did not hear the curse of his English counterpart, because he was also cursing Atletico Madrid. Damn Atletico Madrid, they must have done it on purpose. The lethal tactics are the old routine of the Mexican villain Aguirre. When facing Real Madrid and Barcelona, Aguirre often uses this method to limit the performance of star players. This old guy who does all kinds of evil should become a rugby player. The game is going out of control. The players and fans of Newcastle turned their eyes to the sidelines. In the past, when facing such a scene, the boss would always use his magical brain to quickly come up with a solution to the problem. But this time, Lee Tongfan's gesture to the Hammers was be careful, don't get hurt. When the Hammers saw this gesture, they wanted to spit and faint on the lawn. Is this also a solution? 23rd minute Atletico Madrid winger Simeo used a move similar to the invincible scissor kick to knock down Juan Mata from the back, who was holding the ball and preparing to start. This dangerous foul finally made the German referee move his golden mouth and blew the whistle to end the game. Newcastle won a direct free kick on the right side of the penalty area. About 40 meters away from the goal. Alan Smith, Juan Mata and Gareth Bale stood in front of the football. Frenchman Coupe had cold sweat on his forehead and directed his teammates to form a human wall. Before the game, the team had studied the game data and videos of Newcastle players countless times, so Coupe knew that the three masters standing in front of the football not far away were all free kick experts. That arc kick was as sharp as killing grass without hearing a sound. Soon, Atletico Madrid formed a human wall. In order to make his goal look safer, Coupe asked 7 players to form a super long giant human wall. If the rules did not allow it, Coupe would have put all 10 teammates on the goal line. If he could move the legendary Great Wall to block the goal line. Force, the referee blew the whistle. Coupe's eyes turned faster than the rotating glass beads at this moment. He kept shifting his gaze between the 3 penalty kick players, trying to determine who would take the free kick. However, when Alan Smith, Juan Mata and Gareth Bale all started running towards the football at the moment the whistle sounded, Coupe's head was infinitely big. Then, the purple figures on the left and right side suddenly paused, and the figure in the middle swung his legs and raised his feet. Bang! The football soared from the green lawn and then hit the net at an exaggerated speed of superluminal speed. GOAL. The ball went in. Cesta once again got ahead of all his peers and shouted loudly, "Gareth Bale." This young player scored Newcastle's 4th goal of the game, a wonderful and powerful lark free kick, and Coop had no reaction to it. Newcastle's number 19 player Gareth Bale, a wonderful free kick. This goal reminded me of Roberto Carlos, Giggs, Adriano, Mihajlovic, and the Spanish commentator servants was also crazy. However, soon after, something even crazier happened on the field. Agui looked at everything happening on the field a little dejectedly. He knew that this was revenge from Crazy Lee, but he had no way to deal with it. The so-called lethal tactics were just a joke in front of Crazy Lee. In order to install broadband, today I followed the employees of the telecommunications bureau who came to the countryside to help, but who knew that I was played like a monkey again. They said it was available last Monday, but it was delayed until this Monday. They said it was available today, this Monday. It's hopeless. DOZ is about to explode. I don't know when this fucking network will be available. Every day when I come to the repair department, the boss's mother gives me a hard look. People under the eaves really have to bow their heads. Giving cigarettes and alcohol is useless. Let's get the new year over quickly and go back to HD. At least I have my own broadband. I'm going crazy. Chapter 496, The Crisis Brought by Perfection. Courtside Pointly Tongfan made substitution adjustments. The substitution was made in the 24th minute of the game. Although it was a bit early, it did not make the entire Calderon Stadium crazy. What really made all Atletico Madrid fans crazy was the target of Crazy Lee's substitution. He actually replaced the goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, and the one he replaced was surprisingly the unknown player of the Atletico Madrid U18 youth team in the past, and now the future genius goalkeeper David Hedia, who is famous in the Europa continent. The pearl that was once covered in dust has blossomed with dazzling smoothness in the hands of the enemy. Now it is standing on the opposite side of itself. How can this make those Atletico Madrid fans who are already devastated feel so embarrassed? They had no reason to blame Hedia for his betrayal, because they had not given Hedia the slightest chance to see the light of day. Therefore, the Madrid agents could only hate Madman Lee crazily. They thought that by doing this, it must be that damn China. People deliberately came to humiliate the bedsheet army, and the song Crazy Lee Go, Die, 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 Die rang out all over the mountains and plains. However, Mexican coach Aguirre on the sidelines saw more. Hugo Lloris received urgent treatment from the team doctor after he came off the field. The legendary Chinese team doctor who can use acupuncture is performing acupuncture treatment on the young French goalkeeper. It seems that the header from Raul Garcia just now did hurt Lloris. Aguirre recalled in his mind more than 30 seconds ago, when Atletico Madrid made a cross from the wing, midfielder Raul Garcia suddenly stepped in to fight for a header and collided with the goalkeeper, already trailing 4-2-0 at home. Foul tactics no longer have the effect they should have. The team's final honor must be won in the most honorable way. Aguirre loves football, but he never thinks there is anything wrong with foul tactics. Since strong teams can have the advantage of having superstars, then weak teams naturally have the right to foul. In the league against Barcelona and Real Madrid, sometimes, he is indeed accustomed to using foul tactics, because this tactic can help the team win the game. However, Aguirre has never agreed with the media using so-called destructive tactics to describe his tactical choices. Those are completely two concepts. He like to use tactical art to describe his foul tactics. However, today, Aguirre has seen that the foul tactics he is used to using have no effect at all. When falling behind by a big score, committing another foul is already a waste of time. Every tactic has its best use. The opportunity. Once the opportunity has passed, no matter how good the tactics are, they will not be as effective as they should be. Now, the time to use foul tactics has long passed. The huge score gap leaves Atletico Madrid to use upright offense and defense to win the final glory of the Calderon Stadium. So Aguirre came to the sidelines and once again made a gesture of tactical change. The players of Atletico Madrid were shocked that the boss suddenly changed the established tactics arranged before the game, but the good tacit understanding and strict discipline formed by working with Aguirre over the years allowed them to unswervingly implement the coach's new tactics. Everyone who was paying attention to the game was suddenly surprised to find that the game became smooth again. The offensive rhythm of both sides became faster, and the climax came one after another. This is, haha, interesting. Lee Tongfan also discovered the changes in Atletico Madrid's tactics. Although he didn't know what the grey-haired coach opposite him who had dominated football for more than 20 years understood football, this sudden change in Atletico Madrid's tactics, but deserves respect from himself, and Newcastle point the game, after a brief period of chaos, began to gradually return to normal point in such a smooth and fast rhythm. Time was like a disc that was suddenly fast-forwarded. In the blink of an eye, the first half was about to end. Both teams created threats in front of the opponent's goal, but they both not sure. Force. The referee blew the final whistle of the first half. There were too many stories in the 45 minutes of the first half. The endless fouls and fierce fighting exhausted the physical strength of the players on both sides. Every one of them looked like they had just been fished out of the water with wet hair. The water can be squeezed out. German referee Chris Part enjoyed the enthusiastic boos from Newcastle fans and Real Madrid fans when he passed by the sidelines. In the first half, his decision that clearly favored the home team made the atmosphere on the court extremely tense. Nervous, Madman supporters are obviously very unhappy with Pat. It was an awkward moment for Pat. 15 minutes later, the game started again. Neither side changed the team's tactics during the halftime break, nor did they make substitution adjustments. Newcastle's players all put on new jerseys, and the game still went on smoothly. What has also not changed is that the referee Chris Pat's penalty scale is still unswervingly biased in favor of the home team Atletico Madrid. Both sides continued to create threats in front of the opponent's goal. Bucero, who was intercepted by Senderos twice in a row, showed his basic qualities as a professional player. He never chose to go alone after getting the ball. Senderos paid more attention to the cooperation with his partner Fran. The trick arranged by Lee Tongfan before the game was no longer useful after two consecutive sneak attacks succeeded. From the first second of the second half to the 64th minute of the game, everything was perfect except for the lack of goals. However, in the 65th minute, imperfect things still happened. Bucero and Diego Forlan played a wall-to-wall cooperation at the front of the penalty area, tearing apart Newcastle's defense. Forlan dribbled the ball into the penalty area and was about to shoot. However, at this moment, Steven Taylor came from behind. One dangerous slide after another, the football was knocked out of the bottom line first. There is no doubt that this is a perfect rescue. Diego Forlan, who fell to the ground under the influence of inertia, had no objection to this. The Uruguayan striker got up from the ground and began to retreat. Other Atletico Madrid players also stood firm and waited for Newcastle to kick out. Goal kick. However, some people put forward a different view. The German referee Chris Pat blew the silver whistle without hesitation this time. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of unbelievable eyes, his finger pointed at the penalty spot. The referee awarded a penalty kick. This was a perfect rescue. Taylor touched the football first, and it was not a tackle from behind. The referee was only 3 meters away. He should have seen it clearly. This should not be a foul. Miscarriage of justice. An extremely obvious miscarriage of justice. Damn it. The linesman did not raise the flag. Chris Pat must have forgotten to wear his contact lenses during this game. His law enforcement level is simply a piece of shit. In the commentary box, commentators from various countries immediately saw the all-round slow-motion replay of the scene in the penalty area, and they all questioned the penalty point. The broadcast camera immediately focused on Crazy Lee on the sidelines. People wanted to know what kind of expression this vengeful coach would have on such a referee and such a penalty. Would he be furious? A sarcastic smile? Or some fantastic counterattacks? Or raise his magic middle finger? However, what appeared on the camera was a thoughtful face with a calm expression, as if he had expected this scene. Veteran Diego Forlan stood in front of the penalty kick point on the other side of the football as Forlan's former junior brother, David DG, a young man who left Madrid for his own future. He is only 18 years old at the moment. Amidst the boos, referee Chris Pat blew his whistle that represented fairness and justice on the court. Diego Forlan looked at the Newcastle players a little apologetically. He didn't intentionally dive just now. Even he didn't expect the referee to make such a penalty. However, as a professional player, you must stand up and score this penalty. Boom. After a gentle run up, it was an effortless spoon penalty. Fallen is full of confidence in his penalty kick skills. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. 18-year-old David Hedia stood on the goal line without any prediction or movement, as if he had forgotten to make any moves due to nervousness. It seemed that Fallen had already known that he would take a penalty kick in this way. He did not take off, stretched out his arms and gently grabbed the football. The calder and stadium fell into a deathly silence. Diego Fallen looked up, and the strong light coming from the top of the stadium made his sight only a dazzling pure white. In a trance, Fallen remembered that sunset evening a year ago. The boy who helped him practice penalty kicks on the sidelines of the training ground. When faced with a penalty kick, a shooter has 5 options: 4 corners, up, down, left, right, and the middle. I'm used to sending the football into the goal in the most exciting and unexpected way. This was what he told the young man at that time. After saying this, Fran remembered that he had used a spoon to shoot a penalty, which filled the young man's eyes with admiration and yearning. The green lawn under the sunset was surrounded by for the young man wearing the red and white uniform. Everything has long gone. And today, the boy once again stood on the goal line and defeated himself. Hedia saved Fallen's penalty kick. This was his 4th official game on behalf of Newcastle, but in less than 360 minutes in these 4 games, he saved 2 crucial goals. Important penalty kicks. The save success rate is 100%. He is simply a penalty killer among goalkeepers. The young players trained by Atletico Madrid have wiped out Atletico Madrid's hope of scoring goals. Madmanly's revenge can only be so cruel. Hedia, the future is bright. While the commentators were pouring out their praises for the young player, the game was already continuing. Lee Tongfan remained calm during this process. A conversation with thief Anthony Parker 2 days ago made him think a lot. His own existence has become a deformed cancer for the football world because of Crazy Lee's unbeatable court record. Although it satisfied the fans' expectations for a miracle, it broke the rules of the football world. The so-called mysterious power in Anthony Parker's mouth is not a specific one, but all the people whose interests have been touched by Lee Tongfan's invincible existence. Among them are sports betting companies, gambling groups, the interests of other teams, and even, there are shadows of UEFA and World Football Federation. This is exactly why Anthony Parker used the so-called personal irresistible force to describe this undercurrent. The law of competition tells us, in any field on this planet, the existence of an absolutely independent monopoly will cause unstoppable panic in others. However, Leoli's existence just monopolized the victory in the championship. This kind of irresistible monopoly, that is almost impossible to destroy, makes the adage football is round, that even God has to believe in, become so ridiculous overnight. This is monopoly on the football field. Short-term monopoly is acceptable. The former Milan dynasty and Inter Milan era have done it. However, the unsuspicious monopoly for 3 consecutive years has exceeded the tolerance limit of this world and has made the entire world football become undercurrent. What is even more terrifying is Lee Tongfan's identity as chairman of Newcastle. Under the unstoppable pace of victory of Madmanly, the prototype of monopoly dynasty can already be foreseen, but this dynasty is essentially different from the previous great international era and the red and black dynasty. That is, this new magpie dynasty is invincible. Crazy Lee's youth can allow this rising dynasty to rule world football for at least 40 years. No one can even think about taking advantage of this dynasty while Crazy Lee is still coaching. Even a victory. The media described Madmanly as a superior Dark Emperor who was invincible, and any enemy could only tremble in his shadow. The only people who enjoyed the glory brought by the Dark Emperor were the believers who stood at his feet and prayed army. And another irreversible truth in this world is, wherever there is rule, there will be resistance. Therefore, when 3 years have proven that Crazy Lee is invincible, the world has no confidence in those famous coaches to break the myth in the future. For the football world except Newcastle, things are moving in an extremely dangerous direction. Development, their interests, are being uprooted. Many people have already started taking action secretly. People who suspect that Crazy Lee has used some kind of power that does not exist in this world to maintain victory. They try to dig out this power in Crazy Lee's hands, either for their own use or to eliminate it. The unknown company that hired Anthony Parker. Famous small companies are just like this. And those who really believe that the creation of the winning streak myth stems from Madman Lee's own incredible talent. After 3 years of tolerating this unexpectedly born Chinese, they seem to have reached a certain limit of tolerance, resulting in huge losses in profits. Let them try to defeat Madman Lee in a football unexpected way, which, as a last resort, even includes physical destruction. The conspiracy of the conspirator will sometimes become the most effective means of solving problems. Lee Tongfan had anticipated this situation a long time ago, but Leo Lee tried hard to imagine things in a good direction, using a self-deceptive attitude to hypnotize himself. However, to consecutive thefts and Anthony Parker's words in the Newcastle police station's interview room finally made Lee Tongfan completely alert. You must know that not everyone is a fan of Leo Lee like Anthony Parker, and not everyone will not discover the secrets in the Hamageo book. Not everyone will be lucky every time their laptop is lost. Get it back within a month. This time, finally, since Lee Tongfan entered the European football circle as a head coach and became the famous Madman Lee, the most terrifying crisis is approaching Lee Tongfan step by step. Not from the FM 2009 system, but from the real football world. This time, except Lee Tongfan himself, everyone else is Lee Tongfan's enemy. Another very simple example. In the FM 2009 system database, Lee Tongfan clearly found out that the rapport between UEFA President Platini and World Football Federation President Sepp Blatter towards him has dropped from 93 years ago to 34 now. According to the explanation of the system database, once the harmony degree drops below 60, it means that the two people are already on opposite sides. European football is indeed cleaner than Chinese football, but this does not mean that there is no shadow at all in the European football circle. Lee Tongfan's rise as Newcastle chairman and head coach has broken the unpredictability of football. Sexuality threatens the interests of the Football Association and makes Platini and Blatter feel scared, because if this trajectory continues, it is certain that sooner or later, the Football Association will only become a vassal of the Newcastle dynasty. For Crazy Lee, the Football Association will no longer be able to restrain him. Platini must take action to curb this possibility and trend. This is why Newcastle has received unfair treatment in recent European games. Even today, even the German Chris Pater, who is known for his iron whistle, actually blew the home whistle for the first time in his life. Behind this, if there is no official shadow of UEFA, Lee Tongfan will not believe it even to death. The injustice that Chelsea suffered in the European competition happened to Newcastle today. Therefore, after seeing the team being awarded a penalty kick, Lee Tongfan did not show anger, not because he was not angry, but because Leo Lee had already expected such a situation. After watching the game for more than 10 minutes arrive, Lee Tongfan's expression was calm, but his brain was running crazily. He knew that as he moved forward, one foot had gradually touched the edge of the bottomless cliff. Everything this season had already become a foregone conclusion, and next season, he would face a choice. Got it? Even if he has the omnipotent FM 2009 system on the court, Leo Lee will not naively think that he is powerful enough to fight against the entire world. Lee Tongfan was meditating while the game continued. At this time, the time hand has rotated to the 75th minute of the game. The ball is controlled by Atletico Madrid's defensive midfielder Banega. Relying on his outstanding performance in the first leg against Newcastle, it is said that the young player's value has skyrocketed, rising from the original €7 million to breaking through the €20 million mark, becoming the new darling pursued by major European clubs. At this time, Banega was guarded by his senior and former idol Fernando Gago. However, at this time, Banega no longer liked Gago very much. Gago's journey in Real Madrid was not considered a success. After moving to Newcastle, although he has secured his position as the main defensive midfielder, he has not been able to do so far. He did not achieve any convincing honors, and in the first round of the confrontation between the two sides, Gago was almost completely defeated against him. Facing Gago, Banega decided to show his former idol a little bit of color, and also to improve the media impression of Atletico Madrid, which was lagging behind. So, he once again started his elegant and casual steps. His body swayed from side to side, the steps under his feet became chaotic, and the football he stepped on was being pulled back and forth, making it dizzying. The fans of Atletico Madrid finally became excited, but the cheers they finally wanted to send out had to be stopped abruptly, before they could even come out of their mouths. Because, on the court, Gago only used a simple step to pick up the ball and control the football under his feet. Amidst Banaga's dazzling movements like acrobatics, Gago accurately he found the floor and easily took out the football. Gago didn't give Banaga any chance to make amends and passed the ball like a scalpel. With Banaga out of position, he penetrated Atletico Madrid's defense from the middle. Nuclear warhead, plug in from behind, without any dribbling, just kick and shoot. The Frenchman Cupid surrendered for the 5th time. 5:0. I have played in the defensive midfield position in this way just like you. However, if you want to gain your status in the top European leagues, you must improve and change at any time, and adapt to European football. Only then can you prove own. Gago reached out and patted Banaga's shoulder gently. He saw himself in Banaga's body when he first landed on Europa. Therefore, he didn't want this young compatriot to lose his youthful beauty again like his former self. Talent wasted on acrobatic tricks. The score of 5:0 in a single game turned the world at Calderon Stadium into black and white. Lee Tongfan made substitution adjustments at this time. Russian winger Tsar Ushavin replaced Juan Mata, who started for the first time after returning from injury, and Lightning Killer, who had been waiting anxiously on the bench for more than 70 minutes. Irving replaced Ilian Ronaldo, who had already scored twice. With less than 15 minutes left in the game, Newcastle fans welcomed the team's top scorer with cheers. For them, if Irving can score, the game will become even more perfect. I found that people cannot blame heaven and earth when they are resentful. No, yesterday the knife made a few complaints, but today there was a fire in Urdao, which burned down all the telecommunications lines. Now all the personnel have gone. The line is being repaired urgently, and our production team's attempt to install network cables has become elusive. This is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that on the way here today on my motorcycle, I met a drunkard driving a four-wheeler and almost chased me into a ditch. Therefore, Daozi wishes every book lover a happy new year and a happy day every day. Chapter 497, Countdown to the Championship. The game ended with a huge score of 7:0 in a single game and 11:3 in 2 rounds under the illumination of 24 giant bright lights at the Calderon Stadium. Atletico Madrid fans persisted until the referee Crispa the final whistle was blown at the end of the game, but the miracle they expected in the last 10 minutes did not happen. Lightning Killer, Michael Owen, who came on the bench, once again received a through ball from Fernando Gago in the 84th minute of the game, successfully countered offside, and succeeded in pushing the ball into the empty goal. In the 90th minute, Newcastle got a corner kick. Zarashavin took a corner kick from the right. Little Superboy, Stephen Taylor, who had been holding his breath because of the penalty misjudgment incident, was helped by Lee Tongfan's BT corner kick tactics, grabbed the early point Rhino Mochizuki, and finally fixed the score at 7:0. At the end of the game, Real Madrid fans and Newcastle fans hugged each other and cheered. The cheers of a few people witnessed and reflected the disappointment of the majority. The tears of Atletico Madrid fans soaked the Calderon stands. The camera captured Florentino and Abramovich in the box at the Calderon Stadium. The two giants smiled and applauded at this moment. Newcastle's players lined up to express their gratitude to the fans, who had been cheering for them, and David Hedia, who saved Diego Forlan's penalty kick, walked alone to the Atletico Madrid players' camp, said hello to his senior brothers one by one, and exchanged jerseys with Fran. When the familiar red and white jersey was passed on to him again, Hedia had a strange illusion in his heart. He came to the Atletico Madrid fans and bowed to express his apology. There was a loud sound in the stands that made him incredible applause. The fans graciously forgave the young man. In tears, Hedia resolutely turned around and returned to the other side of the field. He saw the black figure who had brought him from the unknown youth team to this highly anticipated stage. The applause of Atletico Madrid fans behind him had gradually begun. Inaudible, Hedier secretly swore in his heart, as long as this man is in Newcastle for one day, he will never betray the Magpies. After once again sweeping their opponents with a huge score, Newcastle finally got their wish and entered the UEFA Cup final. The game will be played after the end of the Premier League. The opponent in the final will defeat the Premier League 3:1 in 2 rounds in the semi-finals. Team Everton and Italian giants AC Milan. AC Milan was the team that conceded the fewest goals in the UEFA Cup in the 2008-09 season. Before the final, the Rossoneri's defense had only conceded 6 goals in 9 games, while Newcastle was just the opposite. The team with the most goals scored in the team, scoring an astonishing 49 goals in 9 games, is unstoppable. Newcastle and AC Milan, the strongest shield and sharpest spear in the UEFA Cup in the 2008-09 season, will start a desperate fight in the final. This is undoubtedly an absolutely heavyweight game, and can be called the most star-studded UEFA Cup final in history. Crazily, and the new world footballer Beckham, a pair of stars who are both teachers and friends, will start the first game as enemies. After being loaned to the Rossoneri, Nicholas G, who is in excellent form and quickly takes up the main position of the team, G's gun will be aimed at his real club Newcastle. Gago vs Gattuso, Mata vs Pirlo, Inzaghi and Owen, a pair of super killers, Kaka and Alan Smith. This series of gimmicks has made this season's UEFA Cup finals more popular than the Champions League finals. Newcastle returned to England amid a media hymn point. However, the Magpies did not have much time to celebrate after the big victory, because they were about to encounter the powerful rival Gunners Arsenal in the Premier League point. Although, with the last 3 rounds of the league remaining, the Gunners, who are 10 points behind Newcastle, have lost hope of winning the championship. But Wenger and his disciples' desire for victory has not diminished at all. Because of Newcastle's instant rise, the competition for qualifications for the Premier League Champions League has become even more cruel. The Gunners are currently ranked 4th in the standings, and can barely qualify for next season's Champions League. However, this qualification is not guaranteed. The 5th ranked Red Army Liverpool are only 2 points behind them. If the Gunners cannot guarantee their 4th position in the standings after the end of the season, they will lose their qualifications to participate in the Champions League next season, which will be fatal to the club's income. The blow. The good news for Arsenal is that Benitez, the unlucky boy, is also unlucky. According to the schedule, rival Liverpool will face the Red Devils and Manchester United away from home in the penultimate round of the league, and in the last round in the second round, they have to face the blue team Chelsea at home. For the red team Liverpool, this will be a journey from hell. The Magpies, who entered the UEFA Cup final with a record-breaking score, have kept a low profile since returning to Newcastle. The team has been preparing seriously for the game against Arsenal. As long as the team can win, no matter what, regardless of the score between Manchester United and their opponents, they will win the Premier League crown 2 rounds in advance. This will be the 5th time they have won the title of England's top league championship since the team was founded. Looking back, the last time the Magpies won this honor was 62 years ago, when Newcastle won the league championship in 1927. The entire city of Newcastle is already preparing in advance for the championship celebration. The Newcastle team flag has long been hung on the main streets in the city. People in the streets and alleys are proudly wearing black and white sword-striped shirts. The city government has begun to set up in the central square a temporary stage for the championship celebration. The route of the parade floats has been drawn up. As the club with the most fans in England, Newcastle's influence in England is no weaker than that of the other 4 giants. According to statistics, more than 200,000 fans will gather in the square in the city centre to join the team championship celebration, and this number of people continues to rise. Countless media reporters from all over the world flock to this important town in England, known as the 8 major entertainment cities in the world, like a pilgrimage. The entire city was decorated into a black and white ocean. The only regret for Newcastle fans is that the game against Arsenal was away from home, and they were unable to celebrate the team's historic championship victory at home for the first time. However, this does not stop the fans from being happy. Honor, unprecedented honor, is waiting for Crazily to lead his disciples to fight for this city. The countdown to winning the championship has entered. At such a moment, all Newcastle's training activities at the Rick Bottom training base are magnified infinitely by reporters using cameras, and what happens every second will quickly spread throughout Great Britain. Express report: the bandage on Crazy Lee's arm has been lifted. Exclusive broadcast: Hero, the magic dog who solved the theft case, has returned to the Rick Bottom training base and once again assumed the important task of supervising the first team coach. Good news, Irving collided with Senderos during training and received acupuncture from team Dr. Yanato. We are relieved that the injury does not seem to have serious consequences. Special news: the alien Ronaldo performed well in the training match on the afternoon of April 23rd, scoring 4 goals. Secret report: exclusive reveal. Live. The media's coverage of Newcastle is like snowflakes flying in the sky, which can be seen everywhere. In comparison, rival Arsenal is not paid much attention by the media and fans. Wenger has no objection to this, but they hope that reporters they have been harassing Newcastle, so that their team can have a peaceful opportunity to train and prepare. However, the young and energetic Arsenal players do not think so. The consecutive losses to Newcastle in all previous matches have made them suffocated. The Gunners' Danish forward Nicholas Bendtner expressed his full enthusiasm in an interview with reporters. The voice of the team: we congratulate Newcastle on their achievements this season, but if they want to win the championship at the Emirates Stadium, they must show 200% courage. April 27th. The eyes of the world are focused on Arsenal's home stadium. This game, which is related to the final title of the Premier League in the 2008-09 season, has been going on for 20 minutes. Amid the crazy shouts and momentum of the home fans, Arsenal, which has a geographical advantage, relied on a front court positioning in the 5th minute of the game. With the ball opportunity, Nicholas Bendtner scored with a header, temporarily leading Newcastle 1-0. Professor Wenger was not conservative at all in his tactical arrangements. Arsenal looked aggressive on the field, their offense was very fierce, and the rhythm of the game entered a gorgeous and smooth trajectory belonging to the Gunners. 20 minutes before the game, the Gunners were very energetic. Adebayor and Bendtner's front court twin towers caused a lot of trouble for Newcastle. The French teenager Nasri, who was just named the best newcomer, showed great performance. At his peak, he is worthy of his title as Zidane's successor in both passing and control. Commentator: Sesta had just finished frantically explaining the blood-soaking UEFA Cup game that took place at the Calderon Stadium. At this time, his voice was already a little hoarse, but his passion was still. Continuous intensive operations have put Newcastle's players at a physical disadvantage, so Crazy Lee's defensive counter-attack tactics are very wise. Falling behind by 1 goal is not difficult for them. There are still 70 minutes left in the game. Newcastle, you can take your time. Indeed, as Sesta said, after just experiencing an ecstatic 7-0 victory, Newcastle's players knew that victory in this game would help them win the league championship this season. But, I still don't seem very excited. I'm mentally and physically tired. It's very difficult to adjust in a short time. Therefore, although it was obvious that the Hammers were playing a little absent-mindedly on the court, Lee Tongfan, who knew the reason, did not roar as angry as before, but put his hands in his pockets and quietly waited for the game to slowly come to an end. Exclamation mark. Arsenal fans cheered loudly. The big screen at the top of the stadium showed the black figure that made them frightened several times. However, the face of the devil-like man was as calm as a sunny lake and did not reveal anything other than calm look. Until the end of the first half, the score on the field was still Arsenal 1-0 Newcastle. The first half of the game is over. Newcastle did not show their super form in the European war in this championship deciding game. Maybe they were waiting for the second half to show strength, and Arsenal, who played at home, seemed more preparation. Their unexpected offensive tactics caught Newcastle by surprise. Bendtner's goal is the best proof. Arsenal's ball possession rate reached an astonishing 67%. In the 45 minutes of the first half, a typical Arsenal defeated an atypical Newcastle. I hope that in the second half, Madman Lee can make adjustments that will make his supporters shine. Take a break, and see you in the second half. Cesc made the concluding remarks at the end of the first half with an uneasy mood point. Whether Crazy Lee can make the adjustments that turn things around in the second half, like it has done countless times before. Sester, a loyal Crazy Lee fan who has commented on countless Crazy Lee team games, cannot predict. The face that appeared in the camera today was so calm and terrifying that it gave Sester a distant feeling. I can understand your current physical condition. The opponent deliberately strengthened the front court press during the game today. It is not your fault that the game is in this situation. It is the tactical error of our coaching staff. I apologize to you. Lee Tongfan bent over in the locker room. There was shame in the eyes of the Hammers. They naturally knew that their leader was trying to relieve themselves. Ronaldo was about to say something when Lee Tongfan continued. Since they have deliberately strengthened the pressing in the front court, we might as well set the ball. Make more fuss. As for the specific set piece tactics, you should know that familiar sinister smile once again appeared in the sight of the Hammers. The main reason why we were able to control the game in the first half was that Newcastle's physical strength was too exhausted in successive European wars and FA Cup games, so I guess Crazy Lee will definitely be in position to make a fuss about the ball. We can't give our opponents too many free kick opportunities before entering. It's best to prevent their offense from reaching the front court. Wenger pointed at the tactical board and took the time to explain. He made the shortest and most effective analysis of the tactics that all opponents might adopt. In fact, after many confrontations and studies, his understanding of Crazy Lee allowed him to really guess Newcastle's tactical focus in the second half. The game has restarted. Newcastle fans sang Crazy Lee's song in the stands. At this historic moment for the club, the away fans who occupied nearly half of the stands did not sing Coming Home Newcastle. It seems they are more willing to believe in their head coach. Force, the referee blew the whistle to start the second half. Newcastle kickoff after Ronaldo passed the football to Irving. Irving stepped on the ball, and Alan Smith, who came in from behind, suddenly rushed up like a thunderbolt and kicked the ball directly. Macho Man, who has been specially modified by the FM 2009 system, hit an incredible ball. The ball did not have any arc, like a white line stretching from his feet to the goal, grazing Nicholas Ben, who was running to defend. In Turner's ears, the wind whistled and hit the goal. Bendtner tilted his head instinctively, and there was a buzzing sound in the air, and then the exclamations in the stands started. On the goal line, Spanish goalkeeper Almunia hugged the football that was shot like a bullet with both hands. Smith's shot angle was too straight. Almunia caught the trajectory of the football without even moving his steps. However, the huge force coming from the football made him bend his arms back the moment he touched the football, until it hit his chest. At this moment, Almunia thought in a trance that he was really hit by a bullet in the chest. He had saved countless shots from players known for their strength. Even Drogba's close shot did not bring any harm. He felt so close to fear. Fortunately, I saved the ball. Almunia could only comfort herself in this way. The game continues after 30 seconds. However, the minds of all the fans are still immersed in Alan Smith's ancient beast-like shot just now. Newcastle announced its awakening with an unimaginable shot. It was simply unbelievable. Is it really a football that can be shot with human strength? According to onside statistics, the ball speed has reached 178 km per hour, which is incredible. Sester chattered after Alan Smith shot that shot just now. He almost bit off his tongue. A strange feeling filled the air, and he suddenly no longer worried about Newcastle, because after this shot, he clearly saw a terrifying momentum rising on the black and white sword-striped shirt. Step on the ball. Pull the ball, turn. In a series of wonderful moves, Angel Wings seemed to have a pair of huge invisible wings installed behind his back. Mata flied with a football past Cesc Fabregas' entanglement. Then, he quickly pulled to the side, separated the ball from the player, and wiped out the full-back Clichy. Amid the unstoppable exclamations and cheers from the stands, Mata, who had just recovered from his injury, finally showed his on-field skills that could compete with the three popular superstars Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi and Kaká. Break to the bottom line and cross the ball. Owen had already grabbed the front point in the middle, resisted the gunner centre-back William Gallas, and posed his signature header pose. But A red figure rushed down, jumped high and pushed the ball that was about to fly into the penalty area out of the bottom line. It was Nasri who returned to defense at the critical moment. Force, the referee whistled and pointed his finger at the corner area. Corner. Corner kick. This is Newcastle's first corner kick so far. In previous games, they often scored goals with corner kicks. Will they be able to do it this time? The brothers reacted strongly to yesterday's chapter. I didn't want to explain it too early, because the plot development was completely different from what everyone expected. It was not to mix in any evil forces or conspiracy. It was just to take advantage of the situation. However, seeing that some brothers' emotions were more intense, Daozi came out to explain that there would be no conspiracy theory. It is normal for the outside world to have such a reaction when a rookie head coach has won 3 consecutive years. I still wish everyone all the best in the coming new year, and be happy with a bulging red envelope of year-end bonuses, and smile. We are gathered here by chance, isn't it just for fun? Daozi will not go back to touch the dark things. That is not my strong point. I have little social experience and can't write point. I go through wind and snow every time. Isn't it just to make brothers smile? Chapter 498, The Birth of a New King. This season, Newcastle has scored 23 goals through corner kick tactics in all fronts. This number, looking at the historical records of the 5 major leagues, is already listed as a terrifying number. Therefore, seeing the Magpies corner kick killer Juan Mata create a corner kick himself and stand in the corner kick area, more than 70,000 hearts in the stands were instantly terrified. Professor Wenger could no longer sit on the diotay. He stood up from the chair in the command seat, walked quickly to the sidelines, and commanded his disciples to deploy in the penalty area. He studied the corner kick tactics of Madmanly, and the most lethal ones were 2 long shots outside the penalty area and headers near the goalpost. Although Arsenal had conducted defensive training specifically for these 2 corner kick tactics of Madmanly and the targeted tactical training before the game, the professor still hoped that his disciples would pay more attention to it through his shouting at this time. Forced, the referee blew the whistle, point backing off, running slowly, and suddenly accelerating. Mata looked up at Arsenal's defense in the penalty area and kicked the ball out. The Gunners' penalty area was crowded with people, and everyone was trying their best to get rid of the influence of gravity point, but Mata's football was not high point straight to the front point. Here it comes. This is the attack. Wenger's heart jumped when he saw this scene on the sidelines. This was what he expected. Fortunately, he had already made defenses for such corner kicks. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw William Gallas moving quickly, stuck in the front point, and shook his head to clear the ball point. But, in the next moment, Wenger opened his eyes in horror because, in his sight, a big black head suddenly came from an incredible angle, and the back of the head almost stuck to Gallas' mouth tightly, and then gently shook his head and rubbed it. Swish. The football rushed into the goal from the upper corner of the near post. A header from Little Superman, Stephen Taylor. Arsenal's Spanish goalkeeper Almunia only had time to raise his hands in surrender subconsciously, and a faint pain came from his chest. It was the hidden danger left by Alan Smith's shot hitting his chest. Almunia originally thought that he was fine, but who knew that he was actually injured? However, at this time, no one noticed Almunia's abnormality, and the Newcastle fans who occupied half of the stands had fallen into madness. This goal has guaranteed that Newcastle will take the championship trophy into their own pocket. If the game ends in a draw, even if Manchester United wins in another game, Newcastle, whose number of goals and winning goals far exceed Manchester United, can win the league championship with a 6-point lead. Whether at the Emirates Stadium or in Newcastle City, all the Magpies fans were excited and burst into tears. 72 years, almost reaching a season. How many 72 years does a person have in his life? In these 72 years, countless Magpies fans have grown from youth to old age, and countless fans have passionately appeared in the stands on every match day and finally lied in that cold stone coffin. They are loyal to death. But they have never seen the black and white sword stripes on the top of England. And now, the champion. The fingertips of Magpies fans have touched the Premier League Championship trophy. The cold touch is so real that it is hot. That is the temperature of dreams. After scoring Steven Taylor shook off his teammates' encirclement and interception and ran frantically on the court, running. He knew what kind of goal he scored. If the game ended like this, then for Newcastle, this header would be historic. In the honors room of St. James in the White Palace, this moment will be remembered forever. The broadcast camera was aimed at Wenger, and the professor's face was full of disappointment. Although he had expected his opponent to use such a move, and had made strict defenses according to such a move, when his opponent really used such a move, everything he did seemed ridiculous and futile. The only effect was to add another layer of brilliance to his opponent's brilliance. At the same time, Madman Lee showed his crazy side. He was still that madman, He celebrated wildly with his colleagues on the sidelines of the court. He accepted his disciples' support like religious worship. He enjoyed the cheers of more than 30,000 fans cheering like a king. Arrogant. Nothing has changed. When everyone meets his gaze, they can't help but lower their heads, then tremble and surrender. However, all this seems to be insufficient for this madman. After indulging in arrogance and wanton indulgence, he came to the sidelines and quickly made a gesture. This gesture is so simple that even the most ordinary fans can understand what he means. There is only one, that is attack. Continue to attack. GOAL. The corner kick really went in. Steven Taylor, the future leader of the Magpies dynasty designated by Madman Lee for the next 10 years, stood up when the team needed him most. 1:1. Newcastle took the championship trophy into their arms. Crazy Lee made his signature gesture again. Attack. Haha, still want to attack. In Crazy Lee's view, a draw is obviously not worthy of Newcastle's championship glory of the century. Could it be that they are when facing a super opponent like Arsenal, another blood-curdling massacre? The commentators all felt a hint of madness at this moment. The game soon continued amidst cheers and shouts after Alan Smith's super long shot and Taylor's header. Newcastle seemed to finally get excited. The suffocating crazy offensive and momentum that the Magpies had shown in the previous games began to show. In the 56th minute, Juan Mata made a comeback point. After receiving Gago's pass, he used a sudden stop to dodge Demelson's press, then suddenly accelerated, piercing Arsenal's hinterland like a javelin. This time, the Gunners paid enough attention to the Spanish angel wings. Fabregas and Nasri stepped forward at the same time, blocking Mata's path forward. However, Mata did not focus on showing off his breakthrough skills this time. When the opponent was about to form a circle, he used a very imaginative jump ball to send the white football away. Danger. Arsenal's defense revealed a fatal gap, and Owen came in from the back row like lightning and scored a single goal. The commentator screamed like a frightened ostrich. However, at a time like this, screaming is of no use, even if nearly 40,000 people in the stands scream like a rising tide at the same time. Facing the lightly falling football, Irving accelerated in an instant, got rid of the Ivory Coast elephant Clouture who had been desperately entangled behind him, and wiped it to the right. This is a fatal acceleration. When Irving disappeared from sight in an instant, Toure saw a pair of flying fists. Teammate Almunia's fist. The Spanish goalkeeper seemed to be always slow in today's game. His flying shot did not find the football, let alone Irving, but found his teammate Toure. Boom, boom. Exclamation mark. The sound of Almunia's fist colliding with Clouture's face, and the sound of Irving's right foot hitting the football, sounded at the same second. In the Gunners' penalty area, people fell on their backs and the football hit the net. Goal. Mata passed the ball like a fairy. Owen broke through and shot like lightning. The Arsenal goalkeeper and the central defender made a fatal mistake in the cooperation. Owen dribbled and then pushed the shot into the empty goal. It was Sester who cheered. There are also more than 30,000 Newcastle fans in the stands, and there are Newcastle fans as far away as Newcastle and all over England. The team's captain and deputy captain scored the goal that helped the team win the championship. Is there anything more perfect that can be done? Jubilation. Jubilation everywhere. Except for Arsenal fans. Professor Wenger shook his head helplessly. Although this situation had happened countless times before his eyes, when it happened again around him, powerlessness and frustration still followed one after another. The 57th minute of the game. Arsenal tried to organize an offensive. After Pirlo, another superstar in European football who can be called the brain, Cesc Fabregas received the ball in the middle and sent a wonderful pass. The football was fleeting, flashed through the air, and was sent to Newcastle's right rib area. This is a short gap left by David Thornton after assisting. It does not seem to be a big threat. However, when Little Tiger Walcott's speed picked up, the Newcastle players discovered that there was trouble. The speed of Tiger is really too fast. In just a short moment, Thornton, who started first, and Walcott, who started later, were already running side by side, and in the next short moment, Walcott was already 2 positions ahead. The terrifying power of speed and explosive power in the FM 2009 system with double 20 data evaluations were vividly displayed at this moment. Newcastle's lineup does not lack speed players who are called children of the wind by the FM 2009 system, but, and, Little Tiger, when compared, the gap is so shocking in an instant. In the middle Little Warcraft, Adebayor and Danish high-end Bendtner are already rushing in. A quick counter-attack with a cross from the wing is about to be completed, and Newcastle's defensive system is facing this sudden attack. The formation has not yet been fully formed. Danger is approaching step by step. At this moment, Thornton made a smart decision. He pretended to stumble, threw himself out like a sandbag, and then gently pulled Voco with his arm the moment he fell to the ground. Special legs, boom. Pushing the golden mountain over the jade pillar, Walcott, who was running at high speed, formed a parallel line with the ground, and then fell hard to the ground, like a glider, that suddenly crashed in an accident during tiki-off. It was horrifying to watch. Force when the whistle sounded, the referee showed a yellow card to David Thornton as quickly as possible. After calming down the anger of the Arsenal players, he gave them a free kick on the right side of the penalty area. This position is almost exactly the same as the one when Nicholas Bendtner scored in the first half. The hearts of Arsenal fans were suddenly filled with hope. This was an opportunity. Soon, Arsenal took a free kick point. The player who took the penalty was their midfield core Cesc Fabregas, a not strong arc, with enough height. This was taking advantage of the height advantage of Adebayor and Bendtner in the charge. Excellent placement. It was Bendtner's position again. The Danish tall man's blonde hair bloomed in the night sky of the Emirates Stadium. He experienced the familiar feeling when he scored in the first half. "We have the ball," he shouted in the air. But don't even think about it. Someone jumped up right after him and headed the ball. Boom! Exclamation mark. A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and a stream of bright blood surged up in Newcastle's penalty area, as bright as flowers. The blood blurred Bendtner's eyes. He wiped his forehead instinctively, and a sharp pain came. However, what frightened him more than the sharp pain was that he saw the football bouncing high and was hit by the opponent's goalkeeper. He was caught in his arms, and the person who blocked his perfect strike was actually his former teammate Senderos. Senderos' white bald head also had blood flowing across it. A visible wound bloomed there, like a warrior's medal. The exclamation soon sounded in his ears. The tone was so familiar. He could tell that it was the voice of his own fans. A black shadow flashed beside him, and he understood the reason for the exclamation. Newcastle goalkeeper Hugo Lloris launched a surprise attack with the hand throw. The player who caught the ball was the player who terrified all Arsenal fans. Flash killer, Michael Owen. Although Irving is no longer as good as his junior Walcott in terms of absolute speed, in terms of combining the rhythm of the ball and the route selection of dribbling, he far surpasses the somewhat immature Little Tiger. This time, Irving did not follow his habit of dribbling to the side, but instantly accelerated and sprinted straight towards the middle. Like a red-hot iron drill inserted into cheese, Arsenal's defense was in chaos. Irving drove straight for more than 40 meters. The front defending centre-back Tour did not dare to make a blocking move, but kept fighting, hoping that his teammates could catch up and defend. Just when Gaules was about to return to defense, Owen, who was about to be forced to the front of Arsenal's penalty area, passed the ball. A sharpshooter who could hit the target with 100 steps actually passed the ball when he was already able to take a shot. Owen's outside in step passed, and the football flew past Gaules, who turned around forcefully, like a pair of gleaming scissors, tearing the hearts of Arsenal fans. Angel wings. Juan Mata receives the pass. His footsteps moved with a strange rhythm, like the dance of an elf. After 3 short steps, Mata, who had already formed a one-man attack, did not continue to dribble to increase the chance of scoring a goal, but brazenly take a long shot. About 25 meters from the goal point, the football shot was very straight, flying straight towards Almunia's head, but Almunia completely misjudged the direction. His early movement made his actions look more like dodges rather than saves. The football flew into the goal without any suspense. This is a great goal. Great shot. 3:1 Unexpected reversal. Newcastle is destined to become the league champion in the 2008-09 season, without any opponents and any difficulties. Stop their march to glory. Long live. Sesta was excited and incoherent, and he felt that all the cells in his body were twitching as excited as he was, with tears streaming down his face. There were also Newcastle fans who were in a frenzy. The Premier League Championship trophy was held high like bright stars embedded in the sea of people. At this time, one could already hear when someone was singing "We Are the Champions." Everyone wearing black and white sword-striped shirts was frantically hugging and kissing the people around them, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. Bendtner was carried off on a stretcher. He saw with his peripheral vision that not far away, Senderos walked out of the court with the help of the team doctor, also dripping with blood. At this moment, Bendtner felt that he was not strong. Within Arsenal, Bendtner has always been a proud representative. At that time, the cumbersome Senderos was once the object of his contempt. Last season, Bendtner was briefly loaned to Newcastle, charged into the battle under the command of Crazy Lee, but the goals he scored at St. James at that time did not bring gratitude to the Danish striker, but a more urgent desire to leave Newcastle and return to the Gunners to show his talent. Ambition. A year ago, when faced with Crazy Lee's attempt to retain him, Bendtner refused by saying, "The stage is too small, I can't wait." He once smugly declared to all his friends that he was the one who rejected Crazy Lee. However, only now do I know that what he rejected was not Crazy Lee, but the glory of the championship. Do you regret it? Maybe. Bendtner was carried to the player tunnel on a stretcher. The player who replaced him was the Dutch striker Van Persie, who had just returned from injury. On the other side, Senderos continued to play with a bandage on his head after a simple wound suture by the team doctor. Newcastle seems to have a tradition of playing with injuries. Even their head coach Crazy Lee once coached the England team with a bandage on his head. Their momentum and fighting spirit are frightening. When Sesta saw this scene, the sound of flattery was like a continuous river. 0.78th minute. A wonderful scene happened again. Juan Mata dominated the game again. Goal. Another long shot, on the right side of the penalty area, 28 meters away from the goal. Juan Mata hit a running leaf ball. The ball did not rotate at all. Almunia barely touched the ball, but the ball still stubbornly flew into the goal after a slight change of direction. This is the championship day. The championship day belongs to Newcastle. Newcastle has waited for this championship for 72 years, and today, there is no force that can stop the Magpies from grabbing the championship in their hands. 4:1! Now, all the suspense is over. The one who is strangled by fate has become Manchester United. No one who can stop Crazy Lee from leading the young team he built to rule the Premier League. In the 2008-2009 season, now, the whole world please pay tribute to the champion Newcastle. Pay tribute. In countless TV broadcast rooms around the world, football commentators with different skin colors and speaking different languages are conveying the same message to their audiences in the same excited and high-pitched voices. Champions, Newcastle. There are 10 minutes left in the game. For Arsenal, oh no, it should be said that for the entire Premier League, the 2008-2009 season has ended. The British continent, which is ruled by the traditional 4 giants, needs a new king, and Crazy Lee is here for this. The king has been born. Brothers and sisters, may you be happier every day. Thank you for your support. Chapter 499. Triple Crown. Quadruple Crown. Many years have passed, and the old Newcastle fans, who have lost their white temples and teeth, still remember the scene that happened at the Emirates Stadium in 2009 when May was approaching 80 minutes into the game. Madman Lee and his Magpie corps had firmly grasped their fate in their own hands. The cheers from the stands never stopped. In this battle, that even shook the earth, amid the shouts of the crowd, the game moves towards the finish line step by step. The score of 4:1 has caused the opponent Arsenal to lose the fighting spirit to resist. It is a cruel thing for the competitors to step on their own territory and ascend to the throne of everyone's attention. However, they are powerless. Force, the game whistle is like a penalty coming from heaven, just and cruel. Some people burst into tears because of this, and some people burst into tears because of this. The difference is that the former is because of uncontrollable sadness, while the latter is because of the huge happiness that is almost unbearable. No matter how strict the discipline and rules are, the billboards that adults can flip through with a slight lift of their legs can no longer stop the crazy Newcastle fans. The black and white torrent is like a river bursting from the stands. Released. The players who won the historic honor were chased crazily, with wine, cheers, kisses, and hugs. No matter how many times you listen to We Are the Champions or sing it, it still seems solemn and sacred at this moment, and only these few lyrics and melody are the ones that can most accurately express the voices of Newcastle fans in the world at this moment. The newly built magnificent Emirates Stadium ushered in the birth of its first championship. Crazy fans are destroying it crazily. Fans who did not grab the players' jerseys, sneakers, or shin guards turned their attention to the lawn here. Net, billboard. When they left, some people carried a piece of muddy lawn that had been trampled in their pockets. Some held the cud net tightly, and some looked at half a billboard on their shoulders. The 200 order maintenance personnel organized by the Football Association were unable to stop the fans from celebrating almost wildly. Their efforts were like the sand castles built by urchins on the beach at sunset. After the tide came in, when the tide came in an instant, disappeared without a trace. Tide, boiling black and white tide everywhere. Newcastle dressing room point when Alan Shearer, who had messy hair and was stripped off by the fans except for a pair of pure white cotton underwear with elephants printed on it, fled in a panic. His teeth fell to the floor in surprise. Lee Tongfan was standing there inside. He was leisurely spraying perfume on himself in front of the mirror, unscathed. Lee, how did you? Before Shearer finished speaking, Lee Tongfan burst out laughing. The bottle of luxury perfume prepared for the championship was sprayed onto the mirror in the dressing room in his hand, because Shearer's muscular upper body was actually of different sizes. I was dissatisfied with more than 20 bright red lip prints, which must have been taken advantage of by some crazy female fans. Lee Tongfan rolled his eyes, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and began to record this wonderful historical data despite the righteous protests of the assistant coach. The sultry man was proud of himself while filming. Fortunately, I had already experienced such a crazy scene at the Pizjuan Stadium. Seeing that the situation was not going well, I ran away quickly. Before Shearer could change his clothes, there was a rumble, and the Hammers who had been stripped naked rushed in, as if they were fleeing. The substitutes did not avoid the vicious hands of the fans. Ronaldo cried with shock on his face. Damn it, these fans started too fast. Before the referee blew the whistle, I was ready to run away. Who knew that, as soon as I ran to the players' tunnel, they were killed again? I was brought back to the scene. What a nightmare. I was forcefully kissed by an old woman in her 70s. Newcastle's 4:1 victory made the Argentinian striker's hard-working goal in the 89th minute of the Old Trafford game seem meaningless. A 2:1 victory was more like a victory for Ferguson and Manchester United in this game. The consolation prize for a season of unrelenting hard work. Newcastle, which won the championship 2 rounds in advance, became the new favourite of England. The city government fulfilled its previous promise and held a massive championship celebration in the city centre square. More than 400,000 fans participated in this celebration, which is the best in the Premier League in history. The largest number of people attended the celebration after the team won the championship. The scene of a young bus driver driving a converted open-top bus with a black and white body and bright red letters of Newcastle printed on it, cutting through the sea of people and driving into the square, was published in the Times. The headline of the newspaper, titled Young Newcastle, The Awakening of Britain's Oldest Aristocratic Bloodline, reported in detail everything that happened during the carnival night in Newcastle's Central Square. Another legend written by Madman Lee in the British mainland, got on the sidelines of the football field, took only 1.5 seasons to make a team that was stuck in the relegation circle and nearly bankrupt shine brightly again. This is 21-time football myth, and we must admit that the honor that Madman Lee brought to Newcastle is far more than that. They have reached the finals in both the UEFA Cup and FA Cup this season. Maybe wait until the 2008-09 season has come to an end. Crazy Lee has brought more to St. James than we imagined. The Sun used the headline "Newcastle's fireworks light up the whole world" and introduced in detail the many episodes that took place during the Magpie Corps celebration carnival. Among them, the mayor personally unveiled the 10-meter tall bronze statue of Madman Lee. The scene of more than 400,000 people chanting Crazy Lee's name at the same time. The scene of Newcastle superstars lighting fireworks in the center of the square. These scenes have been reproduced and reported by media around the world again and again. Like the Times and the Sun, during this period of time, the word legend was the most frequently used word to describe Lee Tongfan. Living, young legend. It is hard to imagine that in the poor English language composed of 26 simple English letters, what word can better describe the shock that this madman from China brought to the continent of Europe than legend. The end of April is a harvest season for both Crazy Lee and Newcastle. In a short period of time, in addition to the supreme honor of the league championship, various other achievements honors also come one after another. Alan Smith and David Thornton won the Premier League Player of the Month and Best Young Player respectively. The one who gained the most was Juan Mata. Although it was not his first season in the Premier League, Angel Wings, Juan Mata still relied on his dominant performance in Newcastle for a full season, overwhelming Manchester United superstar C. Ronaldo and many other powerful competitors to become the best young player in the 08-09 season. An unrivaled season, an unrivaled player. This was the official comment given by the Football Association when it awarded Mata this honor. Like the honor of the league championship, this is the first time a Newcastle player has won this award again after 72 years. Until 2009 entered May, the entire city of Newcastle was immersed in great joy, and soon, unknowingly, the last 2 rounds of the Premier League 2008-09 season were also filled with people everywhere. Ending quietly in chicken feathers, May 2nd. Newcastle defeated West Bromwich Albion, an underdog with no worries about relegation, 2:0 at home. The German rookie who scored 2 goals for the team made his debut in the second round of the UEFA Cup against Juventus. Thomas Müller. May 10th. The Magpies defeated Wigan Athletic 3:0 at the J*** Stadium. Owen and Shevchenko each scored a goal. German midfielder Kedira scored from a long shot, marking the end of Newcastle's dreamlike 08-09 season. The perfect ending. In these 2 games, Lee Tongfan deliberately replaced young players. Müller, Moussa Sissoko, Kedira, David Hedier, Zahid, Andy Carroll, etc. are under 20 years old. The young players got the opportunity to play most of the time, and the performance of the young players once again made the media and fans feel bright. At the end of 38 rounds of games, the battle for the Premier League standings has finally been settled. Manchester United, which had lost hope of winning the championship, seemed to have had its backbone ripped out. In the 37th round of the home game against Liverpool, Vidic was ejected with a red card for 2 consecutive fouls on El Nino, Torres, and was eventually eliminated by Chelsea. He overtook the lead at the last moment and lost the 2nd place in the Premier League standings. Liverpool, who defeated Manchester United, were not able to maintain their good luck. Benitez's inexplicable rotation allowed them to defeat Anfield in the last round of the league, losing the game with a score of 0:2, and ultimately lost the Champions League spot for next season. Newcastle, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Arsenal. These are the top 4 in the Premier League in the 2008-09 season, and have qualified to participate in the Champions League next season, while Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur, and Aston Villa will competing in the UEFA Cup in the 2009-10 season. The dust of the 2008-09 season has finally settled. It can be said that Newcastle's championship was both expected by many people and unexpected by them. A temporarily formed youth army even had little chance to run in, and finally performed. He has embarked on a mythological journey, which makes Crazy Lee increasingly unable to catch up on his way to the altar. And this season, no one is a winner, except Newcastle. Flash killer Michael Owen finally became the top scorer in the 2008-09 season with 36 league goals. He also won the European Golden Boot and became the most popular candidate to compete for this year's European Footballer. Angel Wings. After winning the Player of the Year award, Juan Mata became the assists leader in England this season with 27 league assists. This data is higher than on Rapier, the second leading attacker in the 5 major European leagues. LUO came up with a full 10 more. In the award selection at the end of the season, Juan Mata surprisingly defeated his teammates Owen and Alan Smith, and was elected as the English Footballer of the Year. Of course, like lightning killer Michael Owen, Mata is also the European Footballer of the Year. Popular candidate. In addition, Ronaldo, Alan Smith, Ushevin, Podolski, Taylor, Thornton, Marcelo and Hugo Lloris were undoubtedly selected into the Premier League's best team and occupied the starting 10. 5 places for one person is a great harvest. In this passionate May, where some people gain honors and some people lose and leave, European football is establishing a new order in the chaos. The new and old nobles Newcastle and the Rossoneriac Milan finally meet in the UEFA Cup final, while the previous champion Manchester United Barcelona came to the end in the Champions League with an Nerazzurri. In the away game, Barcelona relied on Iniesta's magical long-range shot to draw 1-1 with Chelsea, and finally eliminated the Blues on away goals in the semi-finals at Stamford Bridge. A series of events that shocked the European media took place. In the misjudgment incident, Chelsea suffered extremely unfair treatment in the game. Barcelona ignored 3 consecutive penalty kicks. The scene of centre-back Peak blocking an Elka single-handed ball in his own penalty area was seen by many. England. The media repeatedly reported that Drogba was facing punishment from UEFA for insulting the referee on duty after the game. The claim that Platini supports La Liga to suppress the Premier League has become very popular in a short period of time. The English media are worried that this is just a small sign. Premier League teams will participate in the UEFA Cup finals and the Champions League finals, the highlights at the end of the season. The English are worried about the fate of Manchester United and Newcastle, fearing that the 2 teams representing the Premier League will compete in the finals. They suffered unfair treatment again in their respective finals. When a reporter posed such worries to the client, Crazy Lee's answer almost detonated the whole world. If I suffer such unfair treatment, I will go crazy. If someone has a gun at this time, maybe I'll shoot the guy who ruined the game into a hornet's nest. This sentence caused an uproar around the world. Opponents believed that Madman Lee was promoting violence in the stadium and must be severely punished. So soon, Lee Tongfan received a fine of £10,000 from UEFA because of this sentence. Of course, some people applauded Crazy Lee for such bold psychological tactics. Manchester United coach Ferguson once said in an interview with reporters, "He is such a guy who is prone to passion, whether on or off the court. From a certain point of view, to a certain extent, his remarks are understandable. The head coach of any team cannot bear to be framed one after another by one ignorant whistler." Obviously, in the face of the upcoming finals, Ferguson also used psychological tactics. He used feigned whistle, framed and other highly personal and emotional words to support Madman Lee. In fact, this was also to express his gratitude to the protagonist in the finals. The referee puts the pressure on. This time, the 2 giants, the old and the young, who are almost eternal enemies in the Premier League, are rarely on the same front. After the end of the season, most teams in the Premier League have taken a holiday, but Newcastle is still in the midst of intense and orderly preparations. In addition to the UEFA Cup final, Newcastle also has to play another important game, England FA Cup final. What makes the fans a little tired is that this time the opponent is still the Gunners Arsenal. The game at the Emirates Stadium made countless Newcastle fans excited. Less than a month later, the 2 teams once again reversed the game for (1) met together. For Arsenal, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge, and for Newcastle, no matter who the opponent is, this is a historic moment to achieve the triple crown of the season. May 20th. The FA Cup final kicks off at Wembley Stadium. Since the game was played in a neutral venue, in addition to neutral fans, Newcastle fans and Arsenal fans each occupied half of the stands. Gunners fans hoped that the team could seize the last chance of the 2008-09 season and start from crazily. The Magpies fans hoped to win another big victory here and win the third championship of this magical season. At 1600 hours in the afternoon, the referee Howard Webb blew the whistle, and the game started in a heated atmosphere. The enemies are extremely jealous when they meet! Arsenal, who took the lead to kick off the ball, did not make any tests and directly launched a fierce offensive. The disastrous defeat not long ago made them still familiar with the opponent's tactics and movement habits. In addition to fighting hard with the bayonet seeing red, there was nothing else. Everything is superfluous. The Magpie Legion, on the other hand, carried the momentum of a league champion, like a hot-tempered man, launching a spark-catching counter-attack at the drop of a hat. The competition, the fierce competition, takes place on every inch of the turf. It was Newcastle who scored first. Alien Ronaldo, who received a header from Owen, was accidentally knocked down by Gunners captain Gallas after breaking into the penalty area. Referee Howard Webb did not hesitate and directly sentenced the Gunners to death. Macho Man, Alan Smith made a shot and rewritten the score to 1-0 in the 5th minute of the game. Newcastle got off to a dream start. At Wembley Stadium, black and white boiled for the first time, and the honour of the Triple Crown beckoned to Newcastle. The game continues. The two teams' aggressive offensive gave both sides a lot of opportunities, but compared to the two young talents of Adebayor and Van Persie, Alien Fatty, Ronaldo, and Lightning Killer, Irving Leo Jiang, who is still better at seizing opportunities. 18th minute. Fat Alien, Ronaldo took a long shot from outside the penalty area. Almunia missed the ball, and Lightning Killer, Owen followed closely and shot a supplementary shot to break the net. 0! 45th minute. Fernando Gago stuffed the ball in the middle, and the Fat Alien, on the line of the penalty area, twisted his fat butt and changed direction at the moment of catching the ball. He danced like a drunken immortal and passed by to wipe out the unlucky Galas. Kabuto shot into the far corner and succeeded. 3:0! League champion Newcastle dominated the game. Compared with the young Gunners, he performed more efficiently and had more championship temperament. The 3:0 score made the outcome no longer in suspense. It seems that this season, we can only the last hope of sniping Newcastle lies with AC Milan in 7 days. If even the star-studded Rossoneri can't stop Madmanly from expanding his dominance, then the Magpies will be the supreme 4-time champions. The commentator lamented at halftime, "I'm 27 today, and the new year is coming soon. I wish every brother and sister who has clicked, recommended, and subscribed to Modifiers in the past 6 months, that you will be able to achieve whatever you want in the new year." In addition to the brothers and sisters who support Ziodeo with subscriptions and monthly votes, Deozi would like to express special thanks to those brothers who have been silently voting for the Modifier. I bow and thank you. Chapter 500. Wenger is a beauty in the eyes of his lover. The second half of the game started soon. Arsenal, trailing 3:0, did not make any substitutions. Although they had to strengthen their offensive, Newcastle's equally fierce offensive made Professor Wenger dare not score at the expense of the defense. Newcastle made an unexpected substitution. Fernando Gago, who performed well, was replaced by French veteran Makalel at the beginning of the second half. Makalel did appear in Newcastle's starting lineup at the beginning of the season, but after the mid to late season, as Gago fully adapted to Newcastle's tactical system and the Premier League's playing style, as German teenager Khedira matured and Moussa Sissoko rose, Makalel, who was already considered old, gradually faded out of Newcastle's main lineup. While lamenting that time is unforgiving, Makalel was not dissatisfied with it. Under Lee Tongfan's arrangement, he became the first team defensive coach as a player. Moreover, the Frenchman has already agreed with the team to retire after the end of the season and officially join Newcastle as a coach. In this final, when the team was already leading by a large score, Tongfan let Makalel play, just to let this football defensive master enjoy the cheers from the stands for the last time as a player at the end of his career, enjoy the joy of football games, and enjoy the glorious moment of winning glory with his teammates. Because of the heavyweight match between the next UEFA Cup final and AC Milan, the aged Makalel obviously cannot get a chance to play, so today is the last chance that Tongfan gives the Frenchman. Makalel's appearance won the cheers of Newcastle fans. Madly replaced Makalel, and cheers rang out in the stands. Although the Frenchman has not played many times for Newcastle this season, Makalel can be regarded as the first batch of international superstars to join Newcastle in the era of Madly. Moreover, some media have reported that Makalel will join the club coaching staff as a defensive coach after the end of the season. This move has won him the hearts of many fans. Commentator Sest dutifully introduced Makalel's information and dynamics. Makalel's appearance has slightly reduced Newcastle's ability to organize offense in the middle. After all, the French veteran is just a pure defensive midfielder, not a defensive and organizing midfielder like Gago. As one grows, the other grows, and Arsenal's offensive becomes more and more fierce. 15 minutes before the second half, the Gunners' possession rate gradually surpassed that of the Magpies, which created conditions for them to bring the game into their own rhythm. After enjoying enough ball possession, Fabregas finally showed his elusive passing ability. 69th minute. Point after Fabregas got the ball, he made a careless pass on the right side of the court, but it was like a sword flashing with cold light piercing Newcastle's ribs, passing between Manziani and Senderos. Little monster, Adebayor inserted at high speed. Fabregas's advance pass was perfect. Adebayor only needed to swing his legs while running to complete a close-range push shot, pushing the ball into the goal from Hugo Lloris' armpit. 3:1 exclamation point. Arsenal scored a goal back. Boom. Boom roar roar. The Arsenal fans in the stands shouted like thunder. The red camp, which had long since stopped, was like a miserable traveler walking in the dark night, who was about to die because of toil. When they were about to despair, they finally saw a glimmer of light. This sudden hope was like a shot of cardiac stimulant, which made the Gunners excited. The broadcast camera began to capture the interesting highlights of this moment very experiencedly. Professor Wenger, who had always been livid, finally melted the ice and snow between his facial wrinkles. He clenched his arms hard. Like the fans, this goal brought him hope. Due to the substitution, the team was a little passive. Crazy Lee had no expression on his face. Just like many times, when the opponent scored, no one could see frustration or annoyance on his face. He was always so confident, and Makalel on the field lowered his head with some regret. The French veteran clearly understood Fabregas's position with the ball was exactly the range that the team's midfielder needed to cover. It was his own mistake that made Duchau pass the ball so calmly. The game continues. Arsenal's morale soared after scoring a goal. They launched wave after wave of attacks around Newcastle's goal. The momentum was like the waves behind the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead. One wave after another. Fabregas turned into a human-shaped artillery shell conveyor, and a steady stream of ammunition was delivered to the feet of Adebayor, Van Persie and Nasri. Arsenal's number of shots was like the housing prices in China, which skyrocketed at an unreasonable speed. Fortunately, Newcastle's goalkeeper Hugo Lloris was in incredible shape today. Just like his nickname, Spider-Man, he seemed to have really woven an invisible spider web in front of his goal. All the Gunners' shots were ruthlessly rejected by this human-shaped male spider. One effort, then decline, then exhaustion. The battlefield tactics of the ancestor of the dead tactician Kogui, whose ashes could not be found, were also proved to be irrefutable truth on today's green field. Arsenal, which had been attacking for nearly 20 minutes, saw their own shots shot again and again. After returning without success, morale finally slackened. Little Tiger Walcott, who was holding the ball with his back, was about to turn around while observing the movement of his teammates. At this time, his teammates' exclamations rang out from his ears. Before he could react, a sound, a black and white figure whizzed past my ears. The figure waved its arm and didn't take away a single cloud, but it took away the football at Walcott's feet. Walcott originally wanted to use his unparalleled speed to catch up and intercept the football. However, after he started, he incredibly discovered that the figure's sprint speed within a certain distance was not much slower than him. So fast. Who is he? What appeared in Walcott's sight was a large Arabic number 13. He did not see the English letters on the black and white jersey clearly as they squeaked in the wind of a sunset at Wembley. Danger. Walcott lost the ball, and it was Arshavin. Tsar successfully intercepted the ball. He took the football and ran along the wing with the ball in his hand. What an amazing speed. There are teammates in the middle to respond. Ronaldo and Irving have already responded. You can pass the ball. Continue dribbling to the bottom line. This is a redundant action. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Got a goal. The Russian chose to shoot hard with almost no angle. Arsenal goalkeeper Almunia obviously did not expect that his opponent would end the attack in this way. The ball was like a white line running into the penalty area from the near corner, and he had no reaction. Many London media have already criticized Almunia. Yaz strength is not worthy of the gunner's main position. What happened just now seems to have once again proved the media's conclusion that Wenger should find a new goalkeeper for the Emirates Stadium. Zero angle shot from Russian Tsar Arshavin. He is simply an incredible magician. Magical performance. Wonderful one stop. This is definitely the FA Cup match, the best goal ever. Gots. Performance. Arshavin's performance reminded me of the scene when Giggs, the son of the wind, broke through and defeated Arsenal on his own in the FA Cup. Walcott, who has high hopes, showed at this moment, showing his immature side. The crazy commentators became even more crazy because of this incredible goal. They transformed into the most advanced machine cannons, spraying out their mouths at a speed of 180 rounds per second. Courtside. Professor Wenger shook his head in disappointment. The game has entered the last 10 minutes. Arshavin's magic goal once again reduced the score gap between the two sides to 3 goals. These 3 goals are like a chasm that cannot be crossed. The accord lies between Arsenal and the FA Cup champions. The professor is sighing. At this moment, in such a situation, even if all the 11 gunmen on the field transform into Gun King Thierry Henry or Ice Prince Bergkamp, they will not be able to lift the championship trophy from the man who dominates this season like a devil. Where can I get it back? Wenger's eyes finally rested on Newcastle's number 13 player Andriy Arshavin, who was celebrating wildly on the field. The Russian Tsar from the Siberian icefield is capable of breaking through and shooting, and can play as a forward or midfielder. This is a player that Wenger has long been very optimistic about. He was snatched away by Crazy Lee in the last summer transfer period. During the winter break of this season, Arsenal still had the opportunity to bring him to the Emirates Stadium, but that damn lunatic Lee refused to let him go. Perhaps, after this season, the opportunity to get him will come. Wenger secretly made up his mind. Force. The Gunners took the kick-off from the center circle and the game restarted. Arsenal's morale dropped to freezing point after the City gate was captured for the 4th time. Head coach Wenger had obviously given up on the game. He used up 3 substitutions in one breath. Diaby replaces Nasri. Ramsey replaces Cesc Fabregas. Bendtner replaced Adebayor. It was recommended by the homepage, which is the result of the support of brothers and sisters. Daozi would like to say thank you again to the brothers who have supported the modifier for more than a difficult month. Thank you all. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.